Introductions of Indiana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Indiana by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Introduction. I wrote Indiana during the autumn of 1831. It was my first novel. I wrote it without any fixed plan, having no theory of art or philosophy in my mind. I was at the age when one writes with one's instincts, and when reflection serves only to confirm our natural tendencies. Some people chose to see in the book a deliberate argument against marriage. I was not so ambitious, and I was surprised to the last degree at all the fine things that the critics found to say concerning my subversive purposes. Criticism is far too acute; that is what will cause its death. It never passes judgment ingenuously. It looks for noon at 4 o'clock, as the old women say, and must cause much suffering to artists who care more for its decrees than they ought to do. Under all regimes and in all times there has been a race of critics who, in contempt of their own talent, have fancied that it is their duty to ply the trade of denouncers, of purveyors to the prosecuting attorney's office. Extraordinary functions for men of letters to assume with regard to their confrères. The rigorous measures of government against the press never satisfy these savage critics. They would have them directed not only against works but against persons as well, and if their advice were followed, some of us would be forbidden to write anything whatsoever. At the time that I wrote Indiana, the cry of Saint Simonism was raised on every pretext. Later they shouted all sorts of other things. Even now certain writers are forbidden to open their mouths, under pain of seeing the police agents of certain newspapers pounce upon their work and hale them before the police of the constituted powers. If a writer puts noble sentiments into the mouth of a mechanic, it is an attack on the bourgeoisie. If a girl who has gone astray is rehabilitated after expiating her sin, it is an attack on virtuous women. If an impostor assumes titles of nobility, it is an attack on the patrician caste. If a bully plays the swashbuckling soldier, it is an insult to the army. If a woman is maltreated by her husband, it is an argument in favor of promiscuous love. And so with everything. Kindly brethren, devout and generous critics, what a pity that no one thinks of creating a petty court of literary inquisition in which you should be the torturers. Would you be satisfied to tear the books to pieces and burn them at a slow fire? And could you not, by your urgent representations, obtain permission to give a little taste of the rack to those writers who presume to have other gods than yours? Thank God, I have forgotten the names of those who tried to discourage me at my first appearance, and who, being unable to say that my first attempt had fallen completely flat, tried to distort it into an incendiary proclamation against the repose of society. I did not expect so much honor, and I consider that I owe to those critics the thanks which the hare proffered the frogs, imagining from their alarm that he was entitled to deem himself a very thunderbolt of war. George Sand. Nohant, May, 1852. Preface to the edition of 1832. If certain pages of this book should incur the serious reproach of tending toward novel beliefs, if unbending judges shall consider their tone imprudent and perilous, I should be obliged to reply to the criticism that it does too much honor to a work of no importance. That in order to attack the great questions of social order one must either be conscious of great strength of purpose or pride oneself upon great talent, and that such presumption is altogether foreign to a very simple tale, in which the author has invented almost nothing. If, in the course of his task, he has happened to set forth the lamentations extorted from his characters by the social malady with which they were assailed, if he has not shrunk from recording their aspirations after a happier existence, Let the blame be laid upon society for its inequalities, upon destiny for its caprices. The author is merely a mirror which reflects them, a machine which reverses their tracing, and he has no reason for self-reproach if the impression is exact, if the reflection is true. Consider further that the narrator has not taken for text or device a few shrieks of suffering and wrath scattered through the drama of human life. He does not claim to conceal serious instruction beneath the exterior form of a tale. It is not his aim to lend a hand in constructing the edifice which a doubtful future is preparing for us, and to give a sly kick at that of the past which is crumbling away. He knows too well that we live in an epoch of moral deterioration, wherein the reason of mankind has need of curtains to soften the too bright glare which dazzles it. If he had felt sufficiently learned to write a genuinely useful book, he would have toned down the truth, instead of presenting it in its crude tints and with its startling effects. That book would have performed the functions of blue spectacles for weak eyes. He does not abandon the idea of performing that honorable and laudable task some day, but being still a young man, he simply tells you today what he has seen, not presuming to draw his conclusions concerning the great controversy between the future and the past, which perhaps no man of the present generation is especially competent to do. Too conscientious to conceal his doubts from you, but too timid to transform them into certainties, he relies upon your reflections, and abstains from weaving into the woof of his narrative preconceived opinions, judgments all formed. He plies with exactitude his trade of narrator. He will tell you everything, even painful truths. But if you should wrap him in the philosopher's robe, you would find that he was exceedingly confused, simple story-teller that he is, whose mission is to amuse and not to instruct. Even were he more mature and more skilful, he would not dare to lay his hand upon the great sores of dying civilization. One must be so sure of being able to cure them when one ventures to probe them. He would much prefer to arouse your interest in old, discarded beliefs, in old-fashioned, vanished forms of devotion, to employing his talent, if he had any, in blasting overturned altars. He knows, however, that in these charitable times a timorous conscience is despised by public opinion as hypocritical reserve, just as, in the arts, a timid bearing is sneered at as an absurd mannerism. But he knows also that there is honor, if not profit, in defending lost causes. To him who should misunderstand the spirit of this book, such a profession of faith would sound like an anachronism. The narrator hopes that few auditors, after listening to his tale to the end, will deny the moral to be derived from the facts, a moral which triumphs there as in all human affairs. It seemed to him, when he wrote the last line, that his conscience was clear. He flattered himself, in a word, that he had described social miseries without too much bitterness, human passions without too much passion. He placed the mute under his strings when they echoed too loudly. He tried to stifle certain notes of the soul which should remain mute, certain voices of the heart which cannot be awakened without danger. Perhaps you will do him justice if you agree that the being who tries to free himself from his lawful curb is represented as very wretched indeed, and the heart that rebels against the decrees of its destiny as in sore distress. If he has not given the best imaginable role to that one of his characters who represents the law, if that one who represents opinion is even less cheerful, you will see a third representing illusion, who cruelly thwarts the vain hopes and enterprises of passion. Lately you will see that although he has not strewn rose leaves on the ground where the law pins up our desires like a sheep's appetite, he has scattered thistles along the roads which lead us away from it. These facts, it seems to me, are sufficient to protect this book from the reproach of immorality. But if you absolutely insist that a novel should end like one of Marmontel's tales, you will perhaps chide me on account of the last pages. You will think that I have done wrong in not casting into misery and destitution the character who has transgressed the laws of mankind through 2 volumes. In this regard the author will reply that before being moral he chose to be true. He will say again that, feeling that he was too new to the trade to compose a philosophical treatise on the manner of enduring life, he has restricted himself to telling you the story of Indiana, a story of the human heart, with its weaknesses, its passions, its rights and its wrongs, its good qualities and its evil qualities. Indiana, if you insist upon an explanation of everything in the book, is a type. She is a woman, the feeble being whose mission it is to represent passions repressed, or, if you prefer, suppressed by the law. She is desire at odds with necessity. She is love dashing her head blindly against all the obstacles of civilization. But the serpent wears out his teeth and breaks them in trying to gnaw a file. The powers of the soul become exhausted in trying to struggle against the positive facts of life. That is the conclusion you may draw from this tale, and it was in that light that it was told to him who transmits it to you. But despite these protestations, the narrator anticipates reproaches. Some upright souls, some honest men's consciences will be alarmed perhaps to see virtue so harsh, reason so downcast, opinion so unjust. He is dismayed at the prospect, for the thing that an author should fear more than anything in the world is the alienating from his works the confidence of good men, the awakening of an ominous sympathy in embittered souls, the inflaming of the sores, already too painful, which are made by the social yoke upon impatient and rebellious necks. The success which is based upon an unworthy appeal to the passions of the age is the easiest to win, the least honorable to strive for. The historian of Indiana denies that he has ever dreamed of it. If he thought that he had reached that result, he would destroy his book, even though he felt for it the artless fatherly affection which swaddles the rickety offspring of these days of literary abortions. But he hopes to justify himself by stating that he thought it better to enforce his principles by real examples than by poetic fancies. He believes that his tale, with the depressing atmosphere of frankness that envelops it, may make an impression upon young and ardent brains. They will find it difficult to distrust a historian who forces his way brutally through the mist of facts, elbowing right and left, with no more regard for one camp than for the other. To make a cause odious or absurd is to persecute it, not to combat it. It may be that the whole art of the novelist consists in interesting the culprits whom he wishes to redeem, the wretched whom he wishes to cure, in their own story. It would be giving overmuch importance to a work that is destined doubtless to attract very little notice, to seek to protect it against every sort of accusation. Therefore the author surrenders unconditionally to the critics. A single charge seems to him too serious to accept, and that is the charge that he has written a dangerous book. He would prefer to remain in a humble position forever to building his reputation upon a ruined conscience. He will add a word, therefore, to repel the blame which he most dreads. Raymond, you will say, is society. Egoism is substituted for morality and reason. Raymond, the author will reply, is the false reason, the false morality by which society is governed. He is the man of honor, as the world understands the phrase, because the world does not examine closely enough to see everything. The good man you have beside Raymond, and you will not say that he is the enemy of order, for he sacrifices his happiness, he loses all thought of self before all questions of social order. Then you will say that virtue is not rewarded with sufficient blowing of trumpets. Alas! The answer is that we no longer witness the triumph of virtue elsewhere than at the boulevard theatres. The author will tell you that he has undertaken to exhibit society to you, not as virtuous, but as necessary, and that honor has become as difficult as heroism in these days of moral degeneration. Do you think that this truth will cause great souls to loathe honor? I think just the opposite. PREFACE to the edition of 1842. In allowing the foregoing pages to be reprinted, I do not mean to imply that they form a clear and complete summary of the beliefs which I hold to day concerning the rights of society over individuals. I do it simply because I regard opinions freely put forth in the past as something sacred, which we should neither retract nor cry down, nor attempt to interpret as our fancy directs. But to day, having advanced on life's highway and watched the horizon broaden around me, I deem it my duty to tell the reader what I think of my book. When I wrote Indiana I was young. I acted in obedience to feelings of great strength and sincerity which overflowed thereafter in a series of novels, almost all of which were based on the same idea: the ill-defined relations between the sexes attributable to the constitution of our society. These novels were all more or less inveighed against by the critics as making unwise assaults upon the institution of marriage. Indiana, notwithstanding the narrowness of its scope and the ingenuous uncertainty of its grasp, did not escape the indignation of several self-styled serious minds, whom I was strongly disposed at that time to believe upon their simple statement and to listen to with docility. But although my reasoning powers were developed hardly enough to write upon so grave a subject, I was not so much of a child that I could not pass judgment in my turn on the thoughts of those persons who passed judgment on mine. However simple-minded a man accused of crime may be, and however shrewd the magistrate, the accused has enough common sense to know whether the magistrate's sentence is equitable or inequitable, wise or absurd. Certain journalists of our day, who set themselves up as representatives and guardians of public morals, I know not by virtue of what mission they act, since I know not by what faith they are commissioned, pronounced judgments piteously against my poor tale, and by representing it as an argument against social order, gave it an importance and a sort of echo which it would not otherwise have obtained. They thereby imposed a very serious and weighty rôle upon a young author hardly initiated in the most elementary social ideas, whose whole literary and philosophical baggage consisted of a little imagination, courage, and love of the truth. Sensitive to the reproofs and almost grateful for the lessons which they were pleased to administer, he examined the arguments which arraigned the moral character of his thoughts before the bar of public opinion, and by virtue of that examination, which he conducted entirely without pride, he gradually acquired convictions which were mere feelings at the outset of his career, and which to-day are fundamental principles. During 10 years of investigations, of scruples and of irresolution, often painful but always sincere, shunning the rôle of pedagogue, which some attributed to me to make me ridiculous, abhorring the imputation of pride and spleen with which others pursued me to make me odious, proceeding according to the measure of my artistic faculties to seek the synthesis of life by analyzing it, I related facts which have sometimes been acknowledged to be plausible, and drew characters which have often been described as having been studied with care. I restricted myself to that, striving to establish my own conviction rather than to shake other people's, and saying to myself that if I were mistaken, society would find no lack of loud voices to overturn my arguments and to repair by judicious answers the evil that my imprudent questions might have done. Numerous voices did, in fact, arise to put the public on its guard against the dangerous writer; but as for the judicious answers, the public and the author are still awaiting them. A long while after I wrote the preface to Indiana, under the influence of a remnant of respect for constituted society, I was still seeking to solve this insoluble problem: the method of reconciling the welfare and the dignity of individuals oppressed by that same society without modifying society itself. Leaning over the victims and mingling his tears with theirs, making himself their interpreter with his readers, but like a prudent advocate, not striving overmuch to palliate the wrong-doing of his clients, and addressing himself to the clemency of the judges rather than to their austerity, The novelist is really the advocate of the abstract beings who represent our passions and our sufferings before the tribunal of superior force and the jury of public opinion. It is a task which has a gravity of its own beneath its trivial exterior, and a task which it is exceedingly difficult to confine to its true path, pestered as you are at every step by those who accuse you of being too serious in respect to form, and by those who accuse you of being too frivolous in respect to substance. I do not flatter myself that I performed this task skilfully, but I am sure that I attempted it in all seriousness, amid inward hesitations wherein my conscience, sometimes dismayed by its ignorance of its rights, sometimes inspired by a heart enamoured of justice and truth, marched forward to its goal without swerving too far from the straight road and without too many backward steps. To enlighten the public as to this inward struggle by a series of prefaces and discussions would have been a puerile method, wherein the vanity of talking about oneself would have taken too much space to suit me. I could but abstain from it, as well as from touching too hastily upon the points which were still obscure in my mind. Conservators called me too bold, innovators too timid. I confess that I had respect and sympathy for the past and the future alike, and in the battle I found no peace of mind until the day when I fully realized that the one should not be the violation and the annihilation of the other, but its continuation and development. After this novitiate of 10 years, being initiated at last in broader ideas which I derived not from myself, but from the philosophical progress which had taken place around me, and particularly from a few vast intellects which I religiously questioned, and, generally speaking, from the spectacle of the sufferings of my fellow men, I realized at last that although I may have done well to distrust myself and to hesitate to put forth my views at the epoch of ignorance and inexperience when I wrote Indiana, my present duty is to congratulate myself on the bold utterances to which I allowed myself to be impelled then and afterwards. Bold utterances for which I have been reproached so bitterly, and which would have been bolder still had I known how legitimate and honest and sacred they were. To-day, therefore, having reread the first novel of my youth with as much severity and impartiality as if it were the work of another person, on the eve of giving it a publicity which it has not yet derived from the popular edition, having resolved beforehand not to retract, one should never retract what was said or done in good faith, but to condemn myself if I should discover that my former tendencies were mistaken or dangerous. I find myself so entirely in accord with myself with respect to the sentiment which dictated Indiana, and which would dictate it now if I had that story to tell to-day for the first time, that I have not chosen to change anything in it save a few ungrammatical sentences and some inappropriate words. Doubtless many more of the same sort remain, and the literary merits of my writings I submit without reserve to the animadversions of the critics. I gladly accord to them all the competence in that regard which I myself lack. That there is an incontestable mass of talent in the daily press of the present day I do not deny, and I delight to acknowledge it. But that there are many philosophers and moralists in this array of polished writers I do positively deny, with due respect to those who have condemned me, and who will condemn me again on the first opportunity, from their lofty plane of morality and philosophy. I repeat, then, I wrote Indiana, and I was justified in writing it. I yielded to an overpowering instinct of outcry and rebellion which God had implanted in me. God, who makes nothing that is not of some use, even the most insignificant creatures, and who interposes in the most trivial as well as in great causes. But what am I saying? Is this cause that I am defending so very trivial, pray? It is the cause of half of the human race, nay, of the whole human race, for the unhappiness of woman involves that of man, as that of the slave involves that of the master, and I strove to demonstrate it in Indiana. Some persons said that I was pleading the cause of an individual, as if, even assuming that I was inspired by personal feeling, I was the only unhappy mortal in this peaceful and radiant human race. So many cries of pain and sympathy answered mine, that I know now what to think concerning the supreme felicity of my fellow man. I do not think that I have ever written anything under the influence of a selfish passion. I have never even thought of avoiding it. They who have read me without prejudice understand that I wrote Indiana with a feeling, not deliberately reasoned out to be sure, but a deep and genuine feeling that the laws which still govern women's existence in wedlock, in the family, and in society are unjust and barbarous. I had not to write a treatise on jurisprudence, but to fight against public opinion, for it is that which postpones or advances social reforms. The war will be long and bitter, but I am neither the first nor the last, nor the only champion of so noble a cause, and I will defend it so long as the breath of life remains in my body. This feeling which inspired me at the beginning I reasoned out and developed as it was combated and reproved. Unjust and malevolent critics taught me much more than I should have discovered in the calm of impunity. For this reason, therefore, I offer thanks to the bungling judges who enlightened me. The motives that inspired their judgments cast a bright light upon my mind and enveloped my conscience in a sense of profound security. A sincere mind turns everything to advantage, and facts that would discourage vanity redouble the ardor of genuine devotion. Let no one look upon the reproof which, from the depths of a heart that is to-day serious and tranquil, I have just addressed to the majority of journalists of my time, as implying even a suggestion of protest against the right of censorship with which public morality invests the French press. That criticism often ill performs and ill comprehends its mission in the society of the present day is evident to all, but that the mission is in itself providential and sacred no one can deny unless he be an atheist in the matter of progress, unless he be an enemy of the truth, a blasphemer of the future, and an unworthy child of France. Liberty of thought, liberty to write and to speak, blessed conquest of the human mind! What are the petty sufferings and the fleeting cares engendered by thy errors or abuses, compared to the infinite blessings which thou hast in store for the world? End of Introductions. Chapter 1 of Indiana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Indiana by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 1. On a certain cool, rainy evening in autumn, in a small chateau in Brie, three pensive individuals were gravely occupied in watching the wood burn on the hearth, and the hands of the clock move slowly round the dial. Two of these silent guests seemed to give way unreservedly to the vague ennui that weighed upon them, but the third gave signs of open rebellion. He fidgeted about in his seat, stifled half audibly divers melancholy yawns, and tapped the snapping sticks with tongs, with a manifest intention of resisting the common enemy. This person, who was much older than the other two, was the master of the house, Colonel Delmare, an old warrior on half pay, once a very handsome man, now over corpulent, with a bald head, gray mustache, and awe-inspiring eye. An excellent master before whom everybody trembled, wife, servants, horses, and dogs. At last he left his chair, evidently vexed because he did not know how to break the silence, and began to walk heavily up and down the whole length of the salon, without laying aside for an instant the rigidity which characterizes all the movements of an ex-soldier, resting his weight on his loins and turning the whole body at once, with the unfailing self-satisfaction peculiar to the man of show and the model officer. But the glorious days had passed when Lieutenant Delmare inhaled triumph with the air of the camps. The retired officer, forgotten now by an ungrateful country, was condemned to undergo all the consequences of marriage. He was the husband of a young and pretty wife, the proprietor of a commodious manor with its appurtenances, and, furthermore, a manufacturer who had been fortunate in his undertakings. In consequence whereof, the colonel was ill humored, especially on the evening in question, for it was very damp and the colonel had rheumatism. He paced gravely up and down his old salon, furnished in the style of Louis XV, halting sometimes before a door surmounted by nude cupids in fresco, who led in chains of flowers, well-bred fawns, and good-natured wild boars; sometimes before a panel overladen with paltry, over-elaborated sculpture, whose tortuous vagaries and endless intertwining the eye would have wearied itself to no purpose in attempting to follow. But these vague and fleeting distractions did not prevent the colonel, whenever he turned about, from casting a keen and searching glance at the two companions of his silent vigil, resting upon them alternately that watchful eye which for 3 years past had been standing guard over a fragile and priceless treasure, his wife. For his wife was 19 years of age, and if you had seen her buried under the mantel of that huge fireplace of white marble inlaid with burnished copper, if you had seen her, slender, pale, depressed, with her elbow resting on her knee, a mere child in that ancient household beside that old husband, like a flower of yesterday that had bloomed in a Gothic vase, you would have pitied Colonel Delmare's wife, and the colonel even more perhaps than his wife. The third occupant of this lonely house was also sitting under the same mantel at the end of the burning log. He was a man in all the strength and all the bloom of youth, whose glowing cheeks, abundant golden hair, and full whiskers presented a striking contrast to the grizzly hair, weather-beaten complexion, and harsh countenance of the master of the house. But the least artistic of men would none the less have preferred Monsieur Delmare's harsh and stern expression to the younger man's regular but insipid features. The bloated face carved in relief on the sheet of iron that formed the back of the fireplace, with its eye fixed constantly on the burning logs, was less monotonous perhaps than the pink and white fair-haired character in this narrative, absorbed in like contemplation. However, his strong and supple figure, the clean-cut outline of his brown eyebrows, the polished whiteness of his forehead, the tranquil expression of his limpid eyes, the beauty of his hands, and even the rigorously correct elegance of his hunting costume, would have caused him to be considered a very comely cavalier in the eyes of any woman who had conceived a passion for the so-called philosophic tastes of another century. But perhaps Monsieur Delmare's young and timid wife had never as yet examined a man with her eyes. Perhaps there was an entire absence of sympathy between that pale and unhappy woman and that sound sleeper and hearty eater. Certain it is that the conjugal Argus wearied his hawk-like eye without detecting a glance, a breath, a palpitation between these two very dissimilar beings. Thereupon, being assured that he had not the slightest pretext for jealousy to occupy his mind, he relapsed into a state of depression more profound than before, and abruptly plunged his hands into his pockets. The only cheerful and attractive face in the group was that of a beautiful hunting dog, of the large breed of pointers, whose head was resting on the knees of the younger man. She was remarkable by reason of her long body, her powerful hairy legs, her muzzle slender as a fox's, and her intelligent face, covered with dishevelled hair, through which two great tawny eyes shone like topazes. Those dog's eyes, so fierce and threatening during the chase, had at that moment an indefinable expression of affectionate melancholy; and when her master, the object of that instinctive love, sometimes so superior to the deliberate affection of man, ran his fingers through the beautiful creature's silky silver locks, her eyes sparkled with pleasure, while her long tail swept the hearth in regular cadence and scattered the ashes over the inlaid floor. It was a fitting subject for Rembrandt's brush, that interior, dimly lighted by the fire on the hearth. At intervals, fugitive white gleams lighted up the room and the faces, then, changing to the red tint of the embers, gradually died away, the gloom of the salon varying as the fitful gleams grew more or less dull. Each time that Monsieur Delmare passed in front of the fire, he suddenly appeared like a ghost, then vanished in the mysterious depths of the salon. Strips of gilding stood forth in the light now and then on the oval frames, adorned with wreaths and medallions and fillets of wood, on furniture inlaid with ebony and copper, and even on the jagged cornices of the wainscoting. But when a brand went out, resigning its brilliancy to some other blazing point, the objects which had been in the light a moment before withdrew into the shadow, and other projections stood forth from the obscurity. Thus one could have grasped in due time all the details of the picture, from the console supported by three huge gilded tritons to the frescoed ceiling, representing a sky studded with stars and clouds, and to the heavy hangings of crimson damask with long tassels which shimmered like satin, their ample folds seeming to sway back and forth as they reflected the flickering light. One would have said from the immobility of the two figures in bold relief before the fire that they feared to disturb the immobility of the scene, that they had been turned to stone where they sat, like the heroes of a fairy tale, and that the slightest word or movement would bring the walls of an imaginary city crumbling about their ears. And the dark-browed master, who alone broke the silence and the shadow with his regular tread, seemed a magician that held them under a spell. At last the dog, having obtained a smile from her master, yielded to the magnetic power which the eye of man exerts over that of the lower animals. She uttered a low whine of timid affection, and placed her forepaws on her beloved's shoulders with inimitable ease and grace of movement. "Down, Ophelia, down!" And the young man reproved the docile creature sternly in English, whereupon she crawled toward Madame Delmare, shamefaced and repentant, as if to implore her protection. But Madame Delmare did not emerge from her reverie, and allowed Ophelia's head to rest on her two white hands, as they lay clasped on her knee, without bestowing a caress upon her. "Has that dog taken up her quarters in the salon for good?" said the colonel, secretly well pleased to find a pretext for an outburst of ill humor to pass the time. "Be off to your kennel, Ophelia. Come out with you, you stupid beast." If anyone had been watching Madame Delmare closely, he could have divined in that trivial and commonplace incident of her private life the painful secret of her whole existence. An imperceptible shudder ran over her body, and her hands, in which she unconsciously held the favorite animal's head, closed nervously around her rough, hairy neck, as if to detain her and protect her. Whereupon Monsieur Delmare, drawing his hunting crop from the pocket of his jacket, walked with a threatening air toward poor Ophelia, who crouched at his feet, closing her eyes and whining with grief and fear in anticipation. Madame Delmare became even paler than usual, her bosom heaved convulsively, and turning her great blue eyes upon her husband with an indescribable expression of terror, she said: "In pity's name, monsieur, do not kill her." These few words gave the colonel a shock. A feeling of chagrin took the place of his angry impulse. "That, madame, is a reproof which I understand very well," he said, "and which you have never spared me since the day I killed your spaniel in a moment of passion while hunting. He was a great loss, was he not? A dog that was forever forcing the hunting and rushing after the game. Whose patience would he not have exhausted? Indeed, you were not nearly so fond of him until he was dead. Before that you paid little attention to him; but now that he gives you a pretext for blaming me–" "Have I ever reproached you?" said Madame Delmare, in the gentle tone which we adopt from a generous impulse with those we love, and from self–esteem with those whom we do not love. "I did not say you had," rejoined the colonel, in a half paternal, half conjugal tone; but the tears of some women contain bitterer reproaches than the fiercest imprecations of others. "Morbleu, madame, You know perfectly well that I hate to see people weeping about me." "I do not think that you ever see me weep." "Even so, don't I constantly see you with red eyes? On my word, that's even worse." During this conjugal colloquy the young man had risen and put Ophelia out of the room with the greatest tranquillity. Then he returned to his seat opposite Madame Delmare, after lighting a candle and placing it on the chimney piece. This act, dictated purely by chance, exerted a sudden influence upon Monsieur Delmare's frame of mind. As soon as the light of the candle, which was more uniform and steadier than that of the fire, fell upon his wife, he observed the symptoms of suffering and general prostration which were manifest that evening in her whole person, in her weary attitude, in the long brown hair falling over her emaciated cheeks, and in the purple rings beneath her dull, inflamed eyes. He took several turns up and down the room, then returned to his wife, and suddenly changing his tone: "How do you feel to day, Indiana?" he said, with the stupidity of a man whose heart and temperament are rarely in accord. "About as usual, thank you," she replied, with no sign of surprise or displeasure. "As usual is no answer at all, or rather it's a woman's answer, a Norman answer that means neither yes nor no, neither well nor ill." "Very good. I am neither well nor ill." "I say you lie," he retorted with renewed roughness. "I know that you are not well. You have told Sir Ralph here that you are not. Tell me, isn't that the truth? Did she not tell you so, Monsieur Ralph?" "She did," replied the phlegmatic individual addressed, paying no heed to the reproachful glance which Indiana bestowed upon him. At that moment a fourth person entered the room. It was the factotum of the household, formerly a sergeant in Monsieur Delmare's regiment. He explained briefly to Monsieur Delmare that he had his reasons for believing that charcoal thieves had been in the park the last few nights at the same hour, and that he had come to ask for a gun to take with him in making his nightly round before locking the gates. Monsieur Delmare, scenting powder in the adventure, at once took down his fowling piece, gave Le Lièvre another, and started to leave the room. "What!" said Madame Delmare in dismay, "you would kill a poor peasant on account of a few bags of charcoal?" "I will shoot down like a dog," retorted Delmare, irritated by this remonstrance, "any man whom I find prowling around my premises at night. If you knew the law, madame, you would know that it authorizes me to do it." "It is a horrible law," said Indiana warmly; but she quickly repressed this impulse and added in a lower tone: "But your rheumatism! You forget that it rains and that you will suffer for it to morrow if you go out to night." "You are terribly afraid that you will have to nurse your old husband," replied Delmare, impatiently opening the door; and he left the room, still muttering about his age and his wife. Chapter 2 of Indiana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Indiana by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 2. The two personages whom we have mentioned, Indiana Delmare and Sir Ralph, or, if you prefer, Monsieur Rodolphe Brown, continued to face each other, as calm and cold as if the husband were standing between them. The Englishman had no idea of justifying himself, and Madame Delmare realized that she had no serious grounds for reproaching him, for he had spoken with no evil intention. At last, making an effort, she broke the silence and upbraided him mildly. "That was not well done of you, my dear Ralph," she said. "I had forbidden you to repeat the words that I let slip in a moment of pain, and Monsieur Delmare is the last person in the world whom I would want told of my trouble." "I can't understand you, my dear," Sir Ralph replied. "You are ill and you refuse to take care of yourself. I had to choose between the chance of losing you and the necessity of letting your husband know." "Yes," said Madame Delmare with a sad smile, "and you decided to notify the authorities. You are wrong, on my word, to allow yourself to inveigh so against the colonel. He is a man of honor, a worthy man." "And who says he is not, Sir Ralph?" "Why, you do, without meaning to. Your depression, your ailing condition, and, as he himself observes, your red eyes, tell everybody every hour in the day that you are not happy." "Hush, Sir Ralph, you go too far. I have never given you permission to find out so much." "I anger you, I see; but what would you have? I am not clever, I am not acquainted with the subtle distinctions of your language, and then, too, I resemble your husband in many ways. Like him, I am utterly in the dark as to what a man must say to a woman, either in English or in French, to console her. Another man would have conveyed to your mind, without putting it in words, the idea that I have just expressed so awkwardly. He would have had the art to insinuate himself into your confidence without allowing you to detect his progress, and perhaps he would have succeeded in affording some relief to your heart, which puts fetters on itself and locks itself up before me. This is not the first time that I have noticed how much more influence words have upon women than ideas, especially in France. Women more than— Oh! you have a profound contempt for women, my dear Ralph. I am alone here against two of you, so I must make up my mind never to be right. Put us in the wrong, my dear cousin, by recovering your health, your good spirits, your bloom, your animation of the old days. Remember Ile Bourbon and that delightful retreat of ours, Bernica, and our happy childhood, and our friendship, which is as old as you are yourself." "I remember my father too," said Indiana, dwelling sadly upon the words, and placing her hand in Sir Ralph's. They relapsed into profound silence. "Indiana," said Ralph, after a pause, "happiness is always within our reach. Often one has only to put out his hand to grasp it. What do you lack? You have modest competence, which is preferable to great wealth, an excellent husband who loves you with all his heart, and, I dare to assert, a sincere and devoted friend." Madame Delmare pressed Sir Ralph's hand faintly, but she did not change her attitude. Her head still hung forward on her breast, and her tear-dimmed eyes were fixed on the magic effects produced by the embers. "Your depression, my dear friend," continued Sir Ralph, "is due purely to physical causes. Which one of us can escape disappointment, vexation? Look below you, and you will see people who envy you, and with good reason. Man is so constituted that he always aspires to what he has not. I spare you a multitude of other commonplaces which the excellent Sir Ralph put forth in a tone as monotonous and sluggish as his thoughts. It was not that Sir Ralph was a fool, but he was altogether out of his element. He lacked neither common sense nor shrewdness, but the rôle of consoler of women was, as he himself acknowledged, beyond his capacity. And this man had so little comprehension of another's grief that, with the best possible disposition to furnish a remedy, he could not touch it without inflaming it. He was so conscious of his awkwardness that he rarely ventured to take notice of his friend's sorrows, and on this occasion he made superhuman efforts to perform what he considered the most painful duty of friendship. When he saw that Madame Delmare was obliged to make an effort to listen to him, he held his peace, and naught could be heard save the innumerable little voices whispering in the burning wood, the plaintive song of the log as it becomes heated and swells, the crackling of the bark as it curls before breaking, and the faint phosphorescent explosions of the alburnum which emits a bluish flame. From time to time the baying of a dog mingled with the whistling of the wind through the cracks of the door and the beating of the rain against the window panes. That evening was one of the saddest that Madame Delmare had as yet passed in her little manor house in Brie. Moreover, an indefinable vague feeling of suspense weighed upon that impressionable soul and its delicate fibres. Weak creatures live on alarms and presentiments. Madame Delmare had all the superstitions of a nervous, sickly Creole. Certain nocturnal sounds, certain phases of the moon, were to her unfailing presages of specific events, of impending misfortunes; and the night spoke to that dreamy, melancholy creature a language full of mysteries and phantoms, which she alone could understand and translate according to her fears and her sufferings. "You will say again that I am mad," she said, withdrawing her hand, which Sir Ralph still held; "but some disaster, I don't know what, is preparing to fall upon us. Some danger is impending over some one, myself no doubt. But look you, Ralph, I feel intensely agitated, as at the approach of some crisis in my destiny. I am afraid," she added with a shudder, "I feel faint." And her lips became as white as her cheeks. Sir Ralph, terrified, not by Madame Delmare's presentiments, which he looked upon as symptoms of extreme mental exhaustion, but by her deathly pallor, pulled the bell rope violently to summon assistance. No one came, and as Indiana grew weaker and weaker, Sir Ralph, more alarmed in proportion, moved her away from the fire, deposited her in a reclining chair, and ran through the house at random, calling the servants, looking for water or salts, finding nothing, breaking all the bell ropes, losing his way in the labyrinth of dark rooms, and wringing his hands with impatience and anger against himself. At last it occurred to him to open the glass door that led into the park, and to call alternately La Luèvre and Noun, Madame Delmare's Creole maid. A few moments later Noun appeared from one of the dark paths in the park, and hastily inquired if Madame Delmare were worse than usual. "She is really ill," replied Sir Ralph. They returned to the salon and devoted themselves to the task of restoring the unconscious Madame Delmare, one with all the ardor of useless and awkward zeal, the other with the skill and efficiency of womanly affection. Noun was Madame Delmare's foster sister. The two young women had been brought up together and loved each other dearly. Noun was tall and strong, glowing with health, active, alert, overflowing with ardent, passionate Creole blood, and she far outshone with her resplendent beauty the frail and pallid charms of Madame Delmare. But the tenderness of their hearts and the strength of their attachment killed every feeling of feminine rivalry. When Madame Delmare recovered consciousness, the first thing that she observed was the unusual expression of her maid's features, the damp and disordered condition of her hair, and the excitement which was manifest in her every movement. "Courage, my poor child," she said kindly. "My illness is more disastrous to you than to myself. Why, Noun, you are the one to take care of yourself. You are growing thin and weeping as if it were not your destiny to live. Dear Noun, life is so bright and fair before you." Noun pressed Madame Delmare's hand to her lips effusively, and said in a sort of frenzy, glancing wildly about the room: "Mon Dieu, madame, do you know why Monsieur Delmare is in the park?" "Why?" echoed Indiana, losing instantly the faint flush that had reappeared on her cheeks. "Wait a moment. I don't know. You frighten me. What is the matter, pray?" "Monsieur Delmare declares there are thieves in the park," replied Noun in a broken voice. "He is making the rounds with La Luèvre, both armed with guns." "Well?" said Indiana, apparently expecting some shocking news. "Why, madame," rejoined Noun, clasping her hands frantically, "isn't it horrible to think that they are going to kill a man?" "Kill a man!" cried Madame Delmare, springing to her feet with the terrified credulity of a child frightened by its nurse's tales. "Ah, yes, they will kill him," said Noun, stifling her sobs. "These two women are mad," thought Sir Ralph, who was watching this strange scene with a bewildered air. "Indeed," he added mentally, "all women are." "But why do you say that, Noun? continued Madame Delmare, "do you believe that there are any thieves there?" "Oh, if they were really thieves! But some poor peasant, perhaps, who has come to pick up a handful of wood for his family." "Yes, that would be ghastly, as you say; but it is not probable. Right at the entrance to Fontainebleau forest, when it is so easy to steal wood there, nobody would take the risk of a park enclosed by walls. Bah! Monsieur Delmare won't find anybody in the park, so don't you be afraid." But Noun was not listening. She walked from the window to her mistress's chair, her ears strained to catch the slightest sound. She seemed torn between the longing to run after Monsieur Delmare and the desire to remain with the invalid. Her anxiety seemed so strange, so uncalled for to Monsieur Brown, that he laid aside his customary mildness of manner and said, grasping her arm roughly: "Have you lost your wits altogether? Don't you see that you frighten your mistress and that your absurd alarms have a disastrous effect upon her?" Noun did not hear him. She had turned her eyes upon her mistress, who had just started on her chair as if the concussion of the air had imparted an electric shock to her senses. Almost at the same instant the report of a gun shook the windows of the salon, and Noun fell upon her knees. "What miserable women's terrors!" cried Sir Ralph, worn out by their emotion. "In a moment a dead rabbit will be brought to you in triumph, and you will laugh at yourselves." "No, Ralph," said Madame Delmare, walking with a firm step toward the door, "I tell you that human blood has been shed." Noun uttered a piercing shriek and fell upon her face. The next moment they heard Lelièvre's voice in the park. "He's there! He's there! Well aimed, my colonel! The brigand is down!" Sir Ralph began to be excited. He followed Madame Delmare. A few moments later a man covered with blood and giving no sign of life was brought under the peristyle. "Not so much noise, less shrieking," said the colonel, with rough gayety to the terrified servants who crowded around the wounded man. "This is only a joke. My gun was loaded with nothing but salt. Indeed, I don't think I touched him. He fell from fright." "But what about this blood, monsieur?" said Madame Delmare in a profoundly reproachful tone. "Was it fear that caused it to flow?" "Why are you here, madame?" cried Monsieur Delmare. "What are you doing here?" "I have come to repair the harm that you have done, as it is my duty to do," replied Madame Delmare coldly. She walked up to the wounded man with a courage of which no one of the persons present had as yet felt capable, and held a light to his face. Thereupon, instead of the plebeian features and garments which they expected to see, they discovered a young man with noble features and fashionably dressed, albeit in hunting costume. He had a trifling wound on one hand, but his torn clothes and his swoon indicated a serious fall. "I should say as much," said Lelièvre. "He fell from a height of 20 feet. He was just putting his leg over the wall when the colonel fired, and a few grains of small shot or salt in the right hand prevented his getting a hold. The fact is, I saw him fall, and when he got to the bottom he wasn't thinking much about running away, poor devil." "Would anyone believe," said one of the female servants, "that a man so nicely dressed would amuse himself by stealing?" "And his pockets are full of money," said another, who had unbuttoned the supposed thief's waistcoat. "It is very strange," said the colonel, gazing, not without emotion, at the man stretched out before him. "If the man is dead, it's not my fault. Examine his hand, madame, and see if you can find a particle of lead in it." "I prefer to believe you, monsieur," replied Madame Delmare, who, with a self-possession and moral courage of which no one would have deemed her capable, was closely scrutinizing his pulse and the arteries in his neck. "Certainly," she added, "he is not dead, and he requires speedy attention. The man hasn't the appearance of a thief, and perhaps he deserves our care. Even if he does not deserve it, our duty calls upon us women to care for him none the less." Thereupon Madame Delmare ordered the wounded man to be carried to the billiard room, which was nearest. A mattress was placed on several chairs, and Indiana, assisted by her women, busied herself in dressing the wounded hand, while Sir Ralph, who had some surgical knowledge, drew a large quantity of blood from him. Meanwhile, the colonel, much embarrassed, found himself in the position of a man who has shown more ill temper than he intended to show. He felt the necessity of justifying himself in the eyes of the others, or rather of making them justify him in his own eyes. So he had remained under the peristyle, surrounded by his servants, and indulging with them in the excited, prolix, and perfectly useless disquisitions which are always forthcoming after the event. Lelièvre had already explained 20 times, with the most minute details, the shot, the fall, and its results, while the colonel, who had recovered his good nature among his own people, according to his custom after giving way to his anger, impeached the purposes of a man who entered private property in the night time over a wall. Everyone agreed with the master when the gardener, quietly leading him aside, assured him that the thief was the living image of a young landowner who had recently settled in the neighborhood, and whom he had seen talking with Mademoiselle Noun 3 days before at the rustic fête at Rubelles. This information gave a different turn to Monsieur Delmare's ideas. On his ample forehead, bald and glistening, appeared a huge swollen vein, which was always the precursor of the tempest. "Morbleu!" he said, clenching his fist, "Madame Delmare takes a great deal of interest in this puppy who sneaks into my park over the wall." And he entered the billiard room pale and trembling with wrath. Chapter 3 of Indiana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Indiana by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 3. "You may be reassured, monsieur," said Indiana. "The man you killed will be quite well in a few days. At least we hope so, although he is not yet able to talk." "That's not the question, madame," said the colonel, in a voice that trembled with suppressed passion. "I insist upon knowing the name of this interesting patient of yours, and how it came about that he mistook the wall of my park for the avenue to my house." "I have absolutely no idea," replied Madame Delmare, with such a cold and haughty air that her redoubtable spouse was bewildered for an instant. But his jealous suspicions soon regained the upper hand. "I shall find out, madame," he said in an undertone. "You may be sure that I shall find out." Thereupon, as Madame Delmare pretended not to notice his rage and continued her attentions to the wounded man, he left the room in order not to explode before the women, and recalled the gardener. "What is the name of the man who you say resembles our prowler?" "Monsieur de Ramière. It is he who just bought Monsieur de Cercy's little English house." "What sort of a man is he? A nobleman, a fop, a fine gentleman?" "A fine gentleman, monsieur. Noble, I think." "Undoubtedly," rejoined the colonel with emphasis. "Monsieur de Ramière, tell me, Louis," he added, lowering his voice, "have you ever seen this fop prowling about here?" "Last night, monsieur," Louis replied with an embarrassed air, "I certainly saw. As to its being a fop, I can't say, but it was a man, sure enough." "And you saw him?" "As plainly as I see you, under the windows of the orangery." "And you didn't fall upon him with the handle of your shovel?" "I was just going to do it, monsieur, but I saw a woman meet him. At that moment I said to myself, 'Perhaps it's monsieur and madame who have taken a fancy to walk a bit before daybreak,' and I went back to bed. But this morning I heard Lelièvre talking about a thief whose tracks he had seen in the park, and I said to myself, 'There's something under this.'" "And why didn't you tell me immediately, stupid?" "Dame, monsieur, there are some things in life that are so delicate." "I understand. You presume to have doubts. You are a fool. If you ever have another insolent idea of this sort, I'll cut off your ears. I know very well who the thief is and why he came into the garden. I have put all these questions to you simply to find out what care you take of your orangery. Remember that I have some rare plants there that madame sets great store by, and that there are collectors who are insane enough to rob their neighbors' hothouses. It was I whom you saw last night with Madame Delmare." And the poor colonel walked away, more tormented, more exasperated than before, leaving his gardener far from convinced that there are horticulturists fanatical enough to risk a bullet in order to purloin a shoot or a cutting. Monsieur Delmare returned to the billiard room, and paying no heed to the symptoms of returning consciousness which the wounded man displayed at last, he was preparing to search the pockets of his jacket, which lay on a chair, when he put out a hand and said in a faint voice: "You wish to know who I am, monsieur, but it is useless. I will tell you when we are alone. Until then, spare me the embarrassment of making myself known in my present disagreeable and absurd position." "It is a great pity, in truth," retorted the colonel sourly, "but I confess that I hardly appreciate it. However, as I trust that we shall meet again, and alone, I consent to defer an acquaintance till then. Meanwhile, will you kindly tell me where I shall have you taken?" "To the public house in the nearest village, if you please." "But monsieur is in no condition to be moved, is he, Ralph?" said Madame Delmare hastily. "Monsieur's condition affects you far too much, madame," said the colonel. "Leave the room, all of you," he said to the women in attendance. "Monsieur feels better, and he will find strength now to explain his presence on my premises." "Yes, monsieur," rejoined the wounded man, "and I beg all those who have been kind enough to bestow any care upon me to listen to my acknowledgment of my misconduct. I feel that it is of much importance that there should be no misunderstanding here of my motives, and it is of importance to myself that I should not be deemed what I am not. Let me tell you, then, what rascally scheme brought me to your park. You have installed, monsieur, by methods of extreme simplicity, known to you alone, a factory which is immeasurably superior to all similar factories in the province, both in respect to its processes and its product. My brother owns a very similar establishment in the south of France, but the cost of running it is enormous. His business was approaching shipwreck when I learned of the success of your venture, whereupon I determined to come and ask you to give me advice on certain points, a generous service which could not possibly injure your own interest, as my brother's output is of an entirely different nature from yours. But the gate of your English garden was rigorously closed to me, and when I asked for an interview with you, I was told that you would not even allow me to look over your establishment. Repelled by these discourteous refusals, I determined to save my brother's life and honor, even at the peril of my own. I entered your premises at night by scaling the wall, and tried to obtain entrance to the factory in order to determine the machinery. I had determined to hide in a corner, to bribe your workmen, to steal your secret; in a word, to enable an honest man to profit by it without injuring you. Such was my crime. Now, monsieur, if you demand any other reparation than that which you have just taken, I am ready to offer it to you as soon as I am strong enough. Indeed, I may perhaps demand it." "I think that we should cry quits, monsieur," replied the colonel, half relieved from great anxiety. "Take notice, all of you, of the explanation monsieur has given me. I am over avenged, assuming that I require any revenge. Go now and leave us to discuss my profitable business operations." The servants left the room, but they alone were deceived by this reconciliation. The wounded man, weakened by his long speech, was not capable of appreciating the tone of the colonel's last words. He fell back into Madame Delmare's arms and lost consciousness a second time. She leaned over him, not deigning to raise her eyes to her angry husband, and the two strikingly contrasted faces of Monsieur Delmare and Monsieur Brown, the one pale and distorted by anger, the other calm and expressionless as usual, questioned each other in silence. Monsieur Delmare did not need to say a word to make himself understood. However, he drew Sir Ralph aside and said, crushing his fingers in his grasp: "This is an admirably woven intrigue, my friend. I am delighted, perfectly delighted with this young fellow's quick wit, which enabled him to save my honor in the eyes of my servants. But, mordieu! he shall pay dear for the insult, which I feel in the depths of my heart. And that woman nursing him, who pretends not to know him! Ah, how true it is that cunning is inborn in those creatures!" Sir Ralph, utterly nonplussed, walked methodically up and down the room 3 times. At his first turn he drew the conclusion: improbable; at the second, impossible; at the third, proven. Then, returning with his impassive face to the colonel, he pointed to Noun, who was standing behind the wounded man wringing her hands, with haggard eyes and livid cheeks, in the immobility of despair, terror and misery. A real discovery carries with it such a power of swift and overwhelming conviction that the colonel was more impressed by Sir Ralph's emphatic gesture than he would have been by the most persuasive eloquence. Doubtless Sir Ralph had more than one means of striking the right scent. He recalled the fact that Noun was in the park when he called her, her wet hair, her damp, muddy shoes, which testified to a strange fancy for walking abroad in the rain, trivial details which had made but slight impression on him at the time that Madame Delmare fainted, but which recurred to his memory now. Then, too, the extraordinary terror she had manifested, her convulsive agitation, and the cry she had uttered when she heard the shot. Monsieur Delmare did not require all this evidence, being more penetrating because he had more interest in the matter. He had only to look at the girl's face to see that she alone was guilty. But his wife's assiduity in ministering to the hero of this amorous adventure became more and more distasteful to him. "Leave us, Indiana," he said. "It is late and you are not well. Noun will remain with monsieur to take care of him during the night, and to morrow, if he is better, we will see about having him taken home." There was nothing to say in reply to this unexpected complaisance. Madame Delmare, who was so determined in her resistance to her husband's violence, always yielded to his milder moods. She requested Sir Ralph to remain a little longer with the patient, and withdrew to her bedroom. Not without ulterior motives had the colonel arranged things thus. An hour later, when everybody had gone to bed and the house was still, he stole softly into the room where Monsieur de Ramière lay, and, hiding behind a curtain, was speedily convinced by the young man's conversation with the lady's maid that an amorous intrigue between the two was in progress. The young creole's unusual beauty had created a sensation at the rustic balls in the neighborhood. She had not lacked offers of homage even from members of some of the finest families of the province. More than one handsome officer of lancers in garrison at Melun had put himself out to please her. But Noun was still to have her first love affair, and only one of her suitors had succeeded in pleasing her, Monsieur de Ramière. Colonel Delmare was by no means desirous of following the development of their liaison, so he retired as soon as he had made sure that his wife had not for an instant occupied the thoughts of the Almaviva of this adventure. He heard enough of it, however, to realize the difference between the love of poor Noun, who threw herself into the affair with all the vehemence of her passionate nature, and that of the well-born youth, who yielded to the impulse of a day without abjuring the right to resume his reason on the morrow. When Madame Delmare awoke, she found Noun beside her bed, embarrassed and downcast. But she had ingenuously given credence to Monsieur de Ramière's explanation, the more readily as persons interested in Monsieur Delmare's line of trade had previously tried to surprise the secrets of the Delmare factory by stratagem or by fraud. She attributed her companion's embarrassment, therefore, to the excitement and fatigue of the night, and Noun took courage when she saw the colonel calmly enter his wife's room and discuss the affair of the previous evening with her as a perfectly natural occurrence. In the morning Sir Ralph had satisfied himself as to the patient's condition. The fall, although a severe one, had had no serious result. The wound in the hand had already closed. Monsieur de Ramière had expressed a desire to be taken to Melun, and he had distributed the contents of his purse among the servants to induce them to keep quiet concerning his adventure, in order, he said, that his mother, who lived within a few leagues, might not be alarmed. Thus the story became known very slowly and in several different versions. Certain information concerning the English factory of Monsieur de Ramière, the brother, added weight to the fiction the intruder had happily improvised. The colonel and Sir Ralph had the delicacy to keep Noun's secret without even letting her know that they knew it, and the Delmare family soon ceased to give any thought to the incident. Chapter 4 of Indiana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Indiana by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 4. You will find it difficult to believe, perhaps, that Monsieur de Ramière, a young man of brilliant intellect, considerable talents, and many estimable qualities, accustomed to salon triumphs and to adventures in perfumed boudoirs, had conceived a very durable passion for the housekeeper in the household of a small manufacturer in Brie. And yet Monsieur de Ramière was neither fop nor libertine. We have said that he was intelligent. That is to say, he appreciated the advantages of birth at their real value. He was a man of high principle when he argued with himself, but vehement passions often carried him beyond the bounds of his theories. At such times he was incapable of reflection, or he avoided appearing before the tribunal of his conscience. He went astray, as if without his own knowledge, and the man of yesterday strove to deceive him of tomorrow. Unfortunately, the most salient feature in his character was not his principles, which he possessed in common with many other white-gloved philosophers, and which no more preserved him from inconstancy than they preserved them, but his passions, which no principles could stifle, and which made of him a man apart in that degenerate society where it is so difficult to depart from the beaten path without appearing ridiculous. Raymond had the art of being often culpable without arousing hatred, often eccentric without being offensive. Indeed, he sometimes succeeded in arousing the pity of people who had the most reason to complain of him. There are men who are humored thus by every one who approaches them. Sometimes an attractive face and animated speech make up the sum total of their sensibility. We do not presume to judge Monsieur Raymond de Ramière so harshly, nor to draw his portrait before exhibiting him in action. We are examining him now at a distance, like the multitude who pass him in the street. Monsieur de Ramière was in love with the young Creole with the great black eyes, who had aroused the admiration of the whole province at the fête of Roubaix. But he was in love, and nothing more. He had made her acquaintance because he had nothing else to do, perhaps, and success had kindled his desires. He had obtained more than he asked, and on the day that he triumphed over that easily vanquished heart, he returned home dismayed by his victory, and said to himself, striking his forehead, "God grant that she doesn't love me." Thus it was not until after he had accepted all the proofs of her love that he began to suspect the existence of that love. Then he repented, but it was too late. He must either resign himself to what the future might have in store, or retreat like a coward toward the past. Raymond did not hesitate. He allowed himself to be loved. He loved in return for gratitude. he scaled the walls of the Delmare estate from the love of danger. He had a terrible fall from awkwardness, and he was so touched by his lovely mistress's grief that he deemed himself justified thenceforth in his own eyes in continuing to dig the pit into which she was destined to fall. When he had recovered, winter had no storms, darkness no perils, remorse no stings which could deter him from passing through the corner of the forest to meet the young Creole and swear to her that he had never loved any other woman, that he preferred her to the queens of society, and 1,000 other exaggerations which will always be fashionable with poor and credulous maidens. In January Madame Delmare went to Paris with her husband. Sir Ralph Brown, their excellent neighbor, betook himself to his own estate, and Noun, being left in charge of her master's country house, was able to absent herself on various pretexts. It was unfortunate for her, and this facility of intercourse with her lover greatly abridged the ephemeral happiness which she was destined to enjoy. The forest, with its poetic shadows, its arabesque of hoarfrost, its moonlight effects, the mysterious going and coming by the little gate, the furtive departure in the morning when Noun's little feet, as she accompanied him to the gate, left their prints on the snow in the park, all these accessories of an amorous intrigue served to prolong Monsieur de Ramière's intoxication. Noun, in white déshabille, with her long black hair for ornament, was a lady, a queen, a fairy. When he saw her come forth from that red brick castle, a heavy square structure of the time of the Regency, with semi-feudal aspect, he could easily fancy her a châtelaine of the Middle Ages; and in the summer house filled with rare flowers, where she made him drunk with the seductions of youth and passion, he readily forgot all that he was destined to remember later. But when Noun, disdaining precautions and defying danger in her turn, came to him at his home, with her white apron and neckerchief coquettishly arranged according to the fashion of her country, she was nothing more than a maid, and a maid in the service of a pretty woman, a circumstance that always makes a soubrette seem like a makeshift. And yet Noun was very lovely. It was in that dress that he had first seen her at that village fête, where he had forced his way through the crowd of curious bystanders, and had enjoyed the petty triumph of carrying her off from a score of rivals. Noun would lovingly remind him of that day. She did not know, poor child, that Raymon's love did not date back so far, and that her day of pride had been only a day of vanity to him. And then the courage with which she sacrificed her reputation to him, that courage which should have made him love her all the more, displeased Monsieur de Ramière. The wife of a peer of France, who should sacrifice herself so recklessly, would be a priceless conquest. But a lady's maid! That which is heroism in one becomes brazen-faced effrontery in the other. With the one, a world of jealous rivals envies you; with the other, a rabble of scandalized flunkies condemns you. The lady of quality sacrifices 20 previous lovers to you; the lady's maid sacrifices only a husband that she might have had. What can you expect? Raymon was a man of fashionable morals, of elegant manners, of poetic passion. In his eyes a grisette was not a woman, and Noun, by virtue of a beauty of the first order, had taken him by surprise on a day of popular merrymaking. All this was not Raymon's fault. He had been reared to shine in society. All his thoughts had been directed toward an exalted goal. All his faculties had been molded to enjoy princely good fortune, and the ardor of his blood had led him into bourgeois amours against his will. He had done all that he possibly could do to prolong his enjoyment, but he had failed. What could he do now? Ideas extravagant in generosity had passed through his brain. On the days when he was most in love with his mistress, he had thought seriously of raising her to his level, of legitimizing their union. Yes, upon my honor, he had thought of it. But love, which legitimizes everything, was growing weaker now. It was passing away with the perils of the intrigue and the piquant charm of mystery. Marriage was no longer possible. And note this, Raymon reasoned very cogently and altogether in his mistress's favor. If he had really loved her, he could, by sacrificing to her his future, his family, and his reputation, still have found happiness, and consequently have made her happy, for love is a contract no less than marriage. But his ardor having cooled as he felt that it had, what future could he create for her? Should he marry her and display day after day a gloomy face, a cold heart, a comfortless home? Should he marry her and make her odious to her family, contemptible in the eyes of her equals, and a laughing stock to her servants? Take the risk of introducing her in a social circle where she would feel that she was out of place, where humiliation would kill her, and lastly overwhelm her with remorse by forcing her to realize all the trials she had brought upon her lover. No, you will agree with him that it was impossible, that it would not have been generous, that a man cannot contend thus with society, and that such heroic virtue resembles Don Quixote breaking his lance against a windmill, an iron courage which a breath of wind scatters, the chivalry of another age which arouses the pitying contempt of this age. Having thus weighed all the arguments, Monsieur de Ramière concluded it would be better to break that unfortunate bond. Noun's visits were beginning to be painful to him. His mother, who had gone to Paris for the winter, would not fail to hear of the little scandal before long. Even now she was surprised at his frequent visits to Cercy, their country estate, and at his passing whole weeks there. He had, to be sure, alleged as a pretext an important piece of work which he was finishing away from the noise of the city, but that pretext was beginning to be worn out. It grieved Raymon to deceive so kind a mother, to deprive her for so long a time of his filial attentions, and, how shall I tell you, he left Cercy and did not return. Noun wept and waited, and as the days and weeks passed, unhappy creature that she was, she ventured so far as to write. Poor girl, that was the last stroke, a letter from a lady's maid. Yet she had taken satin-finished paper and perfumed wax from Madame Delmare's desk, and her style from her heart. But the spelling! Do you know how much energy a syllable more or less adds to or detracts from the sentiments? Alas! the poor half-civilized girl from Ile Bourbon did not know even that there were rules for the use of the language. She believed that she wrote and spoke as correctly as her mistress, and when she found that Raymon did not return, she said to herself, "And yet my letter was well adapted to bring him." That letter Raymon lacked the courage to read to the end. It was a masterpiece of ingenuous and graceful passion. It is doubtful if Virginia wrote Paul a more charming one after she left her native land. But Monsieur de Ramière made haste to throw it in the fire, fearful lest he should blush for himself. Once more, what do you expect? This is a prejudice of education, and self-love is a part of love, just as self-interest is a part of friendship. Monsieur de Ramière's absence had been noticed in society. That is much to say of a man, in respect to this society of ours, where all men resemble another. One may be a man of intelligence and still care for society, just as one may be a fool and despise it. Raymon liked it, and he was justified in his liking, for he was a favorite and was much sought after, and that multitude of indifferent or sneering masks assumed for him attentive and interested smiles. Unfortunate men may be misanthropes, but those persons of whom one is fond are rarely ungrateful. At least, so Raymon thought. He was grateful for the slightest manifestations of attachment, desirous of universal esteem, proud of having a large number of friends. In this society, whose prejudices are absolute, everything had succeeded in his case, even his faults, and when he sought the cause of this universal affection which had always encompassed him, he found it in himself, in his longing to obtain it, in the joy it caused him, in the hearty kindliness which he dealt out lavishly without exhausting it. He owed it in some measure to his mother, too, whose superior intelligence, sparkling conversation, and private virtues made her an exceptional woman. It was from her that he inherited those excellent principles which always led him back to the right path and prevented him, despite the impetuosity of his 25 years, from ever forfeiting his claim to public esteem. Moreover, people were more indulgent to him than to others, because his mother had the knack of apologizing for him while blaming him, of commanding indulgence when she seemed to implore it. She was one of those women who had lived through different epochs so utterly dissimilar that their minds became as flexible as their destinies, who have grown rich on experience of misfortune, who have escaped the scaffolds of '93, the vices of the Directory, the vanities of the Empire, and the enmities of the Restoration, rare women whose kind is dying out. It was at a ball at the Spanish ambassador's that Raymon reappeared in society. "Monsieur de Ramière, if I am not mistaken," said a pretty woman to her neighbor. "He is a comet who appears at irregular intervals," was the reply. "It is centuries since anyone heard of this pretty fellow." The lady who spoke thus was a middle–aged foreigner. Her companion blushed slightly. "He's very good looking, is he not, madame?" she said. "Charming, on my word," replied the old Sicilian. "You are talking about the hero of the eclectic salons, the dark–eyed Raymon, I'll be bound," said a dashing colonel of the guard. "He has a fine head to study," rejoined the younger woman. "And what pleases you even more, I dare say," said the colonel, "a wicked head." The young woman was his wife. "Why a wicked head?" queried the Sicilian. "Full of genuine Southern passions, madame, worthy of the bright sunlight of Palermo." Two or three young women put forward their flower–laden heads to hear what the colonel was saying. "He made ravages in the garrison last year, I promise you," he continued. "We fellows shall be obliged to pick a quarrel with him in order to get rid of him." "If he's a Lovelace, so much the worse for him," said a young lady with a satirical cast of countenance. "I can't endure men whom everybody loves." The ultramontane countess waited until the colonel had walked away, when she tapped Mademoiselle de Nangy's fingers lightly with her fan and said: "Don't speak so. You don't know here what to think of a man who wants to be liked. Do you think, pray, that all they have to do is want it?" said the damsel with the long sardonic eyes. "Mademoiselle," said the colonel, coming up again to invite her to dance, "take care that the charming Raymon does not overhear you." Mademoiselle de Nangy laughed, but during the rest of the evening the pretty group of which she was one dared not mention Monsieur de Ramière's name again. Chapter 5 of Indiana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Indiana by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 5. Monsieur de Ramière wandered amid the undulating waves of that gayly dressed crowd without distaste and without ennui. Nevertheless, he was fighting against a feeling of chagrin. On returning to his own sphere, he had a species of remorse, of shame for all the wild ideas which a misplaced attachment had suggested to him. He looked at the women so brilliantly beautiful in the bright light. He listened to their refined and clever conversation. He heard their talents highly praised, and in those marvelous specimens of their sex, those almost royal costumes, those exquisitely appropriate remarks, he found on all sides an implied reproach for having been untrue to his destiny. But despite this species of mental bewilderment, Raymon suffered from more genuine remorse. for his intentions were always kind and considerate to the last degree, and a woman's tears broke his heart, hardened as it was. The honors of the evening were universally accorded to a young woman whose name no one knew, and who enjoyed the privilege of monopolizing attention because her appearance in society was a novelty. The simplicity of her costume alone would have sufficed to make her a distinguished figure amid the diamonds, feathers and flowers in which the other women were arrayed. Strings of pearls woven into her black hair were her only jewels. The lustreless white of her necklace, her crêpe dress, and her bare shoulders blended at a little distance, and the heated atmosphere of the apartments had barely succeeded in bringing to her cheeks a faint flush of as delicate a shade as that of a Bengal rose blooming on the snow. She was a tiny, dainty, slender creature, a salon type of beauty to which the bright light of the candles gave a fairy-like touch, and which a sunbeam would have dimmed. When she danced she was so light that a breath would have whisked her away; but in her lightness there was no animation, no pleasure. When she was seated she bent forward as if her too flexible body lacked strength to support itself, and when she spoke she smiled sadly. Fantastic tales were at the very height of their vogue at this period. Accordingly, those who were learned in that line compared this young woman to a fascinating apparition evoked by sorcery, which would fade away and vanish like a dream when the first flush of dawn appeared on the horizon. Meanwhile they crowded about her to invite her to dance. "Make haste," said a dandy of a romantic turn to one of his friends. "The cock will crow soon, and even now your partner's feet have ceased to touch the floor. I'll wager that you can't feel her hand in yours." "Pray look at Monsieur de Ramière's dark, strongly marked face," said an artistic lady to her neighbor. "Contrast him with that pale, slender young woman, and see if the solid tone of the one doesn't make an admirable foil for the delicate tone of the other." "That young woman," said a woman who knew everybody and who played the part of an almanac at social functions, "is the daughter of that old fool, de Carvajal, who tried to play Josephine and who died ruined at Ile Bourbon. This lovely exotic flower has made a foolish marriage, I believe, but her aunt stands well at court." Raymon had drawn near the fair Indian. A peculiar emotion seized him every time that he looked at her. He had seen that pale, sad face, perhaps in some dream, but at all events he had seen it, and his eyes rested upon it with the delight we all feel on seeing once more a charming vision which we thought that we had lost forever. Raymon's gaze disturbed her who was the object of it. She was awkward and shy, like a person unaccustomed to society, and the sensation that she caused seemed to embarrass rather than to please her. Raymon made the circuit of the salon, succeeded finally in learning that her name was Madame Delmare, and went and asked her to dance. "You do not remember me," he said, when they were alone in the midst of the crowd, "but I have not been able to forget you, madame. And yet I saw you for an instant only, through a cloud; but in that instant you seemed so kind, so compassionate." Madame Delmare started. "Oh! yes, monsieur," she said quickly, "it is you. I recognized you too." Then she blushed and seemed to fear that she had offended the proprieties. She looked around as if to see whether anyone had heard her. Her timidity enhanced her natural charm, and Raymon was touched to the heart by the tone of that Creole voice, slightly husky, but so sweet that it seemed made to pray or to bless. "I was afraid," he said, "that I should never have an opportunity to thank you. I could not call upon you, and I knew that you went but little into society. I feared also that if I made your acquaintance I should come in contact with Monsieur Delmare, and our previous relations could not fail to make that contact disagreeable. How glad I am for this moment which enables me to pay the debt of my heart." "It would be much pleasanter for me," said she, "if Monsieur Delmare also could enjoy it; and if you knew him better you would know that he is as kind as he is brusque. you would forgive him for having been your involuntary assailant, for his heart certainly bled more freely than your wound." "Let us not talk of Monsieur Delmare, madame. I forgive him with all my heart. I injured him and he took the law into his own hands. I have nothing more to do but to forget. But as to you, madame, who lavished such delicate and generous attentions upon me, I choose to remember all my life your treatment of me, your pure features, your angelic gentleness, and these hands which poured balm upon my wounds and which I dared not kiss." While he spoke, Raymon held Madame Delmare's hand, to be prepared to walk through their figure in the contra dance. He pressed that hand gently in his, and all the young woman's blood rushed to her heart. When he led Madame Delmare back to her seat, her aunt, Madame de Carvajal, had gone. The crowd was thinning. Raymon sat down beside her. He had that ease of manner which a wide experience of affairs of the heart imparts. It is the violence of our desires, the precipitate haste of our love, that makes us stupid when we are with women. The man who has rubbed the edge off his emotions a little is more anxious to please than to love. Nevertheless, Monsieur de Ramière felt more deeply moved in the presence of that simple, unspoiled woman than he had ever been. Perhaps this swift impression was due to his memory of the night he had passed in her house. But it is certain that while he talked to her with animation, his heart did not lead his mouth astray. However, the habit he had acquired with other women gave to his words a power of persuasion to which the untutored Indiana yielded, not understanding that it had not all been invented expressly for her. In general, and women are well aware of it, a man who talks wittily of love is only moderately in love. Raymon was an exception. He expressed passion artistically and felt it ardently. But it was not passion that rendered him eloquent; it was eloquence that made him passionate. He knew that he had a weakness for women, and he would become eloquent in order to seduce a woman and fall in love with her while seducing her. It was sentiment of the sort dealt in by advocates and preachers who weep hot tears when they perspire freely. He sometimes fell in with women who were shrewd enough to distrust these heated improvisations. But he had committed what are called follies for love's sake. He had run away with a girl of noble birth. He had compromised women of very high station. He had had 3 sensational duels. He had displayed to a crowded evening party, to a whole theatre full of spectators, the bewilderment of his heart and the disarray of his thoughts. A man who does all this without fear of ridicule or of curses, and who succeeds in avoiding both, is safe from all assault. He can take any risk and hope for anything. Thus the most skilfully constructed defences yielded to the consideration that Raymon was madly in love when he meddled with love at all. A man capable of making a fool of himself for love is a rare prodigy in society, and one that women do not disdain. I do not know how it happened, but when he escorted Madame de Carvajal and Madame Delmare to their carriage, he succeeded in putting Indiana's little hand to his lips. Never before had a man's furtive, burning kiss breathed upon that woman's fingers, although she was born in a fiery climate and was 19 years old, 19 years of Ile Bourbon, which are equivalent to 25 in our country. Ill and nervous as she was, that kiss almost extorted a shriek from her, and she had to be assisted into the carriage. Raymon had never come in contact with such a delicate organization. Noun, the Creole, was in robust health, and Parisian women do not faint when their hands are kissed. "If I should see her twice," he said to himself as he walked away, "I should lose my head over her." The next morning he had completely forgotten Noun. All that he knew about her was that she belonged to Madame Delmare. The pale faced Indiana engrossed all his thoughts, filled all his dreams. When Raymon began to feel the shafts of love, he was in the habit of seeking to distract his thoughts, not in order to stifle the budding passion, but, on the contrary, to drive away the reasoning power that urged him to weigh its consequences. Of an ardent temperament, he pursued his object hotly. He had not the power to quell the tempests which arose in his bosom, nor to rekindle them when he felt that they were dying away and vanishing. He succeeded the next day in learning that Monsieur Delmare had gone to Brussels on a business trip, and had left his wife in charge of Madame de Carvajal, of whom he was not at all fond, but who was Madame Delmare's only relative. He, an upstart soldier, belonged to a poor and obscure family, of which he seemed to be ashamed, simply because he repeated so often that he was not ashamed of it. But although he passed his life reproaching his wife for alleged scorn of him which she did not entertain, he was conscious that he ought not to compel her to live on terms of intimacy with his uneducated kindred. Moreover, despite his dislike for Madame de Carvajal, he could not refuse to treat her with great deference for these reasons. Madame de Carvajal, who was descended from a noble Spanish family, was one of those women who cannot make up their minds to be of no account in the world. In the days when Napoleon ruled Europe she had burned incense to the glory of Napoleon, and with her husband and brother-in-law had joined the party of the Josephinos, but her husband had lost his life at the fall of the Conqueror's short-lived dynasty, and Indiana's father had taken refuge in the French colonies. Thereupon Madame Carvajal, being a clever and active person, had repaired to Paris, and there, by some fortunate speculations on the Bourse, had built up for herself a new competence on the ruins of her past splendors. By dint of shrewd wit, intrigues and piety, she had also obtained some favor at court, and her establishment, while it was no means brilliant, was one of the most respectable of all those presided over by protégés of the civil list. When Indiana arrived in France after her father's death as the bride of Colonel Delmare, Madame de Carvajal was but moderately pleased by so paltry an alliance. Nevertheless, she saw that Monsieur Delmare, whose good sense and activity in business were worth a dowry, prospered with his slender capital, and she purchased for Indiana the little château of Lagny and the factory connected with it. In 2 years, thanks to Monsieur Delmare's technical knowledge and certain funds advanced by Sir Rodolphe Brown, his wife's cousin by marriage, the colonel's affairs took a fortunate turn. He began to pay off his debts, and Madame de Carvajal, in whose eyes fortune was the first recommendation, manifested much affection for her niece, and promised her the remnant of her wealth. Indiana, who was devoid of ambition, was devotedly kind and attentive to her aunt from gratitude, not from self-interest; but there was at least as much of one as of the other in the colonel's manoeuvres. He was a man of iron in the matter of his political opinions. He would listen to no argument concerning the unassailable glory of his great emperor, and he upheld that glory with the blind obstinacy of a child of 60 years. He was obliged, therefore, to put forth all his patience to refrain from breaking out again and again in Madame de Carvajal's salon, where the Restoration was lauded to the skies. What Delmare suffered at the hands of 5 or 6 pious old women is beyond description. His vexation on this account was in part the cause of his frequent ill humor against his wife. So much for Madame de Carvajal. We return now to Monsieur de Ramière. At the end of 3 days he had learned all his domestic details, so actively had he followed up everything likely to put him in the way of an intimate acquaintance with the Delmare family. He learned that by acquiring Madame de Carvajal's favor he could obtain opportunities of meeting Indiana. On the evening of the 3rd day he procured an introduction to the aunt. In her salon there were 4 or 5 barbarians solemnly playing reversi, and 2 or 3 young men of family, as utterly vapid as it is allowable for a man to be who has 16 quarterlings of nobility. Indiana was at work patiently filling in the background of a piece of embroidery on her aunt's frame. She was leaning over her work, apparently absorbed by that mechanical operation, and it may be well pleased to escape in this way the dull chatter of her neighbors. For aught I know, behind the long black hair that fell over the flowers of her embroidery, she was reviewing in her mind the emotions of that fleeting instant which had opened the door of a new life to her, when the servant's voice, announcing several new arrivals, made it necessary for her to rise. She did so mechanically, for she had paid no heed to the names and barely lifted her eyes from her embroidery; but a voice at her side made her start as if she had received an electric shock, and she was obliged to lean on her work table to avoid falling. Chapter 6. of Indiana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Indiana by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 6. Raymon was not prepared for that silent salon, peopled only by a few taciturn guests. It was impossible to utter a word which was not heard in every corner of the room. The dowagers, who were playing cards, seemed to be there for the sole purpose of embarrassing the conversation of the younger guests, and Raymon fancied that he could read on their stern features the secret satisfaction which old age takes in avenging itself by blocking other people's pleasure. He had counted upon a less constrained, tenderer interview than that of the ball, and it was just the opposite. This unexpected difficulty gave greater intensity to his desires, more fire to his glances, more animation and vivacity to the roundabout remarks he addressed to Madame Delmare. The poor child was altogether unused to this style of attack. She could not possibly defend herself, because nothing was asked of her; but she was forced to listen to the proffer of an ardent heart, to learn how dearly she was loved, and to allow herself to be encompassed by all the perils of seduction without making any resistance. Her embarrassment increased with Raymon's boldness. Madame de Carvajal, who made some reasonably well-founded claims to wit, and to whom Monsieur de Ramierre's wit had been highly praised, left the card table to challenge him to a refined discussion concerning love, into which she introduced much Spanish heat and German metaphysics. Raymon eagerly accepted the challenge, and on the pretext of answering the aunt, said to the niece all that she would have refused to hear. The poor young wife, without a protector, and exposed to so lively and skilful an assault on all sides, could not muster strength to take part in that thorny discussion. In vain did her aunt, who was anxious to exhibit her to advantage, call upon her to testify to the truth of certain subtle theories of sentiment. She confessed blushingly that she knew nothing about such things, and Raymon, intoxicated with joy to see her cheeks flush and her bosom heave, swore inwardly that he would teach her. Indiana slept less that night than she had done for the last 2 or 3 nights. As we have said, she had never been in love, and her heart had long been ripe for a sentiment which none of the men she had met hitherto had succeeded in arousing. She had been brought up by a father of an eccentric and violent character, and had never known the happiness which is derived from the affection of another person. Monsieur de Carvajal, drunk with political passions, consumed by ambitious regrets, had become the most cruel planter and the most disagreeable neighbor in the colonies. His daughter had suffered keenly from his detestable humor, but by dint of watching the constant tableau of the evils of slavery, of enduring the weariness of solitude and dependence, she had acquired a superficial patience, proof against every trial, an adorable kindliness toward her inferiors, but also an iron will and an incalculable power of resistance to everything that had tended to oppress her. By marrying Delmare she simply changed masters. By coming to live at Lagny she changed her prison and the locus of her solitude. She did not love her husband, perhaps for the very reason that she was told that it was her duty to love him, and that it had become with her a sort of second nature, a principle of conduct, a law of conscience, to resist mentally every sort of moral constraint. No one had attempted to point out to her any other law than that of blind obedience. Brought up in the desert, neglected by her father, surrounded by slaves, to whom she could offer no other assistance or encouragement than her compassion and her tears, she had accustomed herself to say: "A day will come when everything in my life will be changed, when I shall do good to others, when someone will love me, when I shall give my whole heart to the man who gives me his. Meanwhile, I will suffer in silence and keep my love as a reward for him who shall set me free." This liberator, this Messiah, had not come. Indiana was still awaiting him. She no longer dared, it is true, to confess to herself her whole thought. She had realized under the clipped hedgerows of Lagny that thought itself was more fettered there than under the wild palms of Ile Bourbon, and when she caught herself saying, as she used to say, "A day will come, a man will come," she forced that rash longing back to the depths of her heart, and said to herself, "Death alone will bring that day." And so she was dying. A strange malady was consuming her youth. She was without strength and unable to sleep. The doctors looked in vain for any discoverable disorder, for none existed. All her faculties were failing away in equal degree, all her organs were gradually degenerating. Her heart was burning at a slow fire, her eyes were losing their lustre. The circulation of her blood was governed entirely by excitement and fever. A few months more, and the poor captive bird would surely die. But whatever the extent of her resignation and her discouragement, the need remained the same. That silent, broken heart was still calling involuntarily to some generous, youthful heart to revivify it. The being whom she had loved most dearly hitherto was Noun, the cheery and brave companion of her tedious solitude; and the man who had manifested the greatest liking for her was her phlegmatic cousin, Sir Ralph. What food for the all-consuming activity of her thoughts, a poor girl, ignorant and neglected like herself, and an Englishman whose only passion was fox hunting! Madame Delmare was genuinely unhappy, and the first time that she felt the burning breath of a young and passionate man enter her frigid atmosphere, the first time that a tender and caressing word delighted her ear, and quivering lips left a mark as of a red–hot iron on her hand, she thought neither of the duties that had been laid upon her, nor of the prudence that had been enjoined upon her, nor of the future that had been predicted for her. She remembered only the hateful past, her long suffering, her despotic masters. Nor did it occur to her that the man before her might be false or fickle. She saw him as she wished him to be, as she had dreamed of him, and Raymon could easily have deceived her if he had not been sincere. But how could he fail to be sincere with so lovely and loving a woman? What other had ever laid bare her heart to him with such candor and ingenuousness? With what other had he been able to look forward to a future so captivating and so secure? Was she not born to love him, this slave who simply awaited a sign to break her chains, a word to follow him? Evidently heaven had made for Raymon this melancholy child of Ile Bourbon, whom no one had ever loved, and who but for him must have died. Nevertheless, a feeling of terror succeeded this all–pervading, feverish joy in Madame Delmare's heart. She thought of her quick–tempered, keen–eyed, vindictive husband, and she was afraid. Not for herself, for she was inured to threats, but for the man who was about to undertake a battle to the death with her tyrant. She knew so little of society that she transformed her life into a tragic romance. A timid creature who dared not love for fear of endangering her lover's life, she gave no thought to the danger of destroying herself. This then was the secret of her resistance, the motive of her virtue. She made up her mind on the following day to avoid Monsieur de Ramière. That very evening there was a ball at the house of one of the leading bankers of Paris. Madame de Carvajal, who, being an old woman with no ties of affection, was very fond of society, proposed to attend with Indiana; but Raymond was to be there, and Indiana determined not to go. To avoid her aunt's persecution, Madame Delmare, who was never able to resist except in action, pretended to assent to the plan. She allowed herself to be dressed, and waited until Madame de Carvajal was ready. Then she changed her ball dress for a robe de chambre, seated herself in front of the fire, and resolutely awaited the conflict. When the old Spaniard, as rigid and gorgeous as a portrait by Van Dyck, came to call her, Indiana declared that she was not well and did not feel that she could go out. In vain did her aunt urge her to make an effort. "I would be only too glad to go," she said, "but you see that I can hardly stand. I should be only a trouble to you to night. Go to the ball without me, dear aunt. I shall enjoy the thought of your pleasure." "Go without you?" said Madame de Carvajal, who was sorely distressed at the idea of having made an elaborate toilet to no purpose, and who shrank from the horrors of a solitary evening. "Why, what business have I in society? An old woman whom no one speaks to except to be near you. What will become of me without my niece's lovely eyes to give me value?" "Your wit will fill the gap, my dear aunt," said Indiana. The Marquise de Carvajal, who only wanted to be urged, set off at last; whereupon Indiana hid her face in her hands and began to weep, for she had made a great sacrifice, and believed that she had already blasted the attractive prospect of the day before. But Raymond would not have it so. The first thing he saw at the ball was the old marchioness's haughty aigrette. In vain did he look for Indiana's white dress and black hair in her vicinity. He drew near and heard her say in an undertone to another lady: "My niece is ill, or rather," she added to justify her own presence at the ball, "it's a mere girlish whim. She wanted to be left alone in the salon with a book in her hand, like a sentimental beauty." "Can it be that she is avoiding me?" thought Raymond. He left the ball at once. He hurried to the marchioness's house, entered without speaking to the concierge, and asked the first servant that he saw, who was half asleep in the antechamber, for Madame Delmare. "Madame Delmare is ill." "I know it. I have come at Madame de Carvajal's request to see how she is." "I will tell madame." "It is not necessary. Madame Delmare will receive me." And Raymond entered the salon unannounced. All the other servants had retired. A melancholy silence reigned in the deserted apartments. A single lamp, covered with its green silk shade, lighted the main salon dimly. Indiana's back was turned to the door; she was completely hidden in the depths of a huge easy chair, sadly watching the burning logs, as on the evening when Raymond entered the park of Lagny over the wall. Sadder now, for her former undefined sufferings, aimless desires, had given place to a fleeting joy, a gleam of happiness that was not for her. Raymond, his feet encased in dancing shoes, approached noiselessly over the soft, heavy carpet. He saw that she was weeping, and when she turned her head she found him at her feet, taking forcible possession of her hands, which she struggled in vain to withdraw from his clasp. Then, I agree, she was overjoyed beyond words to find that her scheme of resistance had failed. She felt that she passionately loved this man who paid no heed to obstacles, and who had brought happiness to her in spite of her efforts. She blessed Heaven for rejecting her sacrifice, and instead of scolding Raymond, she was very near thanking him. As for him, he knew already that she loved him. He needed not to see the joy that shone through her tears to realize that he was master, and that he could venture. He gave her no time to question him, but changing roles with her, vouchsafing no explanation of his unlooked-for presence, and no apology intended to make him seem less guilty than he was, he said: "You are weeping, Indiana. Why do you weep? I insist upon knowing." She started when he called her by her name, but there was additional joy in the surprise which that audacity caused her. "Why do you ask?" she said. "I must not tell you." "Well I know, Indiana, I know your whole history. your whole life. Nothing that concerns you is unknown to me, because nothing that concerns you is indifferent to me. I resolved to know everything about you, and I have learned nothing that was not revealed to me during the brief moment that I passed under your roof, when I was brought, all crushed and bleeding, to your feet, and your husband was angry to see you, so lovely and so kind, support me with your soft arms and pour balm upon my wounds with your sweet breath. He was jealous? Oh, I can readily understand it. I should have been in his place, Indiana, or rather in his place I would kill myself. For to be your husband, madame, to possess you, to hold you in his arms, and not to deserve you, not to win your heart, is to be the most miserable or the most dastardly of men." "Oh, heaven, hush!" she cried, putting her hand over his mouth. "Hush, for you make me guilty. Why do you speak to me of him? Why seek to teach me to curse him? If he should hear you! But I have said no evil of him. I have not authorized you to commit this crime. I do not hate him. I esteem him. I love him." "Say rather that you are horribly afraid of him, for the despot has broken your spirit, and fear has sat at your bedside ever since you became that man's prey. You, Indiana, profaned by the touch of that boor, whose iron hand has bowed your head and ruined your life. Poor child, so young and so lovely, to have suffered so horribly! For you cannot deceive me, Indiana, who look at you with other eyes than those of the common herd. I know all the secrets of your destiny, and you cannot hope to hide the truth from me. Let those who look at you because you are lovely say, when they notice your pallor and your melancholy, 'She is ill,' well and good. But I, who follow you with my heart, whose whole soul encompasses you with solicitude and love, I am well aware what your disease is. I know that if God willed it so, if he had given you to me, unlucky wretch that I am, who deserves to have my head broken for having come so late, you would not be ill. On my life I swear, Indiana, I would have loved you so that you would have loved me the same, and that you would have blessed the chain that bound us. I would have carried you in my arms to prevent your feet from being wounded. I would have warmed them with my breath. I would have held you against my breast to save you from suffering. I would have given all my blood to make up your lack of it. And if you had lost sleep with me, I would have passed the night saying soft words to you, smiling on you to restore your courage, weeping the while to see you suffer. When sleep had breathed upon your silken eyelids, I would have brushed them with my lips to close them more softly, and I would have watched over you, kneeling by your bed. I would have forced the air to caress you gently, golden dreams to throw flowers to you. I would have kissed noiselessly your lovely tresses. I would have counted with ecstatic joy the palpitations of your breast. And at your awakening, Indiana, you would have found me at your feet, guarding you like a jealous master, waiting upon you as a slave, watching for your first smile, seizing upon your first thought, your first glance, your first kiss." "Enough, enough!" said Indiana, agitated and quivering with emotion. "You make me faint." And yet, if people died of happiness, Indiana would have died at that moment. "Do not speak so to me," she said, "to me who am destined never to be happy. Do not depict heaven upon earth to me who am doomed to die." "To die!" cried Raymon vehemently, seizing her in his arms. "You die, Indiana? Die before you have lived, before you have loved? No, you shall not die. I will not let you die, for my life is bound to yours henceforth. You are the woman of whom I dreamed, the purity that I adored, the chimera that always fled from me, the bright star that shone before me and said to me, 'Go forward in this life of wretchedness, and heaven will send one of its angels to bear you company.' You were always destined for me. Your soul was always betrothed to mine, Indiana. Men and their iron laws have disposed of you. They have snatched from me the mate God would have chosen for me, if God did not sometimes forget his promises. But what do we care for men and laws if I love you still in another's arms, if you can still love me, accursed and unhappy as I am in having lost you? I tell you, Indiana, you belong to me. You are the half of my heart which has long been struggling to join the other half. When you dreamed of a friend on Ile Bourbon, you dreamed of me. When, at the word husband, a sweet thrill of fear and hope passed through your heart, it was because I was destined to be your husband. Do you not recognize me? Does it not seem to you that we must have met 20 years ago? Did I not recognize you, my angel, when you staunched my blood with your veil, when you placed your hand on my dying heart to bring back its heat and its life? Ah, I remember distinctly enough. When I opened my eyes I said to myself, there she is. She has been like that in all my dreams, pale, melancholy, and kind-hearted. She is my own. It is she who is destined to fill my cup with unknown joys. And the physical life which returned to me then was your work. For we were brought together by no commonplace circumstances, you see. It was neither chance nor caprice, but fatality, death, which opened the gates of this new life to me. It was your husband, your master, who, guided by his destiny, brought me all bleeding in his arms and threw me at your feet, saying, 'Here is something for you.' And now nothing can part us." "Yes, he can part us," hastily interposed Madame Delmare, who, carried away by her lover's transports, had listened to him in ecstasy. "Alas! alas! you do not know him. He is a man who knows nothing of pardon, a man who cannot be deceived. He will kill you, Raymon." She hid her face in his bosom, sobbing. Raymon embraced her passionately. "Let him come," he cried, "let him come and snatch this moment of happiness from me. I defy him. Stay here, Indiana, here against my heart. Let it be your refuge and your protection. Love me, and I shall be invulnerable. You know that it is not in that man's power to kill me. I have already been exposed defenceless to his blows. But you, my good angel, were hovering over me, and your wings protected me. Have no fear, I say. We shall find a way to turn aside his wrath. And now I am not even afraid for you, for I shall be at hand. And when this master of yours attempts to oppress you, I will protect you against him. I will rescue you, if necessary, from his cruel laws. Would you like me to kill him? Tell me that you love me, and I will be his executioner if you sentence him to death." "Hush! hush! You make me shudder. If you wish to kill someone, kill me, for I have lived one whole day, and I ask nothing more." "Die, then, but let it be of happiness," cried Raymon, pressing his lips to Indiana's. But the storm was too severe for so fragile a plant. She turned pale, put her hand to her heart, and swooned. At first Raymon thought his caresses would call her blood back into her icy veins. But in vain did he cover her hand with kisses, in vain did he call her by the sweetest names. It was not a premeditated swoon of the sort we so often see. Madame Delmare had been seriously ill for a long time, and was subject to nervous paroxysms that sometimes lasted whole hours. Raymon, in desperation, was reduced to the necessity of calling for help. He rang, a maid appeared, but the phial she held escaped from her hands, and a cry from her throat when she recognized Raymon. He, recovering instantly all his self-possession, put his mouth to her ear. "Hush, Noun. I knew that you were here, and I came to see you. I did not expect to see your mistress, who was, as I supposed, at the ball. When I came in I frightened her and she fainted. Be prudent. I am going away." Raymon fled, leaving each of the two women in possession of a secret which was destined to carry despair to the heart of the other. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Indiana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Indiana by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 7. The next morning Raymond, on awaking, received a second letter from Noun. He did not toss this one disdainfully aside. On the contrary, he opened it eagerly. It might have something to say of Madame Delmare. So, in fact, it did. But in what an embarrassing position this complication of intrigues placed Raymond! It had become impossible to conceal the girl's secret. Already suffering and terror had thinned her cheeks. Madame Delmare observed her ailing condition, but was unable to discover its cause. Noun dreaded the colonel's severity, but she dreaded her mistress's gentleness even more. She was very sure that she would obtain forgiveness, but she would die of shame and grief in being forced to make the confession. What would become of her if Raymond were not careful to protect her from the humiliation that was certain to overwhelm her? He must give some thought to her, or she would throw herself at Madame Delmare's feet and tell her the whole story. The fear of this result had a powerful effect upon Monsieur de Ramière. His first thought was to separate Noun from her mistress. "Be very careful not to speak without my consent," he wrote in reply. "Try and be in Lagny this evening. I will be there." On his way thither he reflected as to the course he had better pursue. Noun had common sense enough not to expect a reparation; that was out of the question. She had never dared to utter the word marriage, and because she was discreet and generous, Raymond deemed himself less guilty. He said to himself that he had not deceived her, and that Noun must have foreseen what her fate must be. The cause of Raymond's embarrassment was not any hesitation about offering the poor girl half his fortune. He was ready to enrich her, to take all the care of her that the most sensitive delicacy could suggest. What made his position so painful was the necessity of telling her that he no longer loved her, for he did not know how to dissemble. Although his conduct at this crisis seems two-faced and treacherous, his heart was sincere and had always been. He had loved Noun with his senses, he loved Madame Delmare with all his heart. Thus far he had lied to neither. His aim now was to avoid beginning to lie, and Raymond felt equally incapable of deceiving Noun and of dealing her the fatal blow. He must make a choice between a cowardly and a barbarous act. Raymond was very unhappy. He had come to no decision when he reached the gate of Lagny Park. Noun, for her part, had not expected so prompt a reply, and had recovered a little hope. "He still loves me," she said to herself. "He doesn't mean to abandon me. He had forgotten me a little, but that's not to be wondered at. In Paris, in the midst of merry-making, with all the women in love with him, as they are sure to be, he has allowed himself to be led away from the poor Creole for a few moments. Alas! who am I that he should sacrifice to me all those great ladies who are much lovelier and richer than I am? Who knows," she said to herself artlessly, "perhaps the Queen of France is in love with him." By dint of meditating upon the seductions which luxurious surroundings probably exerted on her lover, Noun thought of a scheme for making herself more agreeable to him. She arrayed herself in her mistress's clothes, lighted a great fire in the room that Madame Delmare occupied at Lagny, decorated the mantel with the loveliest flowers she could find in the greenhouse, prepared a collation of fruit and choice wines, in a word, resorted to all the dainty devices of the boudoir, of which she had never thought before, and when she looked at herself in a great mirror, she did herself no more than justice in deciding that she was fairer than the flowers with which she had sought to embellish her charms. "He has often told me," she said to herself, that I needed no ornaments to make me lovely, and that no woman at court, in all the splendor of her diamonds, was worth one of my smiles. And yet those same women that he used to despise fill thoughts now. Come, I must be cheerful, I must seem lively and happy. Perhaps I shall reconquer to-night all the love I once aroused in him." Raymon, having left his horse at a charcoal burner's cabin in the forest, entered the park, to which he had a key. This time he did not run the risk of being taken for a thief, for almost all the servants had gone with their masters. He had taken the gardener into his confidence, and he knew all the approaches to Lagny as well as those to his own estate. It was a cold night, the trees in the park were enveloped in a dense mist, and Raymon could hardly distinguish their black trunks through the white mist which swathed them in diaphanous robes. He wandered some time through the winding paths before he found the door of the summer house where Noun awaited him. She was wrapped in a pelisse, with the hood thrown over her head. "We cannot stay here," she said; "it is too cold. Follow me, and do not speak." Raymon felt an extreme reluctance to enter Madame Delmare's house as the lover of her maid. However, he could not but comply. Noun was walking lightly away in front of him, and this interview was to be the last. She led him across the courtyard, quieted the dogs, opened the doors noiselessly, and, taking his hand, guided him in silence through the dark corridors. At last she ushered him into a circular room, furnished simply but with refinement, where flowering orange bushes exhaled their sweet perfume. Transparent wax candles were burning in the candelabra. Noun had strewn the floor with the petals of Bengal roses. The divan was covered with violets. A subtle warmth entered at every pore, and the glasses gleamed on the table amid the fruit, whose ruddy cheeks were daintily blended with green moss. Dazzled by the sudden transition from darkness to brilliant light, Raymon stood for a moment bewildered; but it was not long ere he realized where he was. The exquisite taste and chaste simplicity which characterized the furniture, the love stories and books of travel scattered over the mahogany shelves, the embroidery frame covered with a bright, pretty piece of work, the diversion of hours of patient melancholy, the harp whose strings seemed still to quiver with strains of love and longing, the engravings representing the pastoral attachment of Paul and Virginie, the peaks of Ile Bourbon and the blue shores of Saint Paul, and above all, the little bed half hidden behind its muslin curtains, as white and modest as a maiden's bed, and over the headboard, by way of consecrated boxwood, a bit of palm, taken perhaps from some tree in her native island on the day of her departure. All these revealed the presence of Madame Delmare, and Raymon was seized with a strange thrill as he thought that the cloak-enveloped woman who had led him thither might be Indiana herself. This extravagant supposition seemed to be confirmed when he saw in the mirror opposite a white figure, the phantom of a woman entering a ballroom and laying aside her cloak, to appear radiant and half nude in the dazzling light. But it was only a momentary error. Indiana would have concealed her charms more carefully. Her modest bosom would have been visible only through the triple gauze veil of her corsage. She would perhaps have dressed her hair with natural camellias, but they would not have frisked about her head in such seductive disorder. She might have encased her feet in satin shoes, but her chaste gown would not have betrayed thus shamelessly the mysteries of her shapely legs. Taller and more powerfully built than her mistress, Noun was dressed, not clothed, in her finery. She was graceful, but lacked nobility of bearing. She was lovely with the loveliness of women, not of fairies. She invited pleasure, and gave no promise of sublime bliss. Raymon, after scrutinizing her in the mirror without turning his head, turned his eyes upon everything that was calculated to give forth a purer reflection of Indiana: the musical instruments, the paintings, the narrow, maidenly bed. He was intoxicated by the vague perfume her presence had left behind in that sanctuary. He shuddered with desire as he thought of the day when Indiana herself should throw open its delights to him. And Noun, standing behind him with her arms folded, gazed ecstatically at him, fancying that he was overwhelmed with delight at the sight of all the pains she had taken to please him. But he broke the silence at last. "I thank you," he said, "for all the preparations you have made for me. I thank you especially for bringing me here; but I have enjoyed this pleasant surprise long enough. Let us leave this room. We are not in our proper place here, and I must have some respect for Madame Delmare, even in her absence." "That is very cruel," said Noun, who did not understand him, but remarked his cold and displeased manner. "It is very hard to have had such hopes of pleasing you, and to see that you spurn me." "No, dear Noun, I shall never spurn you. I came here to have a serious talk with you and to show you the deep affection that I owe you. I am grateful for your desire to please me, but I loved you better adorned by your youth and your natural charms than in this borrowed finery." Noun half understood and wept. "I am a miserable creature," she said. "I hate myself, for I no longer please you. I should have foreseen that you would not love me long, being as I am a poor, uneducated girl. I do not reproach you for anything. I knew well enough that you would not marry me; but if you would have kept on loving me, I would have sacrificed everything without a regret, endured everything without complaining. Alas! I am ruined, I am dishonored, perhaps I shall be turned out of doors. I am going to give life to a creature who will be even more unfortunate than I am, and no one will pity me. Everyone will feel that he has a right to trample on me, but I would joyfully submit to all that, if you still loved me." Noun talked thus a long while. Perhaps she did not repeat the same words, but she said the same things, and said them 100 times more eloquently than I can say them. Where are we to look for the secret of eloquence which suddenly reveals itself to an ignorant, inexperienced mind in the crisis of a genuine passion and a profound sorrow? At such times words have a greater value than in all the other scenes of life. At such times trivial words become sublime by reason of the sentiment that dictates them and the accent with which they are spoken. At such times the woman of the lowest rank, abandoning herself to the frenzy of her emotions, becomes more pathetic and more convincing than her to whom education has taught moderation and reserve. Raymon was flattered to find that he had inspired so generous an attachment, and gratitude, compassion, perhaps a little vanity, rekindled love for a moment. Noun was suffocated by her tears. She had torn the flowers from her hair, which fell in disorder over her broad and dazzling shoulders. If Madame Delmare had not had her slavery and her sufferings to heighten her charms, Noun would have surpassed her immeasurably in beauty at that moment. She was resplendent with grief and love. Raymon was vanquished. He drew her into his arms, made her sit beside him on the sofa, moved the little decanter laden table nearer to them, and poured a few drops of orange flower water in a silver cup for her. Comforted by this mark of interest far more than by the calming potion, Noun wiped away her tears and threw herself at Raymon's feet. "Do love me," she said passionately, embracing his knees. "Tell me that you still love me, and I shall be cured, I shall be saved. Kiss me as you used to, and I will not regret having ruined myself to give you a few days of pleasure." She threw her cool brown arms about him, she covered him with her long hair. Her great black eyes emitted a burning languor and betrayed that ardor of the blood, that purely oriental lust which is capable of triumphing over all the efforts of the will, all the chaste delicacy of the thought. Raymon forgot everything, his resolutions, his new love and his surroundings. He returned Noun's delirious caresses. He moistened his lips at the same cup, and the heady wines which were close at hand completed the dethronement of their reason. Little by little a vague and shadowy memory of Indiana was blended with Raymon's drunkenness. The two glass panels which repeated Noun's image ad infinitum seemed to be peopled by 1,000 phantoms. He gazed into the depths of that multiple reflection, looking for a slenderer figure there, and it seemed to him that he could distinguish, in the last hazy and confused shadow of Noun's image, the graceful and willowy form of Madame Delmare. Noun, herself bewildered by the strong liquors which she knew not how to use, no longer noticed her lover's strange remarks. If she had not been as drunk as he, she would have understood that in his wildest flights Raymon was thinking of another woman. She would have seen him kiss the scarf and the ribbons Indiana had worn, inhale the perfume which reminded him of her, crumple in his burning hands the tissue that had covered her breast. But Noun appropriated all these transports to herself when Raymon saw naught of her but Indiana's dress. If he kissed her black hair, he fancied that he was kissing Indiana's black hair. It was Indiana whom he saw in the fumes of the punch which Noun's hand had lighted. It was she who smiled upon him and beckoned him from behind those white muslin curtains. And it was she of whom he dreamed upon that chaste and spotless bed, when, yielding to the influence of love and wine, he led thither his dishevelled Creole. When Raymon woke, a sort of half light was shining through the cracks of the shutters, and he lay a long while without moving, absorbed by a vague feeling of surprise, and gazing at the room in which he was and the bed in which he had slept, as if they were a vision of his slumber. Everything in Madame Delmare's chamber had been put in order. Noun, who had fallen asleep, the sovereign mistress of that place, had waked in the morning a lady's maid once more. She had taken away the flowers and put the remains of the collation out of sight. The furniture was all in place, nothing suggested the amorous debauch of the night, and Indiana's chamber had resumed its innocent and virtuous aspect. Overwhelmed with shame, he rose and attempted to leave the room, but he was locked in. The window was 30 feet from the ground, and he must needs remain in that remorse-laden atmosphere, like Ixion on his wheel. Thereupon he fell on his knees with his face toward the disarranged, tumbled bed, which made him blush. "Oh, Indiana!" he cried, wringing his hands, "how I have outraged you! Can you ever forgive me for such infamous conduct? Even if you should forgive me, I can never forgive myself. Resist me now, my gentle, trustful Indiana, for you do not know the baseness and brutality of the man to whom you would surrender the treasures of your innocence. Repulse me, trample on me, for I have not respected the sanctuary of your sacred modesty. I have befuddled myself with your wine like a footman sitting beside your maid. I have sullied your spotless robe with my accursed breath, and your chaste girdle with my infamous kisses on another's breast. I have not shrunk from poisoning the repose of your lonely nights, and from shedding, even upon this bed which your husband himself respected, the influences of seduction and adultery. What safety will you find henceforth behind these curtains whose mysteries I have not shrunk from profaning? What impure dreams, what bitter and consuming thoughts will cling fast to your brain and wither it? What phantoms of vice and shamelessness will crawl upon the virginal linen of your couch? And your sleep, pure as a child's, what chaste divinity will care to protect it now? Have I not put to flight the angel who guarded your pillow? Have I not thrown your alcove open to the demon of lust? Have I not sold him your soul? And will not the insane passion which consumes the vitals of this lascivious Creole cling to yours, like Déjanire's robe, and gnaw at them? Oh, miserable wretch, miserable, guilty wretch that I am! If only I could wash away with my blood the stain I have left on this couch!" And Raymon sprinkled it with his tears. At that moment Noun returned, in her neckerchief and apron. She fancied, when she saw Raymon kneeling, that he was praying. She did not know that society people do not pray. She stood waiting in silence until he should deign to notice her presence. Raymon, when he saw her, had a feeling of embarrassment and irritation, but without the courage to scold her, without the strength to say a friendly word to her. "Why did you lock me in this room?" he said at last. "Do you forget that it is broad daylight and that I cannot go out without compromising you openly?" "So you're not to go out," said Noun caressingly. "The house is deserted and no one can see you. The gardener never comes to this part of the building, to which I alone have the keys. You must stay with me all day. You are my prisoner." This arrangement drove Raymon to despair. He had no other feeling for his mistress than a sort of aversion. However, he could do nothing but submit, and it may be that, notwithstanding what he suffered in that room, an invincible attraction detained him there. When Noun left him to go and find something for breakfast, he set about examining by daylight all those dumb witnesses of Indiana's solitude. He opened her books, turned the leaves of her albums, then closed them precipitately, for he still shrank from committing a profanation and violating some feminine mystery. At last he began to pace the room and noticed on the wooden panel opposite Madame Delmare's bed a large picture, richly framed and covered with a double thickness of gauze. Perhaps it was Indiana's portrait. Raymon, in his eagerness to see it, forgot his scruples, stepped on a chair, removed the pins, and was amazed to see a full-length portrait of a handsome young man. Chapter 8 of Indiana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Indiana by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 8. "It seems to me that I know that face," he said to Noun, struggling to assume an indifferent attitude. "Fie, monsieur," said the girl, as she placed on a table the tray that she brought containing the breakfast. "It is not right to try and find out my mistress's secrets." This remark made Raymon turn pale. "Secrets!" he said. "If this is a secret, it has been confided to you, Noun, and you are doubly guilty in bringing me to this room." "Oh, no, it's not a secret," said Noun with a smile, "for Monsieur Delmare himself assisted in hanging Sir Ralph's portrait on that panel. As if madame could have any secrets with a husband so jealous." "Sir Ralph, you say? Who is Sir Ralph?" "Sir Rodolphe Brown, madame's cousin, her playmate in childhood, and my own too, I might say. He is such a good man." Raymon scrutinized the picture with surprise and some uneasiness. We have said that Sir Ralph was an extremely comely person physically, with a red and white complexion and abundant hair, a tall figure, always perfectly dressed, and capable, if not of turning a romantic brain, of satisfying the vanity of an unromantic one. The peaceable baronet was represented in hunting costume, about as we saw him in the first chapter of this narrative, and surrounded by his dogs, the beautiful pointer Ophelia in the foreground, because of the fine silver gray tone of her silky coat and the purity of her Scotch blood. Sir Ralph had a hunting horn in one hand and in the other the rein of a superb dapple gray English hunter, who filled almost the whole background of the picture. It was an admirably executed portrait, a genuine family picture with all its perfection of detail, all its puerile niceties of resemblance, all its bourgeois minutiae, a picture to make a nurse weep, dogs bark, and a tailor faint with joy. There was but one thing on earth more insignificant than the portrait, and that was the original. Nevertheless, it kindled a violent flame of wrath in Raymon. "Upon my word," he said to himself, "this dapper young Englishman enjoys the privilege of being admitted to Madame Delmare's most secret apartment. His vapid face is always here, looking coldly on at the most private acts of her life. He watches her, guards her, follows her every movement, possesses her every hour in the day. At night he watches her asleep and surprises the secret of her dreams. In the morning, when she comes forth, all white and quivering, from her bed, he sees the dainty bare foot that steps lightly on the carpet, and when she dresses with all precaution, when she believes that she is quite alone, hidden from every eye, that insolent face is there, feasting on her charms. That man, all booted and spurred, presides over her toilet. "Is this gauze usually spread over the picture?" he asked the maid. "Always," she replied, "when madame is absent. But don't take the trouble to replace it, for madame is coming in a few days." "In that case, Noun, you would do well to tell her that the expression of the face is very impertinent. If I had been in Monsieur Delmare's place I wouldn't have consented to leave it here unless I had cut out the eyes. But that's just like the stupid jealousy of the ordinary husband. They imagine everything and understand nothing." "For heaven's sake, what have you against good Monsieur Brown's face?" said Noun, as she made her mistress's bed. "He is such an excellent master. I used not to care much for him, because I always heard madame say that he was selfish; but ever since that day that he took care of you–" "True," Raymon interrupted her, "it was he who helped me that day. I remember him perfectly now; but I owe his interest only to Madame Delmare's prayers." "Because she is so kind hearted," said poor Noun. "Who could help being kind hearted after living with her?" When Noun spoke of Madame Delmare, Raymon listened with an interest of which she had no suspicion. The day passed quietly enough, but Noun dared not lead the conversation to her real object. At last, toward evening, she made an effort and compelled him to declare his intentions. Raymon had no other intention than to rid himself of a dangerous witness and of a woman whom he no longer loved; but he proposed to assure her future, and in fear and trembling he made her the most liberal offers. It was a bitter affront to the poor girl. She tore her hair and would have beaten her head against the wall if Raymon had not put forth all his strength to hold her. Thereupon, employing all the resources of language and intellect with which nature had endowed him, he made her understand that it was not for her, but for the child she was to bring into the world, that he desired to make provision. "It is my duty," he said. "I hand the funds over to you as the child's heritage, and you would fail in your duty to him if a false sense of delicacy should lead you to reject them." Noun became calmer and wiped her eyes. "Very well," she said, "I will accept the money if you will promise to keep on loving me, for just by doing your duty to the child you will not do it to the mother. Your gift will keep him alive, but your indifference will kill me. Can't you take me into your service? I am not exacting, I don't aspire to all that another woman in my place might have had the skill to obtain; but let me be your servant, obtain a place for me in your mother's family. She will be satisfied with me, I give you my word, and even if you don't love me, I shall at least see you." "What you ask is impossible, my dear Noun. In your present condition you cannot think of entering anyone's service, and to deceive my mother, to play upon her confidence in me, would be a base act to which I shall never consent. Go to Lyons or Bordeaux; I will undertake to see to it that you want for nothing until such a time as you can show yourself again. Then I will obtain a place for you with some one of my acquaintances, at Paris if you wish, if you insist upon being near me; but as to living under the same roof, that is impossible." "Impossible!" echoed Noun, wringing her hands in a passion of grief. "I see that you despise me, that you blush for me. But no, I will not go away, alone and degraded, to die abandoned in some distant city where you will forget me. What do I care for my reputation? Your love is what I wanted to retain." "Noun, if you fear that I am deceiving you, come with me. The same carriage shall take us to whatever place you choose. I will go with you anywhere, except to Paris or to my mother's, and I will bestow upon you all the care and attention that I owe you." "Yes, to abandon me on the day after you have put me down, a useless burden in some foreign land," she rejoined, smiling bitterly. "No, monsieur, no, I will stay here. I do not choose to lose everything at once. I should sacrifice, by following you, the person whom I loved best in the world before I knew you. But I am not anxious enough to conceal my dishonor to sacrifice both my love and my friendship. I will go and throw myself at Madame Delmare's feet. I will tell her all, and she will forgive me, I know, for she is kind and she loves me. We were born on almost the same day, and she is my foster sister. We have never been separated, and she will not want me to leave her. She will weep with me, she will take care of me, and she will love my child, my poor child. Who knows? She has not the good fortune to be a mother. Perhaps she will bring it up as her own. Ah! I was mad to think of leaving her, for she is the only person on earth who will take pity on me." This determination plunged Raymon in horrible perplexity. But suddenly the rumbling of a carriage was heard in the courtyard. Noun, in dismay, ran to the window. "It's Madame Delmare!" she cried. "Go instantly!" In that moment of excitement the key to the secret staircase could not be found. Noun took Raymon's arm and hurriedly pulled him into the hall. But they were not halfway to the stairs when they heard footsteps in the same passage. They heard Madame Delmare's voice 10 steps in front of them, and a candle carried by a servant who attended her cast its flickering light almost on their terrified faces. Noun had barely time to retrace her steps, still pulling Raymon after her, and to return with him to the bedroom. A dressing room with a glass door might afford a place of refuge for a few moments, but there was no way of locking the door, and it was possible that Madame Delmare might go to the dressing room at once. To avoid being detected instantly, Raymon was obliged to rush into the alcove and hide behind the curtains. It was not probable that Madame Delmare would retire at once, and meanwhile Noun might find an opportunity to help him to escape. Indiana busted into the room, tossed her hat on the bed, and kissed Noun with the familiarity of a sister. There was so little light in the room that she did not notice her companion's emotion. "You expected me, did you?" she said, going to the fire. "How did you know I was coming? Monsieur Delmare," she added, not waiting for a reply, "will be here to morrow. I started at once on receiving his letter. I have certain reasons for receiving him here and not in Paris. I will tell you what they are. But in heaven's name, why don't you speak to me? You don't seem so glad to see me as usual." "I am low spirited," said Noun, kneeling by her mistress to remove her shoes. "I have something to tell you too, but later. Come to the salon now." "God forbid! What an idea! It's deathly cold there." "No, there's a good fire." "You are dreaming. I just came through it." "But your supper is waiting for you." "I don't want any supper. Besides, there is nothing ready. Go and get my boa. I left it in the carriage." "In a moment." "Why not now?" "Go, I say, go!" As she spoke she pushed Noun toward the door with a playful air, and the maid, seeing that she must be bold and self–possessed, went out for a few moments. But she had no sooner left the room than Madame Delmare threw the bolt and removed her cloak, placing it on the bed beside her hat. As she did it she went so near to Raymon that he instinctively stepped back, and the bed, which apparently rested on well–oiled castors, moved with a slight noise. Madame Delmare was surprised but not frightened, for it was quite possible that she had herself moved the bed. She stretched forth her neck, drew the curtain aside, and revealed a man's head outlined against the wall in the half light cast by the fire on the hearth. In her terror she uttered a shriek and rushed to the mantel to seize the bell cord and summon help. Raymon would have preferred to be taken for a thief again than to be recognized in that situation; but if he did not make himself known, Madame Delmare would call her servants and compromise her own reputation. He placed his trust in the love he had inspired in her, and rushing to her tried to stop her shrieks and to keep her away from the bell cord, saying to her in an undertone, for fear of being heard by Noun, who was probably not far away: "It is I, Indiana. Look at me and forgive me, Indiana. Forgive an unhappy wretch whose reason you have led astray, and who could not make up his mind to give you back to your husband until he had seen you once more." and while he held Indiana in his arms, no less in the hope of moving her than to keep her from ringing, Noun was knocking at the door in an agony of apprehension. Madame Delmare, extricating herself from Raymon's arms, ran and opened the door, then sank into a chair. Pale as death and almost fainting, Noun threw herself against the door to prevent the servants, who were running hither and thither, from interrupting this strange scene. Paler than her mistress, with trembling knees and her back glued to the door, she awaited her fate. Raymon felt that with due address he might still deceive both women at once. "Madame," he said, falling on his knees before Indiana, "my presence here must seem to you an outrageous insult. Here at your feet I implore your forgiveness. Grant me an interview for a few moments and I will explain." "Hush, monsieur, and leave this house!" cried Madame Delmare, recovering all the dignity befitting her situation. "Leave this house openly. Open the door, Noun, and allow monsieur to go, so that all my servants may see him and that the disgrace of such a proceeding may fall upon him." Noun, believing that she was detected, threw herself on her knees by Raymon's side. Madame Delmare looked at her in amazement, but said nothing. Raymon tried to take her hand, but she indignantly withdrew it. Flushed with anger, she rose and pointed to the door. "Go, I tell you," she said, "go, for your conduct is despicable. So these are the means you choose to employ, you, monsieur, hiding in my bedroom like a thief. It seems that it is a habit of yours to introduce yourself into families in this way. And this is the pure attachment that you offered me the night before last. This is the way you were to protect me, respect me, and defend me. This is the way you worship me. You see a woman who has nursed you with her hands, who, to restore you to life, defied her husband's anger. You deceive her by a pretence of gratitude. You promise her a love worthy of her, and as a reward for her attentions, as the price of her credulity, you seek to surprise her in her sleep and to hasten your triumph by indescribable infamy. You bribe her maid, you almost creep into her bed like a lover already favored. You do not shrink from admitting her servants to the secret of an intimacy that does not exist. Go, monsieur, you have taken pains to undeceive me very quickly. Go, I say, do not remain another moment under my roof. And you, wretched girl, who have so little regard for your mistress's honor, you deserve to be dismissed. Stand away from that door, I tell you." Noun, half dead with surprise and despair, gazed fixedly at Raymon as if to ask him for an explanation of this incredible mystery. Then, with a wild gleam in her eyes, hardly able to stand, she dragged herself to Indiana and seized her arm fiercely. "What was that you said?" she cried, her teeth clenched with rage. "This man loved you?" "Eh! you must have known that he did," said Madame Delmare, pushing her away contemptuously and with all her strength. "You must have known what reasons a man has for hiding behind a woman's curtains. Ah, Noun," she added, noticing the girl's evident despair, "it was a dastardly thing, and one of which I would never have believed you to be capable. You consented to sell her honor, who had such perfect faith in yours." Madame Delmare was shedding tears, tears of indignation as well as of grief. Raymon had never seen her so lovely, but he hardly dared look at her, for her haughty air, the air of an insulted woman, forced him to lower his eyes. He was terror-stricken too, petrified by Noun's presence. If he had been alone with Madame Delmare, he might perhaps have been able to soften her; but Noun's expression was terrifying, her features were distorted by rage and hatred. A knock at the door startled them all three. Noun rushed forward once more to keep out intruders; but Madame Delmare, pushing her aside imperatively, motioned to Raymon to withdraw to the corner of the room. Then, with the self-possession which made her so remarkable at critical moments, she wrapped herself in a shawl, partly opened the door herself, and asked the servant who had knocked what he had to say to her. "Monsieur Rodolphe Brown is here," was the reply. "He wishes to know if madame will receive him." "Say to Monsieur Rodolphe Brown that I am delighted that he has come, and that I will join him at once. Make a fire in the salon and bid them prepare some supper. One moment, go and get the key to the small park." The servant retired. Madame Delmare remained at the door, holding it open, not deigning to listen to Noun, and imperiously enjoining silence on Raymon. The servant returned in a few moments. Madame Delmare, still holding the door open between him and Monsieur de Ramière, took the key from him, bade him hurry up the supper, and, as soon as he had gone, turned to Raymon. "The arrival of my cousin, Sir Rodolphe Brown," she said, "saves you from the public scandal which I intended to inflict on you. He is a man of honor who would eagerly assume the duty of defending me; but as I should be very sorry to expose a man like him to danger at the hands of such a man as you, I will allow you to go without scandal. Noun, who admitted you, will find a way to let you out. Go." "We shall meet again, madame," replied Raymon, with an attempt at self assurance, "and although I am culpable, you will perhaps regret the harshness with which you treat me now." "I trust, monsieur, that we shall never meet again," she rejoined. And still standing at the door, not deigning to bow, she watched him depart with his miserable and trembling accomplice. When he was alone with Noun in the obscurity of the park, Raymon expected reproaches from her; but she did not speak to him. She led him to the gate of the small park, and when he tried to take her hand, she had already vanished. He called her in a low voice, for he was anxious to learn his fate; but she did not reply, and the gardener, suddenly appearing, said to him: "Come, monsieur, you must be off. Madame is here and you may be discovered." Raymon took his departure with death in his heart; but in his despair at having offended Madame Delmare, he almost forgot Noun and thought of nothing but possible methods of appeasing her mistress; for it was a part of his nature to be irritated by obstacles and never to cling passionately except to things that were well nigh desperate. At night, when Madame Delmare, after supping silently with Sir Ralph, withdrew to her own apartments, Noun did not come, as usual, to undress her. She rang for her to no purpose, and when she had concluded that the girl was resolved not to obey, she locked her door and went to bed. But she passed a horrible night, and as soon as the day broke went down into the park. She was feverish and agitated; she longed to feel the cold enter her body and allay the fire that consumed her breast. The day before, at that hour, she was happy, abandoning herself to the novel sensations of that intoxicating love. What a ghastly disillusionment in 24 hours! First of all, the news of her husband's return several days earlier than she expected. Those 4 or 5 days which she had hoped to pass in Paris were to her a whole lifetime of never ending bliss, a dream of love never to be interrupted by awakening. But in the morning she had to abandon the hope, to resume the yoke, and to go to meet her master in order that he might not meet Raymon at Madame de Carvajal's; for Indiana thought that it would be impossible for her to deceive her husband if he should see her in Raymond's presence. And then this Raymond, whom she loved as a god, it was by him of all men that she was thus basely insulted. And lastly, her lifelong companion, the young Creole whom she loved so dearly, suddenly proved to be unworthy of her confidence and her esteem. Madame Delmare had wept all night long. She sank upon the turf, still whitened by the morning rime, on the bank of the little stream that flowed through the park. It was late in March, and nature was beginning to awake. The morning, although cold, was not devoid of beauty. Patches of mist still rested on the water like a floating scarf, and the birds were trying their first songs of love and springtime. Indiana felt as if relieved of a heavy weight, and a wave of religious feeling overflowed her soul. "God willed it so," she said to herself. "In His providence He has given me a harsh lesson, but it is fortunate for me. That man would perhaps have led me into vice, he would have ruined me, whereas now the vileness of his sentiments is revealed to me, and I shall be on my guard against the tempestuous and detestable passion that fermented in his breast. I will love my husband, I will try to love him. At all events, I will be submissive to him. I will make him happy by never annoying him. I will avoid whatever can possibly arouse his jealousy. For now I know what to think of the false eloquence that men know how to lavish on us. I shall be fortunate, perhaps, if God will take pity on my sorrows and send death to me soon." The clatter of the mill wheel that started the machinery in Monsieur Delmare's factory made itself heard behind the willows on the other bank. The river, rushing through the newly opened gates, began to boil and bubble on the surface, and as Madame Delmare followed with a melancholy eye the swift rush of the stream, she saw floating among the reeds something like a bundle of cloth which the current strove to hurry along in its train. She rose, leaned over the bank, and distinctly saw a woman's clothes that she knew too well. Terror nailed her to the spot, but the stream flowed on, slowly drawing a body from the reeds among which it had caught and bringing it toward Madame Delmare. A piercing shriek attracted the workmen from the factory to the spot. Madame Delmare had fainted on the bank, and Noun's body was floating in the water at her feet. Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Indiana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Indiana by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 9. 2 months have passed. Nothing is changed at Lagny, in that house to which I introduced you one winter evening, except that all about the red brick walls, with their frame of gray stone and its slated roofs yellowed by venerable moss, the springtime is in its bloom. The family is scattered here and there, enjoying the mild and fragrant evening air. The setting sun gilds the window panes, and the roar of the factory mingles with the various noises of the farm. Monsieur Delmare is seated on the steps, gun in hand, practising at shooting swallows on the wing. Indiana, at her embroidery frame near the window of the salon, leans forward now and then to watch with a sad face the colonel's cruel amusement in the courtyard. Ophelia leaps about and barks, indignant at a style of hunting so contrary to her habits. And Sir Ralph, astride the stone railing, is smoking a cigar, and, as usual, looking on impassively at other people's pleasure or vexation. "Indiana," cried the colonel, laying aside his gun, "do, for heaven's sake, put your work away. You tire yourself out as if you were paid so much an hour." "It is still broad daylight," Madame Delmare replied. "No matter. Come to the window. I have something to tell you." Indiana obeyed, and the colonel, drawing near the window, which was almost on a level with the ground, said to her with as near an approach to playfulness of manner as an old and jealous husband can manage: "As you have worked hard to day, and as you are very good, I am going to tell you something that will please you." Madame Delmare struggled hard to smile. Her smile would have driven a more sensitive man than the colonel to despair. "You will be pleased to know," he continued, "that I have invited one of your humble adorers to breakfast with you to morrow, to divert you. You will ask me which one, for you have a very pretty collection of them, you flirt." "Perhaps it's our dear old curé," said Madame Delmare, whose melancholy was enhanced by her husband's gayety. "Oh, no, indeed." "Then it must be the mayor of Chailly or the old notary from Fontainebleau." "Oh, the craft of women! You know very well that it would be none of those people. Come, Ralph, tell madame the name she has on the tip of her tongue but doesn't choose to pronounce herself." "You need not go through so much preparation to announce a visit from Monsieur de Ramière," said Sir Ralph tranquilly, as he threw away his cigar. "I suppose it's a matter of perfect indifference to her." Madame Delmare felt the blood rush to her cheeks. She made a pretence of looking for something in the salon, then returned to the window with as calm a manner as she could command. "I fancy that this is a jest," she said, trembling in every limb. "On the contrary, I am perfectly serious. You will see him here at 11 o'clock to morrow." "What! The man who stole into your premises to obtain unfair possession of your invention, and whom you almost killed as a criminal? You must both be very pacific to forget such grievances." "You set me the example, dearest, by receiving him very graciously at your aunt's, where he called on you." Indiana turned pale. "I do not by any means appropriate that call," she said earnestly, "and I am so little flattered by it that if I were in your place I would not receive him. You women are all false and cunning just for the pleasure of being so. You danced with him during one whole ball, I was told." "You were misinformed." "Why, it was your aunt herself who told me. However, you need not defend yourself so warmly. I have no fault to find, as your aunt desired and assisted to bring about this reconciliation between us. Monsieur de Ramière has been seeking it for a long while. He has rendered me some very valuable services with respect to my business, and he has done it without ostentation and almost without my knowledge. So, as I am not so savage as you say, and also as I do not choose to be under obligation to a stranger, I determined to make myself square with him." "How so?" "By making a friend of him, by going to Cercy this morning with Sir Ralph. We found his mother there, who seems a delightful woman, and the house is furnished with refinement and comfort, but without ostentation and without a trace of the pride that attaches to venerable names. After all, this Ramière's a good fellow, and I have invited him to come and breakfast with us and inspect the factory. I hear favorable accounts of his brother, and I have made sure that he cannot injure me by adopting the same methods that I use. So I prefer that that family should profit by them rather than any other. You see, no secrets are kept very long, and mine will soon be like a stage secret if progress in manufacturing continues at the present rate." "For my part," said Sir Ralph, "I have always disapproved of this secrecy, as you know. A good citizen's discovery belongs to his country as much as to himself, and if I Parbleu! That is just like you, Sir Ralph, with your practical philanthropy. You will make me think that your fortune doesn't belong to you, and that if the nation takes a fancy to it to morrow, you are ready to exchange your 50,000 francs a year for a wallet and staff. It looks well for a buck like you, who are as fond of the comforts of life as a sultan, to preach contempt of wealth." "What I say," rejoined Sir Ralph, "is not meant to be philanthropic at all. My point is that selfishness, properly understood, leads us to do good to others to prevent them injuring us. I am selfish myself, as everybody knows. I have accustomed myself not to blush for it, and after analyzing all the virtues, I find personal interest at the foundation of them all. Love and devotion, which are two apparently generous passions, are perhaps the most selfish passions that exist. Nor is patriotism less so, my word for it. I care little for men, but not for anything in the world would I undertake to prove it to them. My fear of them is inversely proportional to my esteem for them. We are both selfish, therefore, but I admit it, whereas you deny it." A discussion arose between them, wherein each sought by all the arguments of selfishness to demonstrate the selfishness of the others. Madame Delmare took advantage of it to retire to her room, and to abandon herself to all the reflections to which news so entirely unexpected naturally gave birth. It will be well not only to admit you to the secret of her thoughts, but also to enlighten you as to the situation of the various persons whom Noun's death had affected in greater or less degree. It is almost proven, so far as the reader and I myself are concerned, that that unfortunate creature threw herself into the stream through despair, in one of those moments of frenzy when extreme resolutions are most easily formed. But as she evidently did not return to the house after leaving Raymon, As no one had met her and had an opportunity to divine her purpose, there was no indication of suicide to throw light upon the mystery of her death. Two persons were in a position to attribute it with moral certainty to her own act: Monsieur de Ramière and the gardener of Lagny. The grief of the former was concealed beneath a pretence of illness; the terror and remorse of the other enjoined silence upon him. This man, who from cupidity had connived at the intercourse of the lovers throughout the winter, was the only person who had been in a position to remark the young creole's secret misery. Justly fearing the reproaches of his employers and the criticisms of his equals, he held his peace in his own interest; and when Monsieur Delmare, who had some suspicions after the discovery of this intrigue, questioned him as to the lengths to which it had been carried during his absence, he boldly denied that it had continued at all. Some people in the neighborhood, a very lonely neighborhood, by the way, had noticed Noun walking toward Cercy at unreasonable hours; but apparently there had been no relations between her and Monsieur de Ramière since the end of January, and her death occurred on the 28th of March. So far as appeared, her death was attributable to chance. As she was walking through the park at nightfall, she might have been deceived by the dense fog that had prevailed for several days, have lost her way, and missed the English bridge over the stream, which was quite narrow, but had very steep banks and was swollen by recent rains. Although Sir Ralph, who was more observant than his reflections indicated, had found in his private thoughts grounds for strong suspicion of Monsieur de Ramière, he communicated them to no one, regarding as useless and cruel any reproachful words addressed to a man who was so unfortunate as to have such a source of remorse in his life. He even succeeded in convincing the colonel, who expressed in his presence some suspicions in that regard, that it was most urgent, in Madame Delmare's delicate condition, to continue to conceal from her the possible causes of her old playmate's suicide. So it was with the poor girl's death as with her love affair: there was a tacit agreement never to mention it before Indiana, and ere long it ceased to be talked about at all. But these precautions were of no avail, for Madame Delmare had her own reasons for suspecting a part of the truth. The bitter reproaches she had heaped on the unhappy girl on that fatal evening seemed to her a sufficient explanation of her sudden resolution. So it was that at the ghastly moment when she discovered the dead body floating in the water, Indiana's repose, already so disturbed, and her heart already so sad, had received the final blow. Her lingering disease was progressing actively, and this woman, young and perhaps strong, refusing to be cured, concealing her sufferings from her husband's undiscerning and far from delicate affection, sank voluntarily beneath the burden of sorrow and discouragement. "Woe is me!" she cried as she entered her room after learning of Raymon's impending visit. "A curse on that man who has entered this house only to bring despair and death! O God, why dost thou permit him to come between thee and me, to take command of my destiny at his pleasure, so that he has only to put out his hand and say, 'She is mine, I will derange her reason, I will bring desolation into her life, and if she resists me, I will spread mourning around her, I will encompass her with remorse, regrets, and alarms. O God, it is not fair that a poor woman should be so persecuted!' She wept bitterly, for the thought of Raymon revived the memory of Noun more vivid and heartrending than ever. Poor Noun, my poor playmate, my countrywoman, my only friend!" she exclaimed sorrowfully. "That man is your murderer. Unhappy child, his influence was fatal to you as to me. You loved me so dearly, you were the only one who could divine my sorrows and mitigate them by your artless gayety. Woe to me who have lost you! Was it for this that I brought you from so far away? By what wiles did that man surprise your good faith and induce you to do such a despicable thing? Ah! he must have deceived you shamefully, and you did not realize your error until you saw my indignation. I was too harsh, Noun. I was so harsh that I was downright cruel. I drove you to despair. I killed you. Poor girl, why did you not wait a few hours until the wind had blown away my resentment like a wisp of straw? Why did you not come and weep on my bosom and say, 'I was deceived. I acted without knowing what I was doing, but you know well enough that I respect you and love you'? I would have taken you in my arms. We would have wept together, and you would not be dead, 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 so young and so lovely and so full of life, dead at 19, and such a ghastly death." While thus weeping for her companion, Indiana, unknown to herself, wept also for her 3 days of illusion, the loveliest days of her life, the only days when she had really lived. For during those 3 days she had loved with a passion which Raymon, had he been the most presumptuous of men, could never have imagined. But the blinder and more violent that love had been, the more keenly had she felt the insult she had received. The first love of a heart like hers contains so much modesty and sensitive delicacy. And yet Indiana had yielded to a burst of shame and anger rather than to a well matured determination. I have no doubt that Raymon would have obtained his pardon had he been allowed a few more minutes in which to plead for it; but fate had defeated his love and his address, and Madame Delmare honestly believed now that she hated him. Chapter 10 of Indiana. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Indiana by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 10. For his part, it was neither in a spirit of bravado nor because of the injury to his self-esteem that he aspired more ardently than ever to Madame Delmare's love and forgiveness. He believed that they were unattainable, and no other woman's love, no other earthly joy seemed to him their equivalent. Such was his nature. An insatiable craving for action and excitement consumed his life. He loved society with its laws and its fetters because it offered him material for combat and resistance; and if he had a horror of license and debauchery, it was because they promised insipid and easily obtained pleasure. Do not believe, however, that he was insensible to Noun's ruin. In the first impulse he conceived a horror of himself, and loaded his pistols with a very real purpose of blowing out his brains. But a praiseworthy feeling stayed his hand. What would become of his mother, his aged, feeble mother, the poor woman whose life had been so agitated and so sorrowful, who lived only for him, her only treasure, her only hope? Must he break her heart, shorten the few years that still remained to her? No, surely not. The best way to redeem his wrongdoing was to devote himself thenceforth solely to his mother, and it was with that purpose in mind that he returned to her at Paris, and put forth all his energies to make her forget his desertion of her during a large part of the winter. Raymon exerted an incredible influence over everybody about him, for, take him for all in all, with his faults and his youthful escapades, he was above the average of society men. We have not yet told you upon what his reputation for wit and talent was based, because it was aside from the events we had to describe. But it is time to inform you that this Raymon, whose weaknesses you have followed and whose frivolity you have censured, is one of the men who have had the most control and influence over your thoughts, whatever your opinions to-day may be. You have devoured his political pamphlets, and while reading the newspapers of the period you have often been captivated by the irresistible charm of his style and the grace of his courteous and worldly logic. I am speaking of a time already far away, in these days when time is no longer reckoned by centuries, nor even by reigns, but by ministries. I am speaking of the Martignac year, of that epoch of repose and doubt interjected in the middle of a political error, not like a treaty of peace, but like an armistice, of those 15 months of the reign of doctrines which had such a strange influence on principles and on morals, and which may perhaps have paved the way for the extraordinary result of our latest revolution. It was in those days that men saw the blooming of certain youthful talents, unfortunate in that they were born in a period of transition and of compromise, for they paid their tribute to the conciliatory and wavering tendencies of the time. Never, so far as I know, was knowledge of mere words and ignorance, or pretended ignorance of things, carried so far. It was the reign of restrictions, and it is beyond my power to say who made the fullest use of them, short-gowned Jesuits or long-gowned lawyers. Political moderation had become a part of the national character, like courteous manners, and it was the same with the first variety of courtesy as with the second. It served as a mask for secret antipathies, and taught them how to fight without scandal and publicity. We must say, however, in defence of the young men of that period, that they were often towed like light skiffs in the wake of great ships, with no very clear idea of where they were being taken, proud and happy to be cleaving the waves and swelling out their new sails. Placed by his birth and his wealth among the partisans of absolute royalty, Raymond made a sacrifice to the youthful ideas of his time by clinging religiously to the Charter. At all events, that was what he thought that he was doing, and what he exerted himself to prove. But conventions that have fallen into desuetude are subject to interpretation, and the Charter of Louis XVIII was already in the same plight as the Gospel of Jesus Christ. It was simply a text upon which everybody practised his powers of eloquence, and a speech thereon created a precedent no more than a sermon. A period of luxurious living and indolence, when civilization lay sleeping on the brink of a bottomless abyss, eager to enjoy its last pleasures. Raymond had taken his stand upon the line between abuse of power and abuse of license, a shifting ground upon which good men still sought, but in vain, a shelter from the tempest that was brewing. To him, as to many other experienced minds, the rôle of conscientious statesman still seemed possible. A manifest error at a time when people pretended to defer to the voice of reason only to stifle it the more surely on every side. Being without political passions, Raymond fancied that he was without interest to promote; but he was mistaken, for society, constituted as it then was agreeable and advantageous to him. It could not be disturbed without a diminution in the sum total of his well-being, and that perfect contentment with one's social position which communicates itself to the thought is a wonderful promoter of moderation. Who is so ungrateful to Providence as to reproach it for the misfortunes of other people, if it has only smiles and benefactions for him? How is it possible to persuade those young supporters of the constitutional monarchy that the Constitution was already antiquated, that it weighed heavily on the social body and fatigued it, while they found its burdens light and reaped only its advantages? Nothing is so easy and so common as to deceive one's self when one does not lack wit and is familiar with all the niceties of the language. Language is a prostitute queen who descends and rises to all rôles, disguises herself, arrays herself in fine apparel, hides her head and effaces herself; an advocate who has an answer for everything, who has always foreseen everything, and who assumes 1,000 forms in order to be right. The most honorable of men is he who thinks best and acts best, but the most powerful is he who is best able to talk and write. As his wealth relieved him from the necessity of writing for money, Raymond wrote from a liking for it, and, he said it with perfect good faith, from a sense of duty. The rare faculty that he possessed, of refuting positive truth by sheer talent, had made him an invaluable man to the ministry, whom he served much better by his impartial criticism than did its creatures by their blind devotion, and even more invaluable to that fashionable young society which was quite willing to abjure the absurdities of its former privileges, but wished at the same time to retain the benefit of its present advantageous position. They were, in very truth, men of great talent who still supported society, tottering on the brink of the precipice, and who, being themselves suspended between two reefs, struggled calmly and with perfect self-possession against the harsh reality that was on the point of engulfing them. To succeed in such wise as to create a conviction against every sort of probability, and to keep that conviction alive for some time among men of no convictions, is the art which most impresses and surpasses the understanding of an uncultivated, vulgar mind which has studied none but commonplace truths. Thus Raymon had no sooner returned to that society which was his element and his home than he felt its vital and exciting influences. The petty love affairs that had engrossed him vanished for a moment in the face of broader and more brilliant interests. He carried into these the same boldness of attack, the same ardor, and when he saw that he was more eagerly sought than ever by all the most distinguished people in Paris, he felt that he loved life more than ever. Was he to be blamed for forgetting a secret remorse while reaping the reward he had merited for services rendered his country? He felt life overflowing through every pore of his young heart, his active brain, his whole vigorous and buoyant being. He felt that destiny was making him happy in spite of himself, and he would crave forgiveness of an indignant ghost that came sometimes and bewailed her fate in his dreams, for having sought in the affection of the living a protection against the terrors of the grave. But he had no sooner returned to life, as it were, than he felt, as in the past, the need of mingling thoughts of love and plans of intrigue with his political meditations, his dreams of ambition and philosophy. I say ambition, not meaning ambition for honor and wealth, for which he had no use, but for reputation and aristocratic popularity. He had at first despaired of ever seeing Madame Delmare again after the tragic ending of his double intrigue; but as he measured the extent of his loss, as he brooded over the thought of the treasure that had escaped him, he conceived the hope of grasping it once more, and at the same time he regained determination and confidence. He calculated the obstacles he should encounter, and realized that the most difficult to overcome at the outset would come from Indiana herself. Therefore he must use the husband to protect him from the attack. This was not a new idea, but it was sure. Jealous husbands are particularly well adapted to this service. A fortnight after he had conceived this idea, Raymon was on the way to Lagny, where he was expected to breakfast. You will not require me to describe to you in detail the shrewdly proffered services by which he had succeeded in making himself agreeable to Monsieur Delmare. I prefer, as I am describing the features of the characters in this tale, to draw a hasty sketch of the colonel for you. Do you know what they call an honest man in the provinces? He is a man who does not encroach on his neighbor's field, who does not demand from his debtors a sou more than they owe him, who raises his hat to every person who bows to him, who does not ravish maidens in the public roads, who sets fire to no other man's barn, who does not rob wayfarers at the corner of his park. Provided that he religiously respects the lives and purses of his fellow citizens, nothing more is demanded of him. He may beat his wife, maltreat his servants, ruin his children, and it is nobody's business. Society punishes only those acts which are injurious to it. Private life is beyond its jurisdiction. Such was Monsieur Delmare's theory of morals. He had never studied any other social contract than this: every man is master in his own house. He treated all affairs of the heart as feminine puerilities, sentimental subtleties. Being a man devoid of wit, of tact and of education, he enjoyed greater consideration than a man obtains by dint of talent and amiability. He had broad shoulders and a strong wrist. He handled the sword and the sabre perfectly, and was exceedingly quick to take offence. As he did not always understand a joke, he was constantly haunted by the idea that people were making fun of him. Being incapable of subtle repartee, he had but one way of defending himself: to enforce silence by threats. His favorite epigrams always turned upon cowhidings to be administered and affairs of honor to be settled; wherefore the province always prefixed to his name the epithet brave, because military valor apparently consists in having broad shoulders and long mustaches, in swearing fiercely, and in putting one's hand to the sword on the slightest pretext. God forbid that I should believe that camp life makes all men brutes, but I may be permitted to believe that one must have a large stock of tact and discretion to resist the habit of passive and brutal domination. If you have served in the army, you are familiar with what the troops call skin breeches, and will agree that there are large numbers of them among the remains of the old imperial cohorts. Those men who, when brought together and urged forward by a powerful hand, performed such magnificent exploits, towered like giants amid the smoke of the battlefield; but having returned to civil life, the heroes became mere soldiers once more, bold, vulgar fellows who reasoned like machines; and it was fortunate if they did not behave in society as in conquered territory. It was the fault of the age rather than theirs. Ingenuous minds, they had faith in the adulation of victory, and allowed themselves to be persuaded that they were great patriots because they defended their country, some against their will, others for money and honors. But how did they defend it, those tens of thousands of men who blindly embraced the error of a single man, and who, after saving their country, basely destroyed it? And again, if a soldier's devotion to his captain seems to you a great and noble thing, well and good, so it does to me, but I call that fidelity, not patriotism. I congratulate the conquerors of Spain, I do not thank them. As for the honor of the French name, I by no means understand that method of safeguarding it among neighbors, and I find it difficult to believe that the emperor's generals were very deeply engrossed by it at that deplorable stage of our glory. But I know that we are forbidden to discuss these matters impartially. I hold my peace. Posterity will pass judgment on them. Monsieur Delmare had all the good qualities and all the failings of these men. He was innocent to childishness concerning certain refinements of the point of honor, yet he was very well able to conduct his affairs to the best possible end without disturbing himself as to the good or evil which might result therefrom to others. His whole conscience was the law. His whole moral code was his rights under the law. He was one of those rigid, unbended probities which never borrow for fear of not returning, and never lend for fear of not recovering. He was the honest man who neither takes nor gives aught, who would rather die than steal a bundle of sticks in the king's forest, but would kill you without ceremony for picking up a twig in his. He was useful to himself alone, harmful to nobody. He took part in nothing that was going on about him, lest he might be compelled to do somebody a favor; but when he deemed himself in honor bound to do it, no one could go about it with more energy and zeal and a more chivalrous spirit. At once trustful as a child and suspicious as a despot, he would believe a false oath and distrust a sincere promise. As in the military profession, form was everything with him. Public opinion governed him so exclusively that common sense and argument counted for nothing in his decisions, and when he said, "Such things are done," he thought that he had stated an irrefutable argument. Thus it will be seen that his nature was most antipathetic to his wife's, his heart entirely unfitted to understand her, his mind entirely incapable of appreciating her. And yet it is certain that slavery had engendered in her woman's heart a sort of virtuous and unspoken aversion, which was not always just. Madame Delmare doubted her husband's heart overmuch. He was only harsh, and she deemed him cruel. There was more roughness than anger in his outbreaks, more vulgarity than impertinence in his manners. Nature had not made him evil-minded. He had moments of compassion which led him to repentance, and in his repentance he was almost sensitive. It was camp life that had raised brutality to a principle in him. With a less refined, less gentle wife, he would have been as gentle as a tame wolf. But this woman was disheartened with her fate. She did not take the trouble to try to make it happier. Chapter 11. Of Indiana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Indiana by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 11. As he alighted from his tilbury in the courtyard at Lagny, Raymond's heart failed him. So he was once more to enter that house which recalled such awful memories. His arguments, being in accord with his passions, might enable him to overcome the impulses of his heart, but not to stifle them, and at that moment the sensation of remorse was as keen as that of desire. The first person who came forward to meet him was Sir Ralph Brown, and when he spied him in his everlasting hunting costume, flanked by his hounds and sober as a Scotch laird, he fancied that the portrait he had seen in Madame Delmare's chamber was walking before his eyes. A few moments later the colonel appeared, and the breakfast was served without Indiana. As he passed through the vestibule by the door of the billiard room, and recognized the places he had previously seen under such different circumstances, Raymond was so distressed that he could hardly remember why he had come there now. "Is Madame Delmare really not coming down?" the colonel asked his factotum, Lelièvre, with some asperity. "Madame slept badly," replied Lelièvre, "and Mademoiselle Noun—that devil of a name keeps coming to my tongue—Mademoiselle Fanny, I mean, just told me that Madame is lying down now. How does it happen, then, that I just saw her at her window? Fanny is mistaken. Go and tell Madame that breakfast is served. Or stay, Sir Ralph, my dear kinsman, be pleased to go up and see for yourself if your cousin is really ill." While the unfortunate name that the servant had mentioned from habit caused Raymond's nerves a painful thrill, the colonel's expedient caused him a strange sensation of jealous anger. "In her bedroom," he thought. "He doesn't confine himself to hanging the man's portrait there, but sends him there in person. This Englishman has privileges here which the husband himself seems to be afraid to claim." "Don't let that surprise you," said Monsieur Delmare, as if he had divined Raymond's reflections. "Monsieur Brown is the family physician, and then he's our cousin too, a fine fellow whom we love with all our hearts." Ralph remained absent 10 minutes. Raymond was distraught, ill at ease. He did not eat and kept looking at the door. At last the Englishman reappeared. "Indiana is really ill," he said. "I told her to go back to bed." He took his seat tranquilly and ate with a robust appetite. The colonel did likewise. "This is evidently a pretext to avoid seeing me," thought Raymond. "These two men don't suspect it, and the husband is more displeased than worried about his wife's condition. Good! My affairs are progressing more favorably than I had hoped." This resistance rearoused his determination, and Noun's image vanished from the dismal hangings which at the beginning had congealed his blood with terror. Soon he saw nothing but Madame Delmare's slender form. In the salon he sat at her embroidery frame, examined the flowers she was making, talking all the while and feigning deep interest, handled all the silks, inhaled the perfume her tiny fingers had left upon them. He had seen the same piece of work before, in Indiana's bedroom. Then it was hardly begun, now it was covered with flowers that had bloomed beneath the breath of fever, watered by her daily tears. Raymond felt the tears coming to his own eyes, and by virtue of some unexplained sympathy, sadly raising his eyes to the horizon at which Indiana was in the habit of gazing in melancholy mood, he saw in the distance the white walls of Cercy standing out against a background of dark hills. The colonel's voice roused him with a start. "Well, my excellent neighbor," he said, "it is time for me to pay my debt to you and keep my promises. The factory is in full swing, and the hands are all at work. Here are paper and pencils, so that you can take notes." Raymon followed the colonel, inspected the factory with an eager, interested air, made comments which proved that chemistry and mechanics were equally familiar to him, listened with incredible patience to Monsieur Delmare's endless dissertations, coincided with some of his ideas, combated some others, and in every respect so conducted himself as to persuade his guide that he took an absorbing interest in these things, whereas he was hardly thinking of them, and all his thoughts were directed toward Madame Delmare. It was a fact that he was familiar with every branch of knowledge, that no invention was without interest for him. Moreover, he was forwarding the interest of his brother, who had really embarked his whole fortune in a similar enterprise, although of much greater extent. Monsieur Delmare's technical knowledge, his only claim to superiority, pointed out to him at that moment the best method of taking advantage of this interview. Sir Ralph, who was a poor business man but a very shrewd politician, suggested during the inspection of the factory some economical considerations of considerable importance. The workmen, being anxious to display their skill to an expert, surpassed themselves in deftness and activity. Raymon looked at everything, heard everything, answered everything, and thought of nothing but the love affair that had brought him to that place. When they had exhausted the subject of machinery, the discussion fell upon the volume and force of the stream. They went out and climbed upon the dam, bidding the overseer raise the gates and mark the different depths. "Monsieur," said the man, addressing Monsieur Delmare, who fixed the maximum at 15 feet, "I beg pardon, but we had it 17 once this year." "When was that? You are mistaken," said the colonel. "Excuse me, monsieur, it was on the eve of your return from Belgium, the very night Mademoiselle Noun was found drowned. What I say is proved by the fact that the body passed over that dike yonder and did not stop until it got here, just where monsieur is standing." Speaking thus with much animation, the man pointed to where Raymon stood. The unhappy young man turned pale as death. He cast a horrified glance at the water flowing at his feet. It seemed to him that the livid face was reflected in it, that the body was still floating there. He had an attack of vertigo and would have fallen into the river had not Monsieur Brown caught his arm and pulled him away. "Very good," said the colonel, who noticed nothing, and who gave so little thought to Noun that he did not suspect Raymon's emotion. "But that was an extraordinary instance, and the average depth of the water is–but what the devil's the matter with you two?" he inquired, suddenly interrupting himself. "Nothing," replied Sir Ralph. "As I turned I trod on monsieur's foot. I am distressed, for I must have hurt him terribly." Sir Ralph made this reply in so calm and natural a tone that Raymon was convinced that he thought he was telling the truth. A few courteous words were exchanged, and the conversation resumed its course. Raymon left Lagny a few hours later without seeing Madame Delmare. It was better than he hoped; he had feared that he should find her calm and indifferent. However, he repeated his visit with no better success. That time the colonel was alone. Raymon put forth all the resources of his wit to captivate him, and shrewdly descended to innumerable little acts of condescension, praised Napoleon, whom he did not like, deplored the indifference of the government, which left the illustrious remnant of the Grande Armée in oblivion and something like contempt, carried opposition tenets as far as his opinions would permit him to go, and selected from his various beliefs those which were likely to flatter Monsieur Delmare's. He even provided himself with a character different from his real one, in order to attract his confidence. He transformed himself into a bon vivant, a hail fellow well met, a careless good for naught. "What if that fellow should ever make a conquest of my wife?" said the colonel to himself as he watched him drive away. Then he began to chuckle inwardly, and to think that Raymon was a charming fellow. Madame de Ramière was at Cercy at this time. Raymon extolled Madame Delmare's charms and wit to her, and without urging her to call upon her, had the art to suggest the thought. "I believe she is the only one of my neighbors whom I do not know," she said; "and as I am a new arrival in the neighborhood, it is my place to begin. We will go to Lagny together next week." The appointed day arrived. "She cannot avoid me now," thought Raymon. In truth, Madame Delmare could not escape the necessity of receiving him, for when she saw an elderly woman she did not know step from the carriage, she went out on the stoop herself to meet her. At the same moment she recognized Raymon in the man who accompanied her, but she realized that he must have deceived his mother to induce her to take that step, and her displeasure on that account gave her strength to be dignified and calm. She received Madame de Ramière with a mixture of respect and affability, but her coldness to Raymon was so absolutely glacial that he felt that he could not long endure it. He was not accustomed to disdain, and his pride took fire at being unable to conquer with a glance those who were prepossessed against him. Thereupon, deciding upon his course like a man who cared nothing for a woman's whim, he asked permission to join Monsieur Delmare in the park, and left the two women together. Little by little, vanquished by the charm which a superior intellect, combined with a noble and generous heart, is capable of exerting even in its least intimate relations, Indiana became affable, affectionate, and almost playful with Madame de Ramière. She had never known her mother, and Madame de Carvajal, despite her presence and her words of praise, was far from being a mother to her, so she felt a sort of fascination of the heart with Raymon's mother. When he joined her as she was stepping into her carriage, he saw Indiana put to her lips the hand that Madame de Ramière offered her. Poor Indiana felt the need of having some one to cling to. Everything that offered a prospect of interest and of companionship in her lonely and unhappy life was welcomed by her with the keenest delight. And then she said to herself that Madame de Ramière would preserve her from the snare into which Raymon sought to lure her. "I will throw myself into this good woman's arms," she was thinking already, "and if necessary I will tell her everything. I will implore her to save me from her son, and her prudence will stand guard over him and over me." Such was not Raymon's reasoning. "Dear mother," he said to himself as he drove back with her to Cercy, "her charm and her goodness of heart perform miracles. What do I not owe to them already? My education, my success in life, my standing in society. I lacked nothing but the happiness of owing to her the heart of such a woman as Indiana." Raymon, as we see, loved his mother because of his need of her and of the well–being he owed to her. So do all children love their mothers. A few days later Raymon received an invitation to pass 3 days at Bellerive, a beautiful country seat owned by Sir Ralph Brown, between Cercy and Lagny, where it was proposed, in concert with the best hunters of the neighborhood, to destroy a part of the game that was devouring the owner's woods and gardens. Raymond liked neither Sir Ralph nor hunting, but Madame Delmare did the honors of her cousin's house on great occasions, and the hope of meeting her soon decided Raymond to accept the invitation. The fact was that Sir Ralph did not expect Madame Delmare on this occasion. She had excused herself on the ground of her wretched health; but the colonel, who took umbrage when his wife sought diversion on her own account, took still greater umbrage when she declined such diversions as he chose to allow her. "Do you want to make the whole province think that I keep you under lock and key?" he said to her. "You make me appear like a jealous husband. It's an absurd rôle, and one that I do not propose to play any longer. Besides, what does this lack of courtesy to your cousin mean? Does it become you, when we owe to his friendship the establishment and prosperity of our business, to refuse him such a service? You are necessary to him, and you hesitate. I cannot understand your whims. All the people whom I don't like are sure of a hearty welcome from you, but those whom I esteem are unfortunate enough not to please you." "That reproach has very little application to the present case, I should say," replied Madame Delmare. "I love my cousin like a brother, and my affection for him was of long standing when yours began." Oh, yes, yes, more of your fine words. But I know that you don't find him sentimental enough, the poor devil. You call him selfish because he doesn't like novels and doesn't cry over the death of a dog. However, he's not the only one. How did you receive Monsieur de Ramière? A charming young fellow, on my word. Madame de Carvajal introduces him to you, and you receive him with the greatest affability. But I have the ill luck to think well of him, and you pronounce him unendurable, and when he calls upon you, you go to bed. Are you trying to make me appear a perfect boor? It is time for this to come to an end, and for you to begin to live like other people." Raymond deemed it inadvisable, in view of his plans, to show too much eagerness. Threats of indifference are successful with almost all women who think that they are loved. But the hunting had been in progress since morning when he reached Sir Ralph's, and Madame Delmare was not expected until dinner time. He employed the interval in preparing a plan of action. It occurred to him that he must find some method of justifying his conduct, for the critical moment was at hand. He had 2 days before him, and he determined to apportion the time thus: the rest of the day that was nearly ended, to make an impression; the next day to persuade, and the following day to be happy. He even consulted his watch, and calculated almost to an hour the time when his enterprise would succeed or fail. Chapter 12. Of Indiana. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Indiana, by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 12. He had been 2 hours in the salon when he heard Madame Delmare's sweet and slightly husky voice in the adjoining room. By dint of reflecting on his scheme of seduction, he had become as passionately interested as an author in his subject or a lawyer in his cause, and the emotion that he felt at the sight of Indiana may be compared to that of an actor thoroughly imbued with the spirit of his rôle, who finds himself in the presence of the principal character of the drama and can no longer distinguish artificial stage effects from reality. She was so changed that a feeling of sincere compassion found its way into Raymond's being amid the nervous tremors of his brain. Unhappiness and illness had left such deep traces on her face that she was hardly pretty, and that he felt that there was more glory than pleasure to be gained by the conquest. But he owed it to himself to restore this woman to life and happiness. Seeing how pale and sad she was, he judged that he had no very strong will to contend against. Was it possible that such a frail envelope could conceal great power of moral resistance? He reflected that it was necessary first of all to interest her in herself, to frighten her concerning her depression and her failing health, in order the more easily to open her mind to the desire and the hope of a better destiny. "Indiana," he began with secret assurance perfectly concealed beneath an air of profound melancholy, "to think that I should find you in such a condition as this! I did not dream that this moment to which I have looked forward so long, which I have sought so eagerly, would cause me such horrible pain." Madame Delmare hardly anticipated this language. She expected to surprise Raymond in the attitude of a confused and shrinking culprit. And lo! instead of accusing himself, of telling her of his grief and repentance, his sorrow and pity were all for her. She must be sorely cast down and broken in spirit to inspire compassion in a man who should have implored hers. A Frenchwoman, a woman of the world, would not have lost her head at such a delicate juncture. But Indiana had no tact, possessed neither the skill nor the power of dissimulation necessary to preserve the advantage of her position. His words brought before her eyes the whole picture of her sufferings, and tears glistened on the edge of her eyelids. "I am ill, in truth," she said, as she seated herself feebly and wearily in the chair Raymond offered her. I feel that I am very ill, and in your presence, monsieur, I have the right to complain." Raymond had not hoped to progress so fast. He seized the opportunity by the hair, as the saying is, and taking possession of a hand which felt cold and dry in his, he replied: "Indiana, do not say that. Do not say that I am the cause of your illness, for you make me mad with grief and joy." "And joy?" she repeated, fixing upon him her great blue eyes overflowing with melancholy and amazement. "I should have said hope, for if I have caused you unhappiness, madame, I can perhaps bring it to an end. Say a word," he added, kneeling beside her on a cushion that had fallen from the divan. "Ask me for my blood, my life." "Oh, hush!" said Indiana bitterly, withdrawing her hand. "You made a shameful misuse of promises before. Try to repair the evil you have done." "I intend to do it, I will do it," he cried, trying to take her hand again. "It is too late," she said. "Give me back my companion, my sister. Give me back Noun, my only friend." A cold shiver ran through Raymond's veins. This time he had no need to encourage her emotion. There are emotions which awake unbidden, mighty and terrible, without the aid of art. "She knows all," he thought, "and she has judged me." Nothing could be more humiliating to him than to be reproached for his crime by the woman who had been his innocent accomplice; nothing more bitter than to see Noun's rival lamenting her death. "Yes, monsieur," said Indiana, raising her face, down which the tears were streaming, "you were the cause." But she paused when she observed Raymond's pallor. It must have been most alarming, for he had never suffered so keenly. Thereupon all the kindness of her heart and all the involuntary emotion which he aroused in her resumed their sway over Madame Delmare. "Forgive me," she said in dismay. "I hurt you terribly. I have suffered so myself. Sit down and let us talk of something else." This sudden manifestation of her sweet and generous nature rendered Raymond's emotion deeper than ever. He sobbed aloud. He put Indiana's hand to his lips and covered it with tears and kisses. It was the first time that he had been able to weep since Noun's death, and it was Indiana who relieved his breast of that terrible weight. "Oh, since you who never knew her weep for her so freely," she said, "since you regret so bitterly the injury you have done me, I dare not reproach you any more. Let us weep for her together, monsieur, so that from her place in heaven she may see us and forgive us." Raymond's forehead was wet with cold perspiration. If the words, "you who never knew her," had delivered him from painful anxiety, this appeal to his victim's memory in Indiana's innocent mouth terrified him with a superstitious terror. Sorely distressed, he rose and walked feverishly to a window and leaned on the sill to breathe the fresh air. Indiana remained in her chair, silent and deeply moved. She felt a sort of secret joy on seeing Raymond weep like a child and display the weakness of a woman. "He is naturally kind," she murmured to herself. "He is fond of me. His heart is warm and generous. He did wrong, but his repentance expiates his fault, and I ought to have forgiven him sooner." She gazed at him with a softened expression. Her confidence in him had returned. She mistook the remorse of the guilty man for the repentance of love. "Do not weep any more," she said, rising and walking to him. "It was I who killed her. I alone am guilty. This remorse will sadden my whole life. I gave way to an impulse of suspicion and anger. I humiliated her, wounded her to the heart. I vented upon her all my spleen against you. It was you alone who had offended me, and I punished my poor friend for it. I was very hard to her." "And to me," said Raymond, suddenly forgetting the past to think only of the present. Madame Delmare blushed. "I should not perhaps have reproached you for the cruel loss I sustained on that awful night," she said, "but I cannot forget the imprudence of your conduct toward me. The lack of delicacy in your romantic and culpable project wounded me very deeply. I believed then that you loved me, and you did not even respect me." Raymond recovered his strength, his determination, his love, his hopes. The sinister presentiment which had made his blood run cold vanished like a nightmare. He awoke once more, young, ardent, overflowing with desire, with passion, and with hopes for the future. "I am guilty if you hate me," he said vehemently, throwing himself at her feet. "But if you love me, I am not guilty. I never have been. Tell me, Indiana, do you love me?" "Do you deserve it?" she asked. "If in order to deserve it," said Raymond, "I must love you to adoration–" "Listen to me," she said, abandoning her hands to him and fastening upon him her great eyes, swimming in tears, wherein a sombre flame gleamed at intervals. "Do you know what it is to love a woman like me? No, you do not know. You thought that it was merely a matter of gratifying the caprice of a day. You judged my heart by all the surfeited hearts over which you have hitherto exerted your ephemeral domination. You do not know that I have never loved as yet, and that I will not give my untouched virgin heart in exchange for a ruined, withered heart, my enthusiastic love for a lukewarm love, my whole life for one brief day. Madame, I love you passionately. My heart too is young and ardent, and if it is not worthy of yours, no man's heart will ever be. I know how you must be loved. I have not waited till this day to find out. Do I not know your life? Did I not describe it to you at the ball, the first time that I ever had the privilege of speaking to you? Did I not read the whole history of your heart in the first one of your glances that ever fell upon me? And with what did I fall in love, think you? With your beauty alone? Ah, that is surely enough to drive an older and less passionate man to frenzy. But for my part, if I adore that gracious and charming envelope, it is because it encloses a pure and divine soul. It is because a celestial fire quickens it, and because I see in you not a woman simply, but an angel. I know that you possess the art of praising, but do not hope to move my vanity. I have no need of homage, but of affection. I must be loved without a rival, without reserve, and forever. You must be ready to sacrifice everything to me, fortune, reputation, duty, business, principles, family, everything, monsieur, because I shall place the same absolute devotion in my scale, and I wish them to balance. You see that you cannot love me like that." It was not the first time that Raymond had seen a woman take love seriously, although such cases are rare, luckily for society. But he knew that promises of love do not bind the honor, again luckily for society. Sometimes, too, the women who had demanded from him these solemn pledges had been the first to break them. He did not take fright, therefore, at Madame Delmare's demands, or rather he gave no thought either to the past or the future. He was borne along by the irresistible fascination of that frail, passionate woman, so weak in body, so resolute in heart and mind. She was so beautiful, so animated, so imposing as she dictated her laws to him, that he remained as if fascinated at her knees. "I swear," he said, "that I will be yours body and soul. I devote my life, I consecrate my blood to you, I place my will at your service. Take everything, do as you will with my fortune, my honor, my conscience, my thoughts, my whole being." "Hush!" said Indiana hastily, "here is my cousin." As she spoke, the phlegmatic Sir Ralph Brown entered the room with his usual tranquil air, expressing great surprise and pleasure to see his cousin, whom he had not hoped to see. Then he asked permission to kiss her by way of manifesting his gratitude, and leaning over her with methodical moderation, he kissed her on the lips, according to the custom among children in his country. Raymond turned pale with anger, and Ralph had no sooner left the room to give some order than he went to Indiana and tried to remove all trace of that impertinent kiss, but Madame Delmare calmly pushed him away. "Remember," she said, that you owe much reparation if you wish me to believe in you." Raymond did not understand the delicacy of this rebuff. He saw in it nothing but a rebuff, and he was angry with Sir Ralph. Shortly after, he noticed that when Sir Ralph spoke to Indiana in an undertone, he used the more familiar form of address, and he was on the verge of mistaking the reserve which custom imposed upon Sir Ralph at other times for the precaution of a favored lover. But he blushed for his insulting suspicions as soon as he met the young woman's pure glance. That evening Raymond displayed his intellectual powers. There was a large company, and people listened to him. He could not escape the prominence which his talents gave him. He talked, and if Indiana had been vain, she would have had her first taste of happiness in listening to him. But, on the contrary, her simple, straightforward mind took fright at Raymond's superiority. She struggled against the magic power which he exerted over all about him, a sort of magnetic influence which heaven or hell accords to certain men, a partial and ephemeral royalty, so real that no mediocre mind can escape its ascendancy, so fleeting that no trace of it remains after them, and that when they die we are amazed at the sensation they made during their lives. There were many times when Indiana was fascinated by such a brilliant display, but she at once said to herself sadly that she was eager for happiness, not for glory. She asked herself in dismay if this man, for whom life had so many different aspects, so many absorbing interests, could devote his whole mind to her, sacrifice all his ambitions to her. And while he defended step by step, with such courage and skill, such ardor and self-possession, doctrines purely speculative and interests entirely foreign to their love, she was terrified to see that she was of so little account in his life, while he was everything in hers. She said to herself in terror that she was to him a 3 days' fancy, and that he had been to her the dream of a whole life. When he offered her his arm as they were leaving the salon, he whispered a few words of love in her ear, but she answered sadly, "You have a great mind." Raymond understood the reproof, and passed the whole of the following day at Madame Delmare's feet. The other guests, being engrossed by their hunting, left them entirely to themselves. Raymond was eloquent. Indiana had such a craving to believe that half of his eloquence was wasted. Women of France, you do not know what a Creole is. You would undoubtedly have yielded less readily to conviction, for you are not the ones to be deceived or betrayed. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Indiana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Indiana by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 13. When Sir Ralph returned from hunting, and as usual felt Madame Delmare's pulse, Raymond, who was watching him closely, detected an almost imperceptible expression of surprise and pleasure on his placid features. And then, in obedience to some mysterious secret impulse, the two men looked at each other, and Sir Ralph's light eyes, fastened like an owl's upon Raymond's black ones, forced them to look down. During the rest of the day the baronet's manner toward Madame Delmare, beneath his apparent imperturbability, was keenly observant, indicative of something which might be called interest or solicitude, if his face had been capable of reflecting a decided sentiment. But Raymond exerted himself in vain to discover if fear or hope were uppermost in his thoughts. Ralph was impenetrable. Suddenly, as he stood a few steps behind Madame Delmare's chair, he heard her cousin say to her in an undertone: "You would do well, cousin, to go out in the saddle to morrow." "Why, I have no horse just now, as you know," she said. "We will find one for you. Will you hunt with us?" Madame Delmare resorted to various pretexts to escape. Raymond understood that she preferred to remain with him, but he thought at the same time that her cousin seemed to display extraordinary persistence in preventing her from doing so. So he left the persons with whom he was talking, walked up to her, and joined Sir Ralph in urging her to go. He had a feeling of bitter resentment against this importunate chaperon, and determined to tire out his watchfulness. "If you will agree to follow the hunt," he said to Indiana, "you will embolden me to follow your example, madame. I care little for hunting, but to have the privilege of being your esquire–" "In that case I will go," replied Indiana, heedlessly. She exchanged a meaning glance with Raymond, but, swift as it was, Sir Ralph caught it on the wing, and Raymond was unable during the rest of the evening to glance at her or address her without encountering Monsieur Brown's eyes or ears. A feeling of aversion, almost of jealousy, arose in his heart. By what right did this cousin, this friend of the family, assume to act as a schoolmaster with the woman whom he loved? He swore that Sir Ralph should repent, and he sought an opportunity to insult him without compromising Madame Delmare. But that was impossible. Sir Ralph did the honors of his establishment with a cold and dignified courtesy which offered no handle for an epigram or a contradiction. The next morning, before the rising bell had rung, Raymond was surprised to see his host's solemn face enter his room. There was something even stiffer than usual in his manner, and Raymond felt his heart beat fast with longing and impatience at the prospect of a challenge. But he came simply to talk about a horse which Raymond had brought to Bellerive and had expressed a desire to sell. The bargain was concluded in 5 minutes. Sir Ralph made no objection to the price, but produced a rouleau of gold from his pocket and counted down the amount on the mantel with a coolness of manner that was altogether extraordinary, not deigning to pay any heed to Raymond's remonstrances concerning such scrupulous promptness. As he was leaving the room he turned back to say: "Monsieur, the horse belongs to me from this morning." At that Raymond fancied that he could detect a purpose to prevent him from hunting, and he observed dryly that he did not propose to follow the hunt on foot. "Monsieur," replied Sir Ralph with a slight trace of affectation, "I am too well versed in the laws of hospitality." And he withdrew. On going down into the courtyard, Raymond saw Madame Delmare in her riding habit, playing merrily with Ophelia, who was tearing her handkerchief. Her cheeks had taken on a faint rosy tinge, her eyes shone with a brilliancy that had long been absent from them. She had already recovered her beauty. Her curly black hair escaped from beneath her little hat, in which she was charming, and the cloth habit buttoned to the chin outlined her slender, graceful figure. The principal charm of the Creoles, to my mind, consists in the fact that the excessive delicacy of their features and their proportions enables them to retain for a long while the daintiness of childhood. Indiana, in her gay and laughing mood, seemed to be no more than 14. Raymond, impressed by her charms, felt a thrill of triumph and paid her the least insipid compliment he could invent upon her beauty. "You are anxious about my health," she said to him in an undertone. "Do you not see that I long to live?" He could not reply otherwise than by a happy, grateful glance. Sir Ralph himself brought his cousin her horse. Raymond recognized the one he had just sold. "What!" said Madame Delmare in amazement, for she had seen him tying the animal the day before in the courtyard. "Is Monsieur de Ramière so polite as to lend me his horse?" "Did you not admire the creature's beauty and docility yesterday?" said Sir Ralph. "He is yours from this moment. I am sorry, my dear, that I couldn't have given him to you sooner." "You are growing facetious, cousin," said Madame Delmare. "I do not understand this joke at all. Who am I to thank? Monsieur de Ramière, who consents to lend me his horse, or you, who perhaps ask him for it?" "You must thank your cousin," said Monsieur Delmare, "who bought this horse for you and makes you a present of him." "Is it really true, my dear Ralph?" said Madame Delmare, patting the pretty creature with the delight of a girl at receiving her first jewels. "Didn't we agree that I should give you a horse in exchange for the piece of embroidery you are doing for me? Come, mount him, have no fear. I have studied his disposition, and I have tried him only this morning." Indiana threw her arms around Sir Ralph's neck, then leaped upon Raymond's horse and fearlessly made him prance. This whole domestic scene took place in a corner of the courtyard before Raymond's eyes. He was conscious of a paroxysm of violent anger when the simple and trustful affection of those two displayed itself before him. Passionately in love as he was, and with less than a whole day in which to have Indiana to himself. "How happy I am!" she said, calling him to her side on the avenue. "It seems my dear Ralph divined what gift would be most precious to me. And aren't you happy too, Raymond, to see the horse you have ridden pass into my hands? Oh, how I will love him and care for him! What do you call him? Tell me, for I prefer not to take away the name you gave him." "If there is a happy man here," rejoined Raymond, "it should be your cousin, who gives you presents and whom you kiss so heartily." "Are you really jealous of our friendship and those loud smacks?" she said with a laugh. "Jealous? Perhaps so, Indiana. I am not sure. But when that red cheeked young cousin puts his lips to yours, when he takes you in his arms to seat you on the horse that he gives you and I sell you, I confess that I suffer. No, madame, I am not happy to see you the mistress of the horse I loved. I can understand that one might be happy in giving him to you, but to play the tradesman in order to provide another with the means of making himself agreeable to you is a very cleverly managed humiliation on Sir Ralph's part. If I did not believe that all this cunning was quite involuntary, I should like to be revenged on him." "Oh, fie! This jealousy is not becoming to you. How can our commonplace intimacy arouse any feeling in you who should be, so far as I am concerned, outside of the common life of mankind, and should create for me a world of enchantment, in you of all men? I am displeased with you already, Raymond. I perceive that there is something like wounded self–esteem in this angry feeling displayed toward this poor cousin. It seems to me that you are more jealous of the lukewarm preference which I display for him in public than of the exclusive affection which I might secretly entertain for another." Forgive me, Indiana, I am wrong. I am not worthy of you, angel of goodness and gentleness, but I confess that I have suffered cruelly because of the right that man has seemed to assume." "He assumed rights, Raymond? Do you not know what sacred gratitude binds us to him? Do you not know that his mother was my mother's sister, that we were born in the same valley, that in our early years he was my protector, that he was my mainstay, my only teacher, my only companion at Ile Bourbon, that he has followed me everywhere, that he left the country which I left to come and live where I lived? In a word, that he is the only being who loves me and who takes any interest in my life." "Curse him! All that you tell me, Indiana, inflames the wound. So he loves you very dearly, does this Englishman, eh? Do you know how I love you?" "Oh, let us not compare the two. If an attachment of the same nature made you rivals, I should owe the preference to the one of longer standing. But have no fear, Raymond, that I shall ever ask you to love me as Ralph loves me." "Tell me about the man, I beg you, for who can penetrate his stone mask?" "Must I do the honors for my cousin?" she said with a smile. "I confess that I do not altogether like the idea of describing him. I love him so dearly that I would like to flatter him. As he is, I am afraid that you will not find him a very noble figure. Do try to help me. Come, how does he seem to you?" "His face–forgive me if I wound you–indicates absolute nonentity. But there are signs of good sense and education in his conversation when he deigns to speak. But he speaks so hesitatingly, so coldly, that no one profits by his knowledge, his delivery is so depressing and tiresome. And then there is something commonplace and dull in his thoughts which is not redeemed by measured purity of expression. I think that he is a mind imbued with all the ideas that have been suggested to him, but too apathetic and too mediocre to have any of his own. He is just the sort of man that one must be to be looked upon in society as a serious minded person. His gravity forms three fourths of his merit, his indifference the rest." "There is some truth in your portrait," said Indiana, "but there is prejudice too. You boldly solve doubts which I should not dare to solve, although I have known Ralph ever since I was born. It is true that his great defect consists in looking frequently through the eyes of others; but that is not the fault of his mind, but of his education. You think that, without education, he would have been an absolute nonentity. I think that he would have been less so than he is. I must tell you one fact in his life which will help to explain his character. He was unfortunate to have a brother whom his parents openly preferred to him. This brother had all the brilliant qualities that he lacks. He learned easily, he had a taste for all the arts, he fairly sparkled with wit. His face, while less regular than Ralph's, was more expressive. He was affectionate, zealous, active; in a word, he was lovable. Ralph, on the contrary, was awkward, melancholy, undemonstrative. He loved solitude, learned slowly, and did not make a display of what little knowledge he possessed. When his parents saw how different he was from his older brother, they maltreated him. They did worse than that, they humiliated him. Thereupon, child as he was, his character became gloomy and pensive, and an unconquerable timidity paralyzed all his faculties. They had succeeded in inspiring him self aversion and self contempt. He became discouraged with life, and at the age of 15 he was attacked by the spleen, a malady that is wholly physical under the foggy sky of England, wholly mental under the revivifying sky of Ile Bourbon. He has often told me that one day he left the house with a determination to throw himself into the sea. But as he sat on the shore collecting his thoughts, as he was on the point of carrying out his plan, he saw me coming toward him in the arms of a negress who had been my nurse. I was then 5 years old, I was pretty, they say, and I manifested a predilection for my taciturn cousin which nobody shared. To be sure, he was attentive and kind to me in a way I was not accustomed to in my father's house. As we were both unhappy, we understood each other even then. He taught me his father's language, and I lisped mine to him. This blending of Spanish and English may be said to express Ralph's character. When I threw my arms around his neck, I saw that he was weeping, and without knowing why, I began to weep too. Thereupon he pressed me to his heart, and, so he told me afterward, made a vow to live for me, a neglected, if not hated child, to whom his friendship would at all events be a kindness and his life of some benefit. Thus I was the first and only tie in his sad life. After that day we were hardly ever apart. We passed our days leading a free and healthy life in the solitude of the mountains. But perhaps these tales of our childhood bore you, and you would prefer to join the hunt and have a gallop." "Foolish girl!" said Raymon, seizing the bridle of Madame Delmare's horse. "Very well, I will go on," said she. "Edmond Brown, Ralph's older brother, died at the age of 20. His mother also died of grief, and his father was inconsolable. Ralph would have been glad to mitigate his sorrow, but the coldness with which Monsieur Brown greeted his first attempts increased his natural timidity. He passed whole hours in melancholy silence beside that heart–broken old man, not daring to proffer a word or a caress, he was so afraid that his consolation would seem misplaced or trivial. His father accused him of lack of feeling, and Edmond's death left Ralph more wretched and more misunderstood than ever. I was his only consolation." "I cannot pity him, whatever you may do," Raymon interrupted; "but there is one thing in his life and yours that I cannot understand. It is that you never married." "I can give you a very good reason for that," she replied. "When I reached a marriageable age, Ralph, who is 10 years older than I am, an enormous difference in our climate, where the childhood of girls is so brief, Ralph, I say, was already married." Is Sir Ralph a widower? I never heard anyone mention his wife." "Never mention her to him. She was young and rich and lovely, but she had been in love with Edmond, she had been betrothed to him, and when, in order to serve family interest and family sentiment, she was made to marry Ralph, she did not so much as try to conceal her aversion for him. He was obliged to go to England with her, and when he returned to Ile Bourbon after his wife's death, I was married to Monsieur Delmare and just about to start for Europe. Ralph tried to live alone, but solitude aggravated his misery. Although he has never mentioned Mistress Ralph Brown to me, I have every reason to believe that he was even more unhappy in his married life than he had been in his father's house, and that his natural melancholy was increased by recent and painful memories. He was attacked with the spleen again, whereupon he sold his coffee plantation and came to France to settle down. His manner of introducing himself to my husband was original, and would have made me laugh if my good Ralph's attachment had not touched me deeply. "Monsieur," he said, "I love your wife. It is I who brought her up. I look upon her as my sister and even more as my daughter. She is my only remaining relative and the only person to whom I am attached. Allow me to establish myself near you and let us three pass our lives together. They say that you are a little jealous of your wife, but they say also that you are a man of honor and uprightness. When I tell you that I have never had any other than brotherly love for her, and that I shall never have, you can regard me with as little anxiety as if I were really your brother-in-law. Isn't it so, monsieur?" Monsieur Delmare, who is very proud of his reputation for soldierly frankness, greeted this outspoken declaration with a sort of ostentatious confidence. But several months of careful watching were necessary before that confidence became as genuine as he boasted that it was. Now it is as impregnable as Ralph's steadfast and pacific heart. "Are you perfectly sure, Indiana," said Raymon, "that Sir Ralph is not deceiving himself the least bit in the world when he swears that he never loved you?" "I was 12 years old when he left Ile Bourbon to go with his wife to England. I was 16 when he returned to find me married, and he manifested more joy than sorrow. Now Ralph is really an old man." "At 29?" "Don't laugh at what I say. His face is young, but his heart is worn out by suffering, and he no longer loves anybody in order to avoid suffering." "Not even you?" "Not even me. His friendship is simply a matter of habit. It was generous in the old days when he took upon himself to protect and educate my childhood, and then I loved him as he loves me to day, because of the need I had of him. To day my whole heart is bent upon paying my debt to him, and my life is passed in trying to beautify and enliven his. But when I was a child I loved him with the instinct rather than with the heart, and he, now that he is a man, loves me less with the heart than with the instinct. I am necessary to him because I am almost alone in loving him, and to day, as Monsieur Delmare manifests some attachment to him, he is almost as fond of him as of me. His protection, formerly so fearless in the face of my father's despotism, has become lukewarm and cautious in the face of my husband's. He never reproaches himself because I suffer, provided that I am near him. He does not ask himself if I am unhappy; it is enough for him to see that I am alive. He does not choose to lend me a support which, while it would make my lot less cruel, would disturb his serenity by making trouble between him and Monsieur Delmare. By dint of hearing himself say again and again that his heart is dry, he has persuaded himself that it is true, and his heart has withered in the inaction in which he has allowed it to fall asleep from distrust. He is a man whom the affection of another person might have developed, but it was withdrawn from him and he shriveled up. Now he asserts that happiness consists in repose, pleasure, in the comforts of life. He asks no questions about cares that he has not. I must say the word: Ralph is selfish." "Very good. "So much the better," said Raymon. "I am no longer afraid of him. Indeed, I will love him if you wish." "Yes, love him, Raymon," she replied; "he will appreciate it; and so far as we are concerned, let us never trouble ourselves to explain why people love us, but how they love us. Happy is the man who can be loved, no matter for what reason." "What you say, Indiana," replied Raymon, grasping her slender, willowy form, "is the lament of a sad and solitary heart; but in my case I want you to know both why and how, especially why." "To give me happiness, is it not?" she said, with a sad but passionate glance. "To give you my life," said Raymon, brushing Indiana's floating hair with his lips. A blast upon the horn near by warned them to be on their guard. It was Sir Ralph, who saw them or did not see them. CHAPter XIV. of Indiana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Indiana, by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 14. Raymon was amazed at what seemed to take place in Indiana's being as soon as the hounds were away. Her eyes gleamed, her cheeks flushed, the dilation of her nostrils betrayed an indefinable thrill of fear or pleasure, and suddenly driving her spurs into her horse's side, she left him and galloped after Ralph. Raymon did not know that hunting was the only passion that Ralph and Indiana had in common, nor did he suspect that in that frail and apparently timid woman there abode a more than masculine courage, that sort of delirious intrepidity which sometimes manifests itself like a nervous paroxysm in the feeblest creatures. Women rarely have the physical courage which consists in offering the resistance of inertia to pain or danger, but they often have the moral courage which attains its climax in peril or suffering. Indiana's delicate fibres delighted above all things in the tumult, the rapid movement and the excitement of the chase, that miniature image of war with its fatigues, its stratagems, its calculations, its hazards and its battles. Her dull, ennui laden life needed this excitement. At such times she seemed to awake from a lethargy and to expend in one day all the energy that she had left to ferment uselessly in her blood for a whole year. Raymon was terrified to see her ride away so fast, abandoning herself fearlessly to the impetuous spirit of a horse that she hardly knew, rushing him through the thickets, avoiding with amazing skill the branches that lashed at her face as they sprang back, leaping ditches without hesitation, venturing confidently on clayey, slippery ground, heedless of the risk of breaking her slender limbs, but eager to be first on the smoking scent of the boar. So much determination alarmed him and nearly disgusted him with Madame Delmare. Men, especially lovers, are addicted to the innocent fatuity of preferring to protect weakness rather than to admire courage in womankind. Shall I confess it? Raymon was terrified at the promise of high spirit and tenacity in love which such intrepidity seemed to afford. It was not like the resignation of poor Noun, who preferred to drown herself rather than to contend against her misfortunes. If there's as much vigor and excitement in her tenderness as there is in her diversions, he thought, if her will clings to me, fierce and palpitating as her caprice clings to that boar's quarters, why, society will impose no fetters on her, the law will have no force, my destiny will have to succumb, and I shall have to sacrifice my future to her present. Cries of terror and distress, among which he could distinguish Madame Delmare's voice, roused Raymon from these reflections. He anxiously urged his horse forward, and was soon overtaken by Ralph, who asked him if he had heard the outcries. At that moment several terrified whippers in rode up to them, crying out confusedly that the boar had charged and overthrown Madame Delmare. Other huntsmen in still greater dismay appeared, calling for Sir Ralph, whose surgical skill was required by the injured person. "It's of no use," said a late arrival; "there is no hope; your help will be too late." In that moment of horror Raymon's eyes fell upon the pale, gloomy features of Monsieur Brown. He did not cry out, he did not foam at the mouth, he did not wring his hands; he simply took out his hunting knife, and with a sang-froid truly English was preparing to cut his own throat, when Raymon snatched the weapon from him and hurried him in the direction from which the cries came. Ralph felt as if he were waking from a dream when he saw Madame Delmare rush to meet him and urge him forward to the assistance of her husband, who lay on the ground, apparently lifeless. Sir Ralph made haste to bleed him, for he had speedily satisfied himself that he was not dead, but his leg was broken and he was taken to the château. As for Madame Delmare, in the confusion her name had been substituted by accident for that of her husband; or perhaps Ralph and Raymon had erroneously thought that they heard the name in which they were most interested. Indiana was uninjured, but her fright and consternation had almost taken away her power of locomotion. Raymon supported her in his arms and was reconciled to her womanly heart when he saw how deeply affected she was by the misfortune of a husband whom she had much to forgive before pitying him. Sir Ralph had already recovered his accustomed tranquillity, but an extraordinary pallor revealed the violent shock he had experienced. He had nearly lost one of the two human beings whom he loved. Raymon, who alone in that moment of confusion and excitement had retained sufficient presence of mind to understand what he saw, had been able to judge of Ralph's affection for his cousin, and how little it was balanced by his feeling for the colonel. This observation, which positively contradicted Indiana's opinion, did not depart from Raymon's memory, as it did from that of the other witnesses of the scene. However, Raymon never mentioned to Madame Delmare the attempted suicide of which he had been a witness. In this ungenerous reserve there was a suggestion of selfishness and bad temper, which you will forgive perhaps, in view of the amorous jealousy which was responsible for it. After 6 weeks the colonel was, with much difficulty, removed to Lagny; but it was more than 6 months thereafter before he could walk, for before the fractured femur was fairly reduced he had an acute attack of rheumatism in the injured leg, which condemned him to excruciating pain and absolute immobility. His wife lavished the most loving attentions upon him; she never left his bedside and endured without a complaint his bitter fault-finding humor, his soldier-like testiness and his invalid's injustice. Despite the ennui of such a depressing life, her health became robust and flourishing once more, and happiness took up its abode in her heart. Raymon loved her, he really loved her. He came every day. He was discouraged by no difficulty in the way of seeing her. He bore with the infirmities of her husband, her cousin's coldness, the constraint of their interviews. A glance from him filled Indiana's heart with joy for a whole day. She no longer thought of complaining of life; her heart was full, her youthful nature had ample employment, her moral force had something to feed upon. The colonel gradually came to feel very friendly to Raymon. He was simple enough to believe that his neighbor's assiduity in calling upon him was a proof of the interest he took in his health. Madame de Ramière also came occasionally to sanction the liaison by her presence, and Indiana became warmly and passionately attached to Raymon's mother. At last the wife's lover became the husband's friend. As a result of being thus constantly thrown together, Raymon and Ralph perforce became intimate in a certain sense. They called each other "my dear fellow." They shook hands morning and night. If either of them desired to ask a slight favor of the other, the regular form was this: "I count upon your friendship," etc. And when they spoke of each other they said, "He is a friend of mine." But although they were both as frank and outspoken as a man can be in the world, they were not at all fond of each other. They differed essentially in their opinions on every subject. They had no likes or dislikes in common, and although they both loved Madame Delmare, they loved her in such a different way that that sentiment divided them instead of bringing them together. They found a singular pleasure in contradicting each other and in disturbing each other's equanimity as much as possible by reproaches which were none the less sharp and bitter because they took the form of generalities. Their principal and most frequent controversies began with politics and ended with morals. It was in the evening, when they were all assembled around Monsieur Delmare's easy chair, that discussions arose on the most trivial pretexts. They always maintained the external courtesy which philosophy imposed on the one and social custom on the other; but they sometimes said to each other, under the thin veil of allusions, some very harsh things, which amused the colonel, for he was naturally bellicose and quarrelsome, and loved disputes in default of battles. For my part, I believe that a man's political opinion is the whole man. Tell me what your heart and your head are, and I will tell you your political opinions. In whatever rank or political party chance may have placed us at our birth, our character prevails sooner or later over the prejudice or artificial beliefs of education. You will call that a very sweeping statement, perhaps; but how could I persuade myself to augur well of a mind that clings to certain theories which a generous spirit rejects? Show me a man who maintains the usefulness of capital punishment, and however conscientious and enlightened he may be, I defy you ever to establish any sympathetic connection between him and me. If such a man attempts to instruct me as to facts which I do not know, he will never succeed, for it will not be in my power to give him my confidence. Ralph and Raymon differed on all points, and yet before they knew each other they had no clearly defined opinions; but as soon as they were at odds, each of them maintained the contrary of what the other advanced, and in that way they would form for themselves an absolute, unassailable conviction. Raymon was on all occasions the champion of existing society; Ralph attacked its structure at every point. The explanation was simple: Raymon was happy and treated with the utmost consideration. Ralph had known nothing of life but its evils and its bitterness. One found everything very satisfactory, the other was dissatisfied with everything. Men and things had maltreated Ralph and heaped benefits upon Raymon, and like two children they referred everything to themselves, setting themselves up as a court of the last resort in regard to the great questions of social order, although they were equally incompetent. Thus Ralph always upheld his visionary scheme of a republic from which he proposed to exclude all abuses, all prejudices, all injustice, a scheme founded entirely upon the hope of a new race of men. Raymon upheld his doctrine of an hereditary monarchy, preferring, he said, to endure abuses, prejudice and injustice to seeing scaffolds erected and innocent blood shed. The colonel was almost always on Ralph's side at the beginning of the discussion. He hated the Bourbons and imparted to all his opinions all the animosity of his sentiments; but soon Raymon would adroitly bring him over to his side by proving to him that the monarchy was in principle much nearer the Empire than the Republic. Ralph was so lacking in the power of persuasion, he was so sincere, so bungling, the poor baronet. His frankness was so unpolished, his logic so dull, his principles so rigid. He spared no one, he softened no harsh truth. "Parbleu!" he would say to the colonel, when that worthy cursed England's intervention, "what in heaven's name have you, a man of some common sense and reasoning power, I suppose, to complain of because a whole nation fought fairly against you?" "Fairly!" Delmare would repeat the word, grinding his teeth together and brandishing his crutch. "Let us leave political questions to be decided by the powers concerned," Sir Ralph would say, as we have adopted a form of government which forbids us to discuss our interests ourselves. If a nation is responsible for the faults of its legislature, what one can you find that is guiltier than yours? And so I say, monsieur, shame upon France, which abandoned Napoleon and submitted to a king proclaimed by the bayonets of foreigners," the colonel would exclaim. "For my part, I do not say shame upon France," Sir Ralph would rejoin, "but woe to her! I pity her because she was so weak and so diseased on the day she was purged of her tyrant that she was compelled to accept your rag of a constitutional charter, a mere shred of liberty which you are beginning to respect now that you must throw it aside and conquer your liberty over again." Thereupon Raymond would pick up the gauntlet that Sir Ralph threw down. A knight of the Charter, he chose to be a knight of liberty as well, and he proved to Ralph with marvellous skill that one was the expression of the other; that if he shattered the Charter he overturned his own idol. In vain would the baronet struggle in the unsound arguments in which Monsieur de Ramière entangled him. With admirable force he would argue that a greater extension of the suffrage would infallibly lead to the excesses of '93, and that the nation was not yet ripe for liberty, which is not the same as license. And when Sir Ralph declared that it was absurd to attempt to confine a constitution within a certain number of articles, that what was sufficient at first would eventually become insufficient, supporting his argument by the example of the convalescent, whose needs increased every day, Raymond would reply to all these commonplaces expressed with difficulty by Monsieur Brown that the Charter was not an immovable circle, that it would stretch with the necessities of France, attributing to it an elasticity which, he said, would afford later a means of satisfying the demands of the nation, but which in fact satisfied only those of the crown. As to Delmare, he had not advanced a step since 1815. He was a stationary mortal, as full of prejudices and as obstinate as the émigrés at Coblentz, the never failing subjects of his implacable irony. He was like an old child, and had failed utterly to comprehend the great drama of the downfall of Napoleon. He had seen naught but the fortune of war in that crisis when the power of public opinion triumphed. He was forever talking of treason and of selling the country, as if a whole nation could betray a single man, as if France would have allowed itself to be sold by a few generals. He accused the Bourbons of tyranny, and sighed for the glorious days of the Empire, when arms were lacking to till the soil and families were without bread. He declaimed against Franchet's police and extolled Fouché's. He was still at the day after Waterloo. It was really a curious thing to listen to the sentimental idiocies of Delmare and Monsieur de Ramière, philanthropic dreamers both, one under the sword of Napoleon, the other under the sceptre of Saint Louis. Monsieur Delmare planted at the foot of the Pyramids, Raymond seated under the monarchic shadow of the oak of Vincennes. Their utopias, which clashed at first, became reconciled in due time. Raymond limed the colonel with his chivalrous sentiments. For one concession he exacted 10, and he accustomed him little by little to the spectacle of 25 years of victory ascending in a spiral column under the folds of the white flag. If Ralph had not constantly cast his abrupt, rough observations into the centre of Monsieur de Ramière's flowery rhetoric, he would infallibly have won Delmare over to the throne of 1815. But Ralph irritated his self-esteem, and the bungling outspokenness with which the Englishman strove to shake his convictions served only to anchor him more firmly in his imperialism. Thus all Monsieur de Ramière's efforts were wasted. Ralph trod heavily upon the flowers of his eloquence, and the colonel returned with renewed enthusiasm to his tricolor. He swore that he would shake off the dust from it some fine day, that he would spit on the lilies and restore the Duc de Reichstadt to the throne of his fathers. He would begin anew the conquest of the world, and he always concluded by lamenting the disgrace that rested upon France, the rheumatism that glued him to his chair, and the ingratitude of the Bourbons to the old moustaches whom the sun of the desert had burned and who had swarmed over the ice floes of the Moskowa. "My poor fellow," Ralph would say, "for heaven's sake be fair. You complain because the Restoration did not pay for services rendered the Empire, and because it did reimburse the émigrés. Tell me, if Napoleon could come to life again to morrow in all his power, would you like it if he should withdraw his favor from you and bestow it on the partisans of legitimacy? Every one for himself and his own. These are business discussions, disputes concerning private interests, which have little interest for France now that you are almost all as incapacitated as the Voltigeurs of the emigration, and that whether gouty, married, or sulking, you are all equally useless to her. However, she must support you all, and you see who can complain the loudest of her. When the day of the Republic dawns, she will clear her skirts of all your demands, and it will be no more than justice." These trivial but self-evident observations offended the colonel like so many personal affronts; and Ralph, who with all his good sense did not realize that the pettiness of spirit of a man whom he esteemed could go so far, fell into the habit of irritating him without mercy. Before Raymon's arrival there had been a tacit agreement between the two to avoid every subject of controversy in which there might be some clashing and wounding of delicate sensibilities; but Raymon brought into their conversation all the subtleties of the language, all the petty artifices of civilization. He taught them that people could say anything to one another, indulge in all sorts of reproaches, and shield themselves behind the pretext of legitimate discussion. He introduced among them the habit of disputation, then tolerated in the salons, because the vindictive passions of the 100 Days had finally become appeased, had assumed divers milder shades. But the colonel had retained all the vehemence of his passions, and Ralph made a sad mistake in thinking that it was possible for him to listen to reason. Monsieur Delmare became daily more sour toward him and drew nearer to Raymon, who, without making too extensive concessions, knew how to assume an appearance of graciousness in order to spare the other's self–esteem. It is a great impudence to introduce politics as a pastime in the domestic circle. If there exist to–day any peaceful and happy families, I advise them to subscribe to no newspaper, not to read a single line of the budget, to bury themselves in the depths of their country estates as in an oasis, and to draw between themselves and the rest of society a line that none may pass; for if they allow the echoes of our disputes to meet their ears, it is all over with their union and their repose. It is hard to imagine how much gall and bitterness political differences cause between near kindred. Most of the time they simply afford an opportunity for reproaching one another for defects of character, mental obliquities, and vices of the heart. They would not dare to call one another knave, imbecile, ambitious villain, or poltroon. They express the same idea by such names as Jesuit, royalist, revolutionist, and trimmer. These are different words, but the insult is the same, and all the more stinging because they may pursue and attack one another in this fashion, without restraint, without mercy. There is an end to all mutual toleration of failings, all charitable spirit, all generous and delicate reserve. Nothing is overlooked, everything is attributed to political feeling, and beneath that mask hatred and vengeance are freely exhaled. O ye blessed dwellers in the country, if there still be any country in France, shun politics and read the Peau by your firesides. But the contagion is so great that there is no retreat obscure enough, no solitude profound enough to hide and shelter the man who would find a refuge for his amiable heart from the tempest of our civil dissensions. In vain had the little château in Brie defended itself for years against this ill–omened invasion. It lost in time its heedlessness, its active domestic life, its long evenings of silence and meditation. Noisy disputes awoke its slumbering echoes, Bitter and threatening words terrified the faded cherubs who had smiled amid the dust of the hangings for 100 years past. The excitements of present day life found their way into that ancient dwelling, and all those old fashioned splendors, all those relics of a period of pleasure and frivolity, saw with dismay the advent of an epoch of doubt and declamation represented by three men who shut themselves up together every day to quarrel from morning till night. Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Indiana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Indiana by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 15. Despite these never-ending dissensions, Madame Delmare clung with the confidence of her years to the hope of a happy future. It was her first happiness, and her ardent imagination, her rich young heart, were able to supply it with all that it lacked. She was ingenious in creating keen and pure joys for herself, in bestowing upon herself the complement of the precarious favors of her destiny. Raymon loved her. In truth, he did not lie when he told her that she was the only love of his life. He had never loved so innocently, nor so long. With her he forgot everything but her. The world and politics were blotted out by the thought of her. He enjoyed the domestic life, the being treated like one of the family as she treated him. He admired her patience and her strength of will. He wondered at the contrast between her mind and her character. He wondered especially that, after importing so much solemnity into their first compact, she was so unexacting, satisfied with such furtive and infrequent joys, and that she trusted him so blindly and so absolutely. But love was a novel and generous passion in her heart, and 1,000 noble and delicate sentiments were included in it, and gave it a force which Raymon could not understand. For his own part, he was annoyed at first by the constant presence of her husband or the cousin. He had intended that this love should be like all his previous loves, but Indiana soon compelled him to rise to her level. The resignation with which she endured the constant surveillance, the happy air with which she glanced at him by stealth, her eyes which spoke to him in eloquent though silent language, her sublime smile when a sudden allusion in conversation brought their hearts nearer together, these soon became keen pleasures which Raymon craved and appreciated, thanks to the refinement of his mind and the culture of education. What a difference between that chaste creature who seemed not to contemplate the possibility of a dénouement to her love, and all those other women who were intent only upon hastening it while pretending to shun it. When Raymon happened to be alone with her, Indiana's cheeks did not turn a deeper red, nor did she avert her eyes in confusion. No, her tranquil, limpid eyes were always fixed upon him in ecstasy. An angelic smile played always about her lips, as ruddy as a little girl's who had known no kisses but her mother's. When he saw her so trustful, so passionate, so pure, living solely with the heart, and not realizing that her lover's heart was in torment when he was at her feet, Raymon dared not be a man, lest he should seem to her inferior to her dreams of him, and through self-love he became as virtuous as she. Madame Delmare, ignorant as a genuine Creole, had never dreamed hitherto of considering the momentous questions that were now discussed before her every day. She had been brought up by Sir Ralph, who had a poor opinion of the intelligence and reasoning power of womankind, and who had confined himself to imparting some positive information likely to be of immediate use. Thus she had a very shadowy idea of the world's history, and any serious discussion bored her to death. But when she heard Raymon apply to these dry subjects all the charm of his wit, all the poesy of his language, She listened and tried to understand. Then she ventured timidly to ask ingenuous questions which a girl of 10, brought up according to worldly ideas, would readily have answered. Raymond took pleasure in enlightening that virgin mind which seemed destined to open to receive his principles; but despite the power he exerted over her untrained, artless mind, his sophisms sometimes encountered resistance from her. Indiana, opposed to the interests of civilization, when raised to the dignity of principles of action, the straightforward ideas and simple laws of good sense and humanity. Her arguments were characterized by an unpolished freedom which sometimes embarrassed Raymond, and always charmed him by its childlike originality. He applied himself as to a task of serious importance to attempt to bring her around gradually to his principles, to his beliefs. He would have been proud to dominate her conscientious and naturally enlightened convictions, but he had some difficulty in attaining his end. Ralph's generous theories, his unbending hatred of the vices of society, his keen impatience for the reign of other laws and other morals, were sentiments to which Indiana's unhappy memories responded. But Raymond suddenly unhorsed his adversary by demonstrating that this aversion for the present was the work of selfishness. He described with much warmth his own attachments, his devotion to the royal family, which he had the art to clothe with all the heroism of a perilous loyalty, his respect for the persecuted faith of his fathers, his religious sentiments, which were not the fruit of reasoning, he said, but to which he clung by instinct and from necessity, in the joy of loving one's fellow creatures, of being bound to the present generation by all the ties of honor and philanthropy, the pleasure of serving one's country by repelling dangerous innovations, by maintaining domestic peace, by giving, if need be, all one's blood to save the shedding of one drop of that of the lowest of one's countrymen. He depicted all these attractive utopian visions with so much art and charm that Indiana submitted to be led on to the feeling that she must love and respect all that Raymond loved and respected. It was fairly proved that Ralph was an egotist. When he maintained a generous idea, they smiled. It was clear that at such times his heart and his mind were in contradiction. Was it not better to believe Raymond, who had such a big, warm, expansive heart? There were moments, however, when Raymond almost forgot his love to think only of his antipathy. When he was with Madame Delmare, he could see nobody but Sir Ralph, who presumed, with his rough, cool common sense, to attack him, a man of superior talents, who had overthrown such doughty adversaries. He was humiliated to find himself engaged with so paltry an adversary, and thereupon would overwhelm him with the weight of his eloquence. He would bring into play all the resources of his talent, and Ralph, bewildered, slow in collecting his ideas, slower still in expressing them, would be made painfully conscious of his weakness. At such moments it seemed to Indiana that Raymond's thoughts were altogether diverted from her. She had spasms of anxiety and terror as she reflected that perhaps all those noble and high-sounding sentiments, so eloquently declaimed, were simply the pompous scaffolding of words, the ironical harangue of the lawyer listening to himself and practising the comedy which was to take by surprise the good nature of the tribunal. She was especially fearful when, as her eyes met his, she fancied that she saw gleaming in them not the pleasure of having been understood by her, but the triumphant self-satisfaction of having made a fine argument. She was afraid at such times, and her thoughts turned to Ralph the egotist, to whom they had perhaps been unjust. But Ralph was not tactful enough to say anything to prolong this uncertainty, and Raymond was very skilful in removing it. Thus there was but one really perturbed existence, one really ruined happiness in that domestic circle, the existence and happiness of Sir Ralph Brown, a man born to misfortune, for whom life had displayed no brilliant aspects, no intense heart-filling joys, a victim of great but secret unhappiness, who complained to no one and whom no one pitied. A truly accursed destiny, in the poetic sense, without thrilling adventures; a commonplace, bourgeois, melancholy destiny, which no friendship had sweetened, no love charmed, which was endured in silence with the heroism which the love of life and the need of hoping give. A lonely mortal who had had a father and a mother like everybody else, a brother, a wife, a son, a friend, and who had reaped no benefit, retained nothing of all those ties; a stranger in life who went his way melancholy and indifferent, having not even that exalted consciousness of his misfortune which enables one to find some fascination in sorrow. Despite his strength of character, he sometimes felt discouraged with virtue. He hated Raymon, and it was in his power to drive him from Lagny with a word; but he did not say it, because he had one belief, a single one, which was stronger than Raymon's countless beliefs. It was neither the Church, nor the monarchy, nor society, nor reputation, nor the law, which dictated his sacrifices and his courage. It was his conscience. He had lived so alone that he had not accustomed himself to rely upon others; but he had learned in his isolation to know himself. He had made a friend of his own heart. By dint of self communion, of asking himself the cause of the unjust acts of others, he had assured himself that he had not earned them by any vice. He had ceased to be irritated by them, because he set little store by his own personality, which he knew to be insipid and commonplace. He understood the indifference of which he was the object, and he had chosen his course with regard to it. But his heart told him that he was capable of feeling all that he did not inspire, and while he was disposed to forgive everything in others, he had decided to tolerate nothing in himself. This wholly inward life, these wholly private sensations, gave him all the outward appearance of a selfish man. Indeed, nothing resembles selfishness more closely than self-respect. However, as it often happens that because we attempt to do too much good, we do much less than enough, it happened that Sir Ralph made a great mistake from over-scrupulousness, and caused Madame Delmare an irreparable injury from dread of burdening his own conscience with a cause of reproach. That mistake was his failure to enlighten her as to the real reasons of Noun's death. Had he done so, she would doubtless have reflected on the perils of her love for Raymon. But we shall see later why Monsieur Brown dared not inform his cousin, and what painful scruples led him to keep silence on so momentous a question. When he decided to break his silence, it was too late. Raymon had had time to establish his empire. An unforeseen event occurred to cloud the future prospects of the colonel and his wife. A business house in Belgium, upon which all the prosperity of the Delmare establishment depended, had suddenly failed, and the colonel, who had hardly recovered his health, started in hot haste for Antwerp. He was still so weak and ill that his wife wished to accompany him; but Monsieur Delmare, being threatened with complete ruin and resolved to honor all his obligations, feared that his journey would then seem too much like a flight. So he determined to leave his wife at Lagny as a pledge of his return. He even declined the company of Sir Ralph and begged him to remain and stand by Madame Delmare in case of any trouble on the part of anxious or over-eager creditors. At this painful crisis Indiana was alarmed at nothing save the possibility of having to leave Lagny and be separated from Raymon. But he comforted her by convincing her that the colonel would surely go to Paris. Moreover, he gave her his word that he would follow her, on some pretext or another, wherever she might go, and the credulous creature deemed herself almost happy in a misfortune that enabled her to put Raymon's love to the test. As for him, a vague hope, a persistent, importunate thought, had absorbed his mind ever since he had heard of this event. He was to be alone with Indiana at last, the first time in 6 months. She had never seemed to attempt to avoid a tête-à-tête, and although he was in no haste to triumph over a love whose ingenuous chastity had for him the attraction of novelty, he was beginning to feel that his honor was involved in bringing it to some conclusion. He honorably repelled any malicious insinuation concerning his relations with Madame Delmare. He declared very modestly that there was nothing more than a placid and pleasant friendship between them. But not for anything in the world would he have admitted even to his best friend that he had been passionately in love for 6 months and had as yet obtained no fruit of that love. He was somewhat disappointed in his anticipations when he saw that Sir Ralph seemed determined to replace Monsieur Delmare so far as surveillance was concerned, that he appeared at Lagny in the morning and did not return to Bellerive until night. Indeed, as their road was the same for some distance, Ralph, with an intolerable affectation of courtesy, insisted upon timing his departure by Raymon's. This constraint soon became intensely disagreeable to Monsieur de Ramière, and Madame Delmare fancied that she could detect in it not only a suspicion insulting to herself, but a purpose to assume despotic control over her conduct. Raymon dared not request a secret interview. Whenever he made the attempt, Madame Delmare had reminded him of certain conditions agreed upon between them. Meanwhile a week had passed since the colonel's departure. He might return very soon. The present opportunity must be turned to advantage. To allow Sir Ralph the victory would be a disgrace to Raymon. One morning he slipped this letter into Madame Delmare's hand: "Indiana, do you not love me as I love you? My angel, I am unhappy and you do not see it. I am sad, anxious concerning your future, not my own, for wherever you may be, there I shall live and die. But the thought of poverty alarms me on your account. Ill and frail as you are, my poor child, how will you endure privation? You have a rich and generous cousin. Your husband will perhaps accept at his hands what he will refuse at mine. Ralph will ameliorate your lot, and I shall be able to do nothing for you. Be sure, my dear love, that I have reason to be depressed and disappointed. You are heroic, you laugh at everything, you insist that I must not grieve. Ah, how I crave your gentle words, your sweet glances to sustain my courage! But by a monstrous fatality, these days that I hoped to pass freely at your feet have brought me nothing but a constraint that grows even more galling. Say a word, Indiana, so that we may be alone at least an hour, that I may weep upon your white hands and tell you all that I suffer, and that a word from you may console and comfort me. And then, Indiana, I have a childish caprice, a genuine lover's caprice. I would like to enter your room. Oh, don't be frightened, my gentle Creole. It is my bounden duty not only to respect you, but to fear you. That is the very reason why I would like to enter your room, to kneel in that place where you were so angry with me, and where, bold as I am, I dared not look at you. I would like to prostrate myself there, to pass a meditative, happy hour there. I would crave no other favor, Indiana, than that you should place your hand on my heart and cleanse it of its crime, pacify it if it beats too rapidly, and give it your confidence once more if you find me worthy of you at last. Yes, I would like to prove to you that now I am worthy, that I know you through and through, that I worship you with an adoration as pure and holy as ever maiden conceived for her Madonna. I would like to be sure that you no longer fear me, that you esteem me as much as I revere you. I would like to live an hour as angels live, with my head upon your heart. Tell me, Indiana, may I? 1 hour, the first, perhaps the last. It is time to forgive me, Indiana, to give me back your confidence so cruelly snatched from me, so dearly redeemed. Are you not satisfied with me? Have I not passed 6 months behind your chair, confining my desires to a glance at your snow-white neck through the curls of your black hair, as you leaned over your work, to a breath of the perfume that emanates from you, and which the air from the window at which you sit brings faintly to my nostrils? Does not such submission deserve the reward of a kiss? A sister's kiss, if you will, a kiss on the forehead. I will remain true to our agreements, I swear it. I will ask for nothing. But, cruel one, will you grant me nothing? Are you afraid of yourself?" Madame Delmare went to her room to read this letter. She replied to it instantly, and handed him the reply with a key to the park gate, which he knew too well. "I afraid of you, Raymon? Oh, no, not now. I know too well that you love me. I am too blissfully happy in the belief that you love me. Come, then, for I am not afraid of myself either. If I loved you less, perhaps I should be less calm; but I love you with a love of which you yourself have no idea. Go away early so that Ralph may suspect nothing. Return at midnight. You are familiar with the park and the house. Here is the key of the small gate. Lock it after you." This ingenuous, generous confidence made Raymon blush. He had tried to inspire it with the purpose of abusing it. He had counted on the darkness, the opportunity, the danger. If Indiana had shown any fear she was lost; but she was perfectly calm. She placed her trust in his good faith. He swore that he would give her no cause to repent. But the important part was to pass a night in her bedroom, in order not to be a fool in his own eyes, in order to defeat Ralph's prudence, and to be able to laugh at him in his sleeve. That was a personal gratification which he craved. Chapter 16. of Indiana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Indiana by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 16. But Ralph was really intolerable on this particular evening. He had never been more stupid and dull and tiresome. He could say nothing apropos, and to cap the climax of his loutishness he gave no sign of taking his leave, even when the evening was far advanced. Madame Delmare began to be ill at ease. She glanced alternately at the clock, which had struck 11, at the door, which had creaked in the wind, and at the expressionless face of her cousin, who sat opposite her in front of the fire, placidly watching the blaze without seeming to suspect that his presence was distasteful. But Sir Ralph's tranquil mask, his petrified features, concealed at that moment a profound and painful mental agitation. He was a man whom nothing escaped because he observed everything with perfect self-possession. He had not been deceived by Raymon's pretended departure. He perceived very plainly Madame Delmare's anxiety at that moment. He suffered more than she did herself, and he moved irresolutely between the impulse to give her a salutary warning and the fear of giving way to feelings which he disavowed. At last his cousin's interest carried the day, and he summoned all his moral courage in order to break the silence. "That reminds me," he said abruptly, following out the line of thought with which his mind was busy, "that it was just a year ago to day that you and I sat in this chimney corner as we are sitting now. The clock marked almost the same hour, the weather was cold and threatening as it is to night. You were ill and were disturbed by melancholy ideas, a fact that almost makes me believe in the truth of presentiments." "What can he be coming to?" thought Madame Delmare, gazing at her cousin with mingled surprise and uneasiness. "Do you remember, Indiana," he continued, "that you felt even less well than usual that night? Why, I can remember your words as if I had just heard them. You will call me insane, you said, but some danger is hovering about us and threatening some one of us. Threatening me, I have no doubt, you added. I feel intensely agitated, as if some great crisis in my destiny were at hand. I am afraid." "Those are your very words." "I am no longer ill," said Indiana, who had suddenly turned as pale as at the time of which Sir Ralph spoke. "I no longer believe in such foolish terrors." "But I believe in them," he rejoined, "for you were a true prophet that night, Indiana. A great danger did threaten us, a disastrous influence surrounded this peaceful abode." "Mon Dieu! I do not understand you." "You soon will understand me, my poor girl. That was the evening that Raymond de Ramière was brought here. Do you remember in what condition?" Ralph paused a few seconds, but dared not look at his cousin. As she made no reply, he continued: "I was told to bring him back to life, and I did so, as much to satisfy you as to obey the instincts of humanity. But in truth, Indiana, it was a great misfortune that I saved that man's life. It was I who did all the harm." "I don't know what you mean by harm," rejoined Indiana dryly. She was deeply moved in advance by the explanation which she foresaw. "I mean that unfortunate creature's death," said Ralph. "But for him she would still be alive. But for his fatal love, the lovely, honest girl who loved you so dearly would still be at your side." Thus far Madame Delmare did not understand. She was exasperated beyond measure by the strange and cruel method which her cousin adopted to reproach her for her attachment to Monsieur de Ramière. "Enough of this," she said, rising. But Ralph apparently took no notice of her remark. "What always astonished me," he continued, "was that you never guessed the real motive that led Monsieur de Ramière to scale the walls." A suspicion darted through Indiana's mind. Her legs trembled under her, and she resumed her seat. Ralph had buried the knife in her breast and made a ghastly wound. He no sooner saw the effect of his work than he hated himself for it. He thought only of the injury he had inflicted on the person whom he loved best in all the world. He felt that his heart was breaking. He would have wept bitterly if he could have wept. But the poor fellow had not the gift of tears. He had naught of that which eloquently translates the language of the heart. The external coolness with which he performed the cruel operation gave him the air of an executioner in Indiana's eyes. "This is the first time," she said bitterly, "that I have known your antipathy for Monsieur de Ramière to lead you to employ weapons that are unworthy of you. But I do not see how it assists your vengeance to stain the memory of a person who was dear to me, and whom her melancholy end should have made sacred to us. I have asked you no questions, Sir Ralph. I do not know what you refer to. With your permission, I will listen to no more." She rose and left Monsieur Brown bewildered and crushed. He had foreseen that he could not enlighten Madame Delmare except at his own expense. His conscience had told him that he must speak, whatever the result might be, and he had done it with all the abruptness of method, all the awkwardness of execution of which he was capable. What he had not fully appreciated was the violence of a remedy so long delayed. He left Lagny in despair and wandered through the forest in a sort of frenzy. It was midnight. Raymon was at the park gate. He opened it, but as he opened it he felt his brow grow chill. For what purpose had he come to this rendezvous? He had made divers virtuous resolutions, but would he be amply rewarded by a chaste interview, by a sisterly kiss, for the torture that he was undergoing at that moment? For if you remember under what circumstances he had previously passed through those garden paths, stealthily at night, you will understand that it required a certain degree of moral courage to go in search of pleasure along such a road and amid such memories. Late in October the climate of the suburbs of Paris becomes damp and foggy, especially at night and in the neighborhood of streams. Chance decreed that the fog should be as dense on this night as on certain other nights in the preceding spring. Raymon felt his way along the mist–enveloped trees. He passed a summer house which contained a fine collection of geraniums in winter. He glanced at the door, and his heart beat fast at the extravagant idea that it might open and give egress to a woman wrapped in a pelisse. Raymon smiled at this superstitious weakness and went his way. Nevertheless, the cold seized him, and he felt an unpleasant tightness at his throat as he approached the stream. He had to cross it to reach the flower garden, and the only means of crossing in that vicinity was a narrow wooden bridge. The fog became more dismal than ever over the river bed, and Raymon clung to the railing of the bridge in order not to go astray among the reeds that grew along the banks. The moon was just rising, and as it strove to pierce the vapors, cast an uncertain light on the plants which the wind and the current moved to and fro. In the breeze which rustled the leaves and ruffled the surface of the water there was a sort of wailing sound, like human words half spoken. There was a faint sob close beside Raymon, and a sudden movement among the reeds. It was a curlew flying away at his approach. The cry of that shore bird closely resembles the moaning of an abandoned child, and when it comes up from among the reeds you would say that it was the last effort of a drowning man. Perhaps you will consider that Raymon was very weak and cowardly. His teeth chattered, and he nearly fell, but he soon realized the absurdity of his terror and crossed the bridge. He was halfway across when a human figure appeared in front of him, at the end of the rail, as if waiting for him to approach. Raymon's ideas became confused. His bewildered brain had not the strength to reason. He retraced his steps and hid among the trees, gazing with a fixed, terrified stare at that ill-defined apparition which remained in the same place, as vague and uncertain as the river mist and the trembling rays of the moon. He was beginning to believe that in his mental preoccupation he had been deceived, and that what he took for a human form was only a tree trunk or a stalk of a shrub, when he distinctly saw it move and walk toward him. At that moment, had not his legs absolutely refused to act, he would have fled in as great a panic as the child who passes a cemetery at night and fancies that he hears mysterious steps running after him on the tips of the blades of grass. But he felt as if he were paralyzed, and to support himself threw his arms around the trunk of the willow behind which he was hidden. The next moment Sir Ralph, wrapped in a light cloak which gave him the aspect of a phantom at 3 yards, passed very close to him and took the path by which he had just come. "Bungling spy!" thought Raymon, as he saw him looking for his footprints. "I will escape your cowardly surveillance, and while you are mounting guard here, I will be enjoying myself yonder." He crossed the bridge as lightly as a bird and with the confidence of a lover. His terrors were at an end. Noun had never existed. Real life was awakening all about him. Indiana awaited him yonder, and Ralph was on a sentry go to keep him from entering. "Watch closely," said Raymon gayly as he saw him in the distance going in the opposite direction. "Watch for me, dear Sir Rodolphe Brown. Protect my good fortune, O my officious friend, and if the dogs are restless, if the servants wake, pacify them. Keep them quiet by saying, 'It is I who am watching. Sleep in peace.'" Scruples, remorse, virtue were at an end for Raymon. He had paid dearly enough for the hour that was striking. His blood, that had frozen in his veins, flowed now toward his brain with maddening violence. A moment ago the pallid terrors of death, dismal visions of the tomb; now the impetuous realities of love, the keen joys of life. Raymon felt as bold and full of animation as in the morning when an ugly dream has enveloped us in its shroud, and suddenly a merry sunbeam awakens and revivifies us. "Poor Ralph!" he thought, as he ascended the secret staircase with a bold, light step. "You would have it so." Chapter 17.